Alright, hello. We're gonna have the Capybaras against ZhongSheng. I'm gonna take a moment and get my overlay set up so I have all the player names right. Let me just find who the Capybaras are. That's Vinch, Viper, Tato, and Lewis. Oh, I'm not gonna have that part on the overlay. That's right. Okay, that's fine. And ZhongSheng is gonna be interesting that there is now a different thing other than LY, but it's Koala, Daniel, Jibitong, and Xuanlu, which would have struck me as LYB, but instead there's now LY and then ZhongSheng 1, 2, and 3. Got to grab water too, but we'll do that in a moment. I got coffee first. And it says live now, redrafting. They're in a lobby on Team Acropolis. Xuanlu along with Viper, Vinch, and Lewis. Is Tato gonna play today, or is it Viper, Vinch, Lewis? Hello, Squid. How you doing? Welcome in. I was actually genuinely curious about the Onimaru rosters. I think their best team would have been Andy instead of Lewis on the A team. And I'm thinking it, honestly, Viper, Vinch, Andy might have even been better than Viper, Vinch, Tato. I always have so many questions about what type of shape Tato's in whenever I see him playing. I never know for sure what we're gonna get from Tato. He can always fill that team game player role of being the annoying one. And you always gotta hope that Viper doesn't have something super greedy. Or super Viper like that. like that 2P pocket on Black Forest. He can be a bit of a wild card too. But the Onimaru team was the #1 overall seed. And they should be a pretty heavy favorite in this set. Wonders LY is going to be crazy because Wonders has the good fortune of being the higher seed against LY, which seems very wrong. Same thing for Tag versus Vitality. Tag is the higher seed against Vitality, which feels wrong. Hello, hello Mint, how you doing? Too many consonants in that name, I can't figure out how to say it, but welcome. Saul's Barbatakas should be interesting. And then DarkSidE being the higher seed against Onimaru Vanguard is, I feel like, yeah, this matchup is clear. Let me bring up the brackets on Wikipedia. I feel like this matchup, this is the Viper Dat Lewis team, is a pretty clear favorite against Daniel Bad Koala. And the rest of their ZhongSheng and A team. Then Wonders LY. That'll be a competitive set. I look at this and yeah, it's Sebastian, ACCM, Nikov. All very good players individually, but LY is an absolute beast of a team game. Team. I was thinking, how do I describe a team game? Team, and then team is the only word that came to mind. But I would expect them to win. They've gone 3-0, 3-0. Wonders has gone 3-0 admin win. Well, that's interesting. That's kind of why I like GSL format for qualifiers. You can have, I think, a bit more competitive matchups. rather than a bunch of admin losses once you get past the first round. That could be a way to do it. Like, first round, you get to the here, and then you GSL the rest of it. So that's a different thing. Anyway, over here. Tag, Vitality. That's the Taiwan team with Sorokuma. And, well, I guess it's not just Sorokuma, but he's the only real Taiwanese player on the roster. I'd imagine MBL, Miyahai, Sato would be their top 3. But who knows, maybe Sorokuma is there. I feel like in team games it's probably easier to communicate MBL, Sato, Mihai together. Just by virtue of the fact they're all more fluent in English. Not that you need to speak perfectly in in-game communication, but it does help. And then Vitality, Harry, Leary, Hart, they're going to be, I think, a pretty heavy favorite there, despite the seeding. And DarkSidE against Onimaru, that's Doubt, Jordan, Andy, and Nacho on the bench. But against DarkSidE, DarkSidE did beat Swomi, but I don't really see DarkSidE winning that. Although maybe they'll be, I would call it an upset, even though they are the higher seed. Playing on the team game ladder versus players who don't really makes it hard to seed things. And then this one here at the end of I guess this is the end of the day, Saul's Barber Tacos. That one I think will be the most competitive of the sets. Although Saul's is lacking Vinch these days since he's on Capybaras. Could see all 3 Onimaru teams qualifying. And for the first set of the day, just to look at the rosters, it's the Capybaras and ZhongSheng. So it's Bad Koala, Daniel, Jibitong, and Xuanlu against Vinch, Viper, Tato, Lewis. We'll get to see which of the players from each team plays today. Yeah, Chen has always been a top team. That Yo, what was it? Yo, Vivi, Lix, and Tim won Nations Cup 2023. Let's see if we have any drafts yet. I don't see a draft. Andy Tato Viper? I don't know. I think I still put Vinch above Andy. Part of me thinks Andy, Vinch, Lewis feels more like a natural team than splitting them up. But that would just mean reuniting the tyrants of Viper, Doubt, Jordan. Okay, we're starting. I don't see a draft, but they're launching into the game. If there's a draft, the spec dashboard doesn't have it. Go ue2cm.net. I can't get an ad out of the way, Twitch. Is there a draft? I don't see drafts. Let's check the Discord. Oh, there we are. Posted here. It is a best of 5. Did I write that in the overlay properly? No, I didn't. It's a best of 7. Best of 5. And game 1 will be Team Acropolis. My hockey is set up for 3-3. I think I did that already. Also today, we keep a close eye on my internet. Make sure that the internet quality is fine. And if it is, I'm gonna, during the week, attempt to stream in 4K on YouTube again. Maybe 1440p, I'll see how it goes, but I should be able to get higher quality YouTube streams. I'm hoping, as long as the new cabling that has been installed for my internet helps. And hello G Grady on Twitch, how you doing? So, Capybaras, ZhongSheng. Players will be no Tato today, it is Lewis. And no Daniel for ZhongSheng. So it's kind of interesting lineups. I don't know how Daniel compares as a 1v1 player to the other players on ZhongSheng. But here we go. Boom. Alright, let's get some names on the scoreboard. Just gonna put the Onimaru Capybaras, and this is ZhongSheng. Does that fit? And we can do red versus blue on the scoreboard. Alright. Oh, and this is the best of 5 qualifying match. Boom. Alright, so to the southwest, we will have Onimaru. It'll be the Viper as the Saracens on the flank, Vinch as the Vietnamese in the pocket, and Lewis as the Jurchens on the other flank. And yes, it is Vinchester, indeed, who will be in the pocket. And just so that I can get this correct, let's see, I can clean up the overlay a bit. I don't think we need elos. Get the clan tag away from there. This is bad quality. Which of these is Xuanlu and which of them is Jibatong? Xuanlu is Cyan, okay. Okay, I think that cleans up the score a bit, right? Makes it a bit easier to see everything. Focus just on the score. And the team names will be up here. Honestly, just that period. It's kind of bothering me. It's kind of needed, though. Can I fit Onimaru there? No, that cuts it off. Alright. Overlay setup. We're good. Team Acropolis. We got some time in the Dark Age. Yeah, best of 5. Best of 5. Oh, best of, yes. There. Do I know Chinese characters? No, I alt-tabbed to the spectator dashboard, and it told me which player was which. So, it'll be, once more, Vinchester in the yellow, Viper in the red, and Lewis in the purple, against... Oh, you know what? This is gonna confuse the heck out of me. We gotta swap this around. Vinch always plays as purple, Viper plays as yellow, and Lewis plays... make him red. Is that okay if we swap the colors around like that? Will it confuse people pocket flank? I think Viper has to be yellow. So we get Viper yellow, Vinchester purple, Lewis red. And that way I'm not going to confuse the players. Make Vinch orange? Nah, Vinch is purple. On the other side, we'll have Koala in the green, Xuanlu in the cyan, and Jibatong as the Maya. It'll be Frank's pocket, and then Hindustani Maya flanks. Control-Alt-C. What's that doing? Oh, it like flips the colors around for the teams? What? I'm confused. Game, cold, warm, warm, cold, game. Okay, we're gonna go here. No more new features. This will be red. There. The colors I associate with the players. One day we'll be able to pick position independently of color. Right, so, full walls. This is Team Acropolis. There is rock terrain surrounding bases. Usually it's set up so you can't wall to the edge, and you'll need to do a small circular wall. The map is very open. There is undockable water with no fish in the middle. That's there just to make it look pretty. And there are forward scouts from ZhongSheng forward to hit the villagers who are walling. Scout attacking vills. That'll be one vill down. Is there loom? There's no loom for the Viper. Viper is doing loom now. Viper, what is this? Well, one scout from Xuanlu goes down. Bad quality scout is lower in HP. Can get the vill. Gets another vill. Viper. What is this? Did Viper have his coffee this morning? What is this gameplay? How many vills has he lost? He's lost 2 vills already. Pretty sure you can wall the edge. Pretty sure you can't. This should be unwallable rock terrain. In the past, when I made Team Acropolis, I made sure that you couldn't wall to the edge. I don't know what Zetnus has done with this map, though. Typical first game of the day, Viper. Also, changing the colors changed my overlay at the top there. Red, blue, so we see it. And Vinch now safe with his scout. So Viper will start pushing in some deer. Very aggressive with the scouts opening now. So double scouts opening, Franks plus Hindustanis. Hindustani scouts will have an attack bonus versus walls. And the Maya might just go archers here? Yeah, so full feudal aggression here versus seemingly full fast castle mode from Viper trying to FC. We'll have a stable from Lewis and a range from Vinch. Well, only one range compared to two. So this is going to be a much larger army for ZhongSheng. How come the snake is so late? Because he's fast castling. He's going to FC into, I don't know, camels, Mamluks? He's up on 25 vills, so that is a FC. And it would be 27 if he didn't lose 2. So that is a FC build. No one with much idle time yet, but you look at his resources, he's going to go up to the castle age. He's got around 800 food. And wall's still going up for Lewis, but this aggression fast enough that they got in before the walls went up. Viper up to feudal. There is a classic game of, I think it was the first time Tyrant ever lost a team game tournament. It was to SY back in the day. The Chinese team. Viper tried to full... That was the slam fletching meme. It was also the Viper wanted to full wall the map and left holes in the wall, or didn't wall in time. It was a very silly strat. But definitely a classic Viper greed thing. Typical first... Oh, he played RF before? Does that count as first game of the day? So now Lewis will get to the back of ZhongSheng's base, but not going to be in time to do much damage. Also, I did... Dang it. Swapping the colors... I should not have listened to Heavenly Chorus. The colors were fine. That swap Jibertong and Xuanlu. Alright. Scouts forward. Jibertong here with the archers trying to pressure and stop the rewalling. Vinch with a good number of archers, but if this group breaks in, Vinch won't have the numbers to defend. He's basically defending by himself. Loses a few scouts around the back. Spear won't be that useful in the presence of all the archers. And, yeah, they break through, but the walls go up. A couple of houses go down. The Hindustani attack bonus is sick for the scouts. I still do like the Hindustani plus Khatan combo. It could do an amazing combo of Hindustanis, Khatans, and Saracens. Because then Khatans get the even greater attack from the double forging for breaking through walls. And Saracens contribute with archers, and the walls just melt. And there's Viper up to the castle age. So what is he doing? He's booming. Viper, he's just gonna 3TC boom. What a greedy TC, not even walling the vills. There he goes. He's gonna be careful here. Make sure the vills don't get picked off by scouts. But he's gonna 3TC boom. So he's gonna boom while his teammates die, while they have to defend. You are very far apart on this map, so booming is certainly a viable strategy. But if you're committing to feudal age aggression, and you're keeping your army alive, suddenly you're going to have a ton of archers that become crossbows once you get up to the next stage. Yep, Hindustani team bonus, scouts have extra attack against buildings. There's an X over here for the Viper. Xing. Half the scouts are Frank scouts. That's true, but they'll become Frank Light Cav. Booming while your teammates die is an all-time classic strat. You're right about that. Possible to change purple to orange. I think I'm going to leave him purple.
Shot it.
Whatever I do with colors is going to be confusion. And if we get like a dirt map, then orange isn't going to be visible on the map. So boar goes down, or bear goes down. And Vinch is moving forward. He and Lewis are pretty separate though. And Viper still has no army. Viper has 41 vills, and he is just booming. This is Viper greed. Can he outboom the entire other team though? As both Jibbatong and Xuanlu are adding extra TCs. And Viper's housed, of course. I'm surprised to see him housed. Happens to him occasionally. Housed for a while. And Saracens, meanwhile, probably have to go camels here. You don't want to go Mamluks against the Hindustanis usually, because Mamluks don't do any bonus damage to camels, and camels do inflict bonus damage on Mamluks. So you're probably better off heavy camel, or you definitely are better off heavy camel against the Imperial camels, and they'll be great against Franks too. Maya are the tricky ones, but Mamluks against plumes probably don't want that anyway. Why aren't they opening CA? They have the Maya to do the archers. But yeah, that's true. You can see Hindustanis go CA on this map for sure. A couple of TCs up on the side for Xuanlu.
Shot it.
And there's a big army from Jibbatong X'd by Lewis. Lewis trying to find the vills on that TC, but Bad Koala will wall them. Light Cav on the way for Lewis, as well as Bodkin Arrow. Interesting he's doing Bodkin, but Lewis will be swapping to Cav Archers now as the Jurchens, but running then into the Hindustani Camels. So all the Light Cav out. Camels will force them away. Can't really take a fight there. And, oh look, Scouts got in. Where did they get in? There was an overchop in the wall between Vinchester and Viper. And now the Light Cav are in. Vinch is chasing with crossbows, but Viper's gonna lose even more villagers. How many eco kills is that? Viper's lost 6 vills this game. That gate won't do anything. They'll lose another vill. No ballistics for anyone on this team, so they can't quite catch the Light Cav. And some more walling from Vinch. Well, Viper's gonna lose even more vills. A few scouts here and there. Okay, that vill does survive. Enough crossbows for Vinch. Wasn't the super low HP vill that had been targeted. And camels are here now, along with crossbows from Jibbatong. And remember, Capybaras were the #1 overall seed in the tournament. Don't know where Tato is right now. Right now, Viper is struggling. Knights attacking the house. Camels also. Hindustani team bonus. Camels have extra attack against buildings. Not just their scouts, but their camels too. Some X's up the middle from Viper. Not sure what he's Xing. Everyone knows the army's here. The rainbow of colors from ZhongSheng all fighting together. It'd be nice letting the intern play. Xing on the other side, and despite Viper's early boom, he's at 67 vills. But the Hindustani player, Xuanlu, he's at 66. Viper's lost so many vills, he's going for the castle. But are Mamluks really going to be the answer to camels? Yeah, they'll do a lot of melee damage, and camels won't like fighting that. I'm not sure about that. And stables here. Maybe that's just a defensive castle and he won't actually be going Mamluks, because he does need a defensive castle somewhere to stop this army. Is it critical mass where they counter camels? Maybe. But you're still in the super low range unit situation where it's hard to avoid camels jumping on you, compared to maybe Cav Archers where they're a bit longer ranged. And Viper getting demolished out here by those knights. And so far, I think the full feudal strategy of ZhongSheng has worked out much better than the Viper booms everyone does something different of the Capybaras. Kind of reminds me of the map Seize the Hump, if you remember a while ago. Maybe you don't remember because it was 5 a.m. in a different time zone when I was casting. But those Australia 4v4s, Vinch Xing over here for some reason. Where the meta became 1 player goes archers, 3 players go scouts. Something similar might be here, where 1 player goes archers, the rest of the players go scouts. Might even want the archer player in the middle. But I guess the lake kind of precludes that. Maybe you're actually just closer with the archers on the flank still. Like, we're Xing the corner with a market. I mean, with an outpost. I mean, there's no way he's going to build a market and think about booming now, right? Like, that's where he's setting the Vil, almost. Unless he wants to loop around and wall. Maybe he's just doing more outposts. But he's facing a ton of pressure. All those stables he made, largely inactive. Thumbring coming in for Vinch. Vinch is the Vietnamese. So, what is he gonna do? He has elephants late game, but right now it's just archers. Yeah, I guess Vinch doing archers in the middle. My thinking is archers can go both sides if you have both side players playing for a CavSidE. And here's Vinch, nice patrol, now has ballistics and thumbring. Love more HP than Jibitong's archers. But the fight will also be less costly for the Maya. You've lost with infinite imp camels against the Mamluk death ball. Yeah, here the Mamluks will be great against the knights, but also not really wanting to take a fight against the crossbows. We'll have camels finding cav archers in the middle. And this comes down to the micro of Lewis. Can he actually pull back from the camels in time? There'll be a TC up here from Lewis. And Xuanlu trying to get this around. Getting a couple of nice hits on the cav archers. But I don't think you'll want to chase under the town center. The camels have to dodge back and forth. On the other side, a few bears just chasing around the knights. We'll have more TCs. Xuanlu, everyone on ZhongSheng is booming up. And forward castle from Vinch down at the bottom of the hill. So it won't have a hill defense against Trebs, but it will better defend the gold. Castle also from Jibitong. Camels do have a bonus against camels, yes. Just not versus Mamluks. Yeah, the camels have the camel unit armor class. The Mamluk does not. Oh wait. No, never mind, sorry. The camels have the camels have the attack against camel units. The Mamluk, if I can select one, does not have the attack against camels. I meant to say the attack there. They only have a bonus against cavalry, not against camels. And neither the Mamluk nor the camel has the cavalry armor class. There we go. I got that right eventually. I like the boar just chilling out on the farm. So Lewis moving forward with the cav archers. Total vills between the two teams are equal, and Viper is up to imp first. So maybe, even though he was equal with vills with Xuanlu, he does have perhaps an imp timing advantage. But you're also running into the situation of what will be better, Saracen or Hindustani camels. Hindustanis will need to research Imperial Camel, which makes me think the Saracens do have a bit of an advantage initially with their extra HP. And, oh, Lewis trying to wall the map. But there is a forward Vil from Jibitong. Going to run into a spear from Vinch, though. Lewis doing walls, needs to make sure he walls the side too. Xing in the middle of the map now as cav archers chase knights, an outpost goes down, and crossbows move forward. Viper fighting camel versus camel on the side, and Xuanlu wants a defensive castle forward a bit to cover that gold. Viper trying to wall up too. And late game, Vietnamese and Jurchens and Saracens should all be great civs. Do they combo together as well as Frank Spy and Hindustanis, though? If everyone gets trade going, Hindustanis will have caravanserais, so they'll have the better trade. Can a missed archer shot hit a unit it wasn't aiming for? Yes, and if it does 50% damage. So there's Cavalier now. From Bad Koala. Can go for Paladins. Remember, Winchester as the Vietnamese always has the option of those extra tanky elephants. X over here. Arbalest, he's prioritizing chemistry. And there's Arb. Arbalest also researches faster than chemistry, so if you want both of them, you click chemistry first, and then that improves the parallelism. If you're then waiting for resources for the next tech. Arb's a bit more expensive too. But Arb is there for the Maya, and now it's there also for Vinch, but the Cavaliers are going to jump on that group. Vinch is going to try to swap over to Rattan Archers as this castle will go up. And the Trebs come forward for Gibberton. And Twitch is going to play an ad, so remember you can head over to the YouTube stream and avoid the ad. Sorry about that. And Castle's going to take down some of the Yarbs. Treb keeps pushing the castle. And there will be another castle here from Gibberton as the Vils head forward. He'll be claiming more stone. And the Treb will be besieging the castle. Good number of Cav Archers are out here for Lewis, but it still feels like Lewis is pretty far behind compared to everyone else. Still in the castle age, he's up to Imp. It's going to be a while for him to hold. And looks like Viper is not in a position to push. As a matter of fact, he's actually being raided as Xuan Lu is forward with a bunch of heavy camels. He has clicked Imperial Camel. The Franks player has clicked Paladin. Winchester has clicked Elite Rattan Archer. Viper is going to try to wall. He wants to trap the camels, and he wants to take a fight. I don't know if he would win that fight. What are these gates? He's trying to make a pen for them. They're going to run back. And he needs Vidge to start walling, too. He'll just delete all that and go for a castle. In the middle of the Trebs now, fighting against Winchester's castle. Rattan Archer's taking out the Arbs from Gibberton. This castle will go down for Vinch. His castle will go down, and Lewis is going to lose everything if he's in that fight. The Cav Archers won't win that fight. The Rattan Archers have to pull back, the castle's down, Vinch will lose control of that stone. They're depending on Lewis's castle now. Lewis just about to hit Imp, and the Camel's still hovering around inside of Viper's base. Viper trying to get more castles up. He's going to have a ton of castles for elite Mamluks. How effective will they be? If they can fight the Franks, that's good. If they have to fight the Maya or the Hindustanis, not so much. And there's Imp Camel. Xuan Lu managed to avoid being penned in by the Viper and is taking the fight. And I think we'll see a decent fight from him, but ultimately Viper has the numbers and the reinforcements. And Viper's going to hope that Mamluks have enough melee attack that they can deal with the Imp Camels. His Camels do have 10 more HP, but I think the extra armor and attack, or the extra armor? Wait, where is it? It's 1 extra attack versus 10 HP. I'm not sure who actually wins that. Probably the Imp Camel. But yeah, we'll see how they can push into the Mamluks. That castle from Viper will fall down, destroyed by all of Xuan Lu's Trebs. Here come the Paladins and the Camels, pushing into the Mamluks. Mamluks trying to hold the hill. This is how you counter Mamluks. This is one of the best units for countering Mamluks, right up there with the Teutonic Knight. Fortified wall now for Gibberton, really looking to protect the trade, take advantage of all of the map that they have walled. Trebs destroying the castle from Lewis. And in the back, 1, 2, 3 markets. ZhongSheng adding in their trade. Xuan Lu gonna have 5 markets in the corner. Really wants to get the trade cards pumping. Needs to get the Caravanserais up. And the Hindustanis with Grand Trunk Road 2. Or did they rename it as Grand Trunk Road? That used to be Sultan's. Yeah. They'll get extra gold income. And that should count for the trade, if I recall. Hello, Neos. What happened in this game? Why are they dead? Viper tried to fast castle. The other team on ZhongSheng, everyone went feudal. Viper lost a few vills early on. Then there was a hole in a wall, and he lost more vills. And he got Imp first. But Lewis and Vinch were kind of behind the other team, constantly defending. And now ZhongSheng has all the map control. Viper doesn't have a unit that can fight the Imp Camels. And the Rat and Archers from Vinch are even getting surrounded. Oh, that is a great surround by Xuanlu. A micro on those camels. Yeah, classic Viper greed. Viper greed on Team Acropolis. There are the GGs. And ZhongSheng takes the lead. Oh my gosh, I've been trying to adjust these colors the entire game. That's red versus blue in the scoreboard. GG. So, here, military. 154 kills for Xuanlu. Great play, great teamwork by ZhongSheng. So Onimaru had a plan. Viper would fast castle, Vinch would go archers, Lewis would go scouts. But 3 players going feudal? And also not just going feudal, but never taking a bad fight. Which honestly isn't that hard when you're 3v2. But keeping their armies alive to turn into Castle Age armies, where they continue having a numbers advantage. Viper got Imp first and tried to push, but I don't think he had a... Saracens Hindustanis is not the early Civ matchup you want for pushing when you're that far across the map. If Doubt's team makes the main event, but Viper has to play the second qualifier, you'll never hear the end of it. Very true. Let's see, Twitch didn't add during the game, so it's not going to let me do one between them. Twitch ads are a never-ending source of frustration for me. Anyway, we're going to look at the Civs. Maya, very first pick. Didn't use the Magyars, but did use the Franks. And did use the Hindustanis, wherever they are there. And that was a loss for not the highest Civ priorities. Vietnamese, Saracens, and Jurchens for the Capybaras. And we should be getting into the next game in just a moment. Thank you all for sticking with us. Did I update my stream title? I never removed the 13 GMT, and I also spelled Onimaru wrong. Twitch titles are hard. There should also be team logos somewhere. Yes. The logos in Capture Age next set. Or next game. So, uphill battle now for the Capybaras. As we will have Viper and Vinch. I don't know if Tato's around. And for what it's worth, they're playing on the West US server. I don't know where in the world Vinch is right now. But the ping will not be good for anyone. There's a world where the Barber Tacos go to the final in Germany and win the tournament. I think that would be probably the worst nightmare for the organizers. To need to fly out maybe Barber Tacos and ZhongSheng for the team game tournament finals, and then have absolutely no overlap with the players who are there for the garrison, and have to pay for all of the additional flights from a very far distance away. Yeah, ZhongSheng versus Team Australia. The dashboard temporarily went offline, but it's back. That would just be awful, wouldn't it? So Viper and Vinch are in the lobby. I don't see Lewis. I see Viper is now yellow and Vinch is purple. And I'll try to maintain the colors throughout the rest of the sets. Or throughout the rest of the games in this set. Jibbertong Blue, Xuanlu Cyan, Bad Koala Green, Viper Yellow, Vinch Purple, and Luisor Tato Red. Is this a knockout round? Yep, this is a knockout round. Well, not necessarily knockout. This is a qualifying round where the winner will qualify for the main event. The losing team can try again next week for the next qualifier. Capybaras are significantly less imposing than honey badgers. So it looks like Grand Bar will be the map. We've seen a lot of interesting pole pocket usage on this map. Kuman pockets too. Not sure what we'll see from ZhongSheng. Magyars could be an option. Turks, a popular flank. Teutons could even do some type of crazy trush here. Let's see, Dravidians, Chinese probably saved for migration for the Capybaras. They also have Byzantines. Byzantines could be an interesting flank here. Malay, Inca, Goths, Aztecs. Gotta find ways to use these civs on flanks. For the pocket, probably Khmer. Although I guess Byzantines could be a pocket too. And it will be Tato. It will be Tato. Hello, Susie. What's the tournament? This is a 3v3 tournament with a bunch of teams that have signed up. And there will be... The tournament itself will be online, but the finals will be played as a LAN. That'll be in November during the Garrison. Oh yes, and there's a command for it too. Alright, Grand Barra. Here we go. Yes, we did load successfully. Good. Alright, I'll just get an ad out of the way during the spectator delay, which will let me do that. Good. Hopefully we don't have any more ads during games. First game of the day, it always happens. So I can see the civs. You'll see them when we load in. But it'll be Romans, Khmer, and Wei for Onimaru, with Vinch playing the Wei on the flank. And Shu, Huns, Armenians for ZhongSheng. With Huns being their pocket. Ooh, Huns, Khmer. I think the Huns will struggle against Khmer if they get to the elephant stage of the game. Don't know anything about the team game scene. Is it a vastly different skill set? I think there's a lot of overlap in the skill set, but there are a lot of players who are really good team game players who don't play 1v1s. And there are a lot of players, even if they do play 1v1s, who are better at team games. There are different roles for team games, particularly being a pocket player versus a flank player. Well, I think Lix is maybe a very good example of Lix and Yo are usually one of the absolute top teams. However, whether it's 2v2 to 4v4, however they're together. Even though Lix himself, he's a good 1v1 player, he's not quite at the top level. And he just somehow makes games chaotic to give room for Yo to boom. So we will set red versus blue on the scoreboard. And since Jibitong and Xuanlu swapped colors, I will swap them back. And then I'll set the scoreboard colors again. To keep them with the same colors that we had the previous game. And we have Tato coming on for Lewis. Other than that, for Onimaru, it'll be Tato as the red Romans on the flank, Viper as the yellow Chimera in the pocket, and Vinchester as the purple Wei on the other flank. Opposing them, we'll have Jibitong as the blue Armenians on the flank, Bad Koala as the green Huns in the pocket, and Xuanlu as the cyan Shu on the other flank. And we do have a pause. Tato needs a minute. Vinch saying he needs a second, or the team needs a second. Tato just coming on probably has to go make sure that his, I don't know, his monitor's on or something. First game of the day for Tato, I guess. Pocket, yep, pocket meaning the player in between the two flanks. Yes. So this map is Grand Barra. While we're paused, how this map works, looks like we're good, is your bases have a couple of trees separating them from the middle. If you've seen the map Chaos Pit, you start in the middle and have to chop out. Here, you start on the outside and have to chop in. Is there gold on the outside? Not much. I think it's 2 groups of 2 gold per player, and each player also has a group of 4 stone. But not much gold on the outside. You quickly get through all of your gold and then have to journey to the middle, where there is a lot of cracked terrain. The cracked terrain means any building you build atop it will take 20% extra damage, and that multiplies with a hill bonus. So if you put a castle here, and there are trebs atop the hill, the castle will go down like it were made of paper. On the sides, we can see lots of drushing, some archers, some walling, but then the archers might also come through the middle. Pretty interesting map to play. Lots of different ways you can go about your civ picking. I've seen Chimera as the pocket a couple of times. They're pretty strong. Poles also can be a really strong pocket for the timing. Versus, say, as a paladin civ, the poles with Schlachter privileges can go knights in late Castle Age and try to overwhelm the middle and push them off of gold. Kind of similar with the Cumans, too, if they get a good boom into a strong knight play. Yeah, and usually you want to have your archer civs on the flank and your cav civs in the pocket. The archers on the flank make it a bit easier to defend. Not only are the archers a bit slower, so they need to be closer, but it's easier to defend with archers behind walls than it is with cav behind walls, because the archers at least can shoot back a bit. So barracks there for Tato, and as the Romans, he might go for men-at-arms. He's doing loom, and will probably do a men-at-arms rush as he's up to feudal. I will see if he goes for gold. And then over here, Vinch already doing the 2 militia. He's going for a drush. He is the Wei, so the Wei could be played as a cav civ, but they could also be played as a Shinbei Raider civ. And you go cav archers as the archer roll on the flank. The Shu for Xuanlu, he has a barracks, and he's up to feudal. Part of me was hoping for a Phosphoro-esque FC War Chariot play, but not going to be the case here. Yeah, where are the FCs? We should have War Chariots against Scorpions. So these militia are still wandering around. Could attack the deer and lame the deer. Kind of surprised Jibitong hasn't been pushing the deer. But I guess there were multiple patches of deer. Did you get 2 patches of deer on the map? Maybe you do. Maybe he was just pushing a different patch of deer. But we'll have drushes on both sides. Now I gotta pay attention in 2 areas at once. Zoom in 1 notch. We'll have 4 militia into men-at-arms on both sides here. Both for the Shu and for the Romans. Tato will have to quick wall up that wood line to keep the Vils safe. Yep, there he goes. Last second, but that's fine. Remember, Romans won't get arson, but they will eventually get the double blacksmith armor upgrades. And there is the immediate blacksmith from Kato as he's doing men-at-arms, and immediately he clicks armor. So once he gets armor, he's going to take the fight, but he wants to delay the fight until armor comes in. Vinch going to lame those deer, and then seeing he's not going to be able to do too much damage as the archery range is coming up for Jibbatong, Vinch will move the militia over towards the pocket, at least try to be annoying here. A couple of scouts coming out for Bad Koala now. As Viper, once again, he's doing Loom after clicking up to the Feudal Age, and he will greedily go for the Fast Castle, as the men-at-arms will avoid fighting Tato and come towards Viper. Viper, 1 second away, doesn't have Loom, has to wall the berries. I think there's an Idleville there. Viper's Ville's going idle. Oh, Viper. What are you doing as the men-at-arms come over? And there will be walls up here. The lion on the map attacking a Ville, attacking the men-at-arms. Have a few men-at-arms in, or a few militia now in the back. Vinch in 1v1s, he likes to do the extended kind of 2 militia drush. You add 2 more militia on the way up and then do men-at-arms. Looks like it's just a drush this time, though. And he will annoy the pocket Villes. There is Lumen for Koala. The scout will be blocked somewhat by the Ville. Fight the militia. And should be able to take out these militia, no problem with feudal scouts. Here's Vinch up. And he is, at this point, walled. There are men-at-arms in the back. Tato's still chasing them. And Viper there with his scout, too. A couple of scouts do get in through the wall just before Tato's able to close it up. And they will be annoying. Viper will have to react to those, too. Tato might need some spears, maybe. Let's look at the res collected. Viper and Feudal, actually not quite. What are those? Viper doing Viper things with a greedy build as men-at-arms get to the back. There, he's up to the Castle Age. Yeah, gotta enjoy Viper greed. Scout here will take down the lion. And a lion attacking a Ville on the back. Yeah, he dropped off gold with the farms, right? You build the farms to drop off gold, then your Khmer Villes are out there farming, so he avoids the mining camp. And he has the house there in case he needs to garrison. It's fine, it's just Viper things, right? Just Viper things. He actually has a mining camp, so not like he actually really avoided anything. But just Viper things. Lion goes down. I guess you do need the mining camp as the Khmer, since you're not going to have the market. But a couple TCs for Viper. Usually we see that from the pockets. Adding in TCs and booming on this map. You're not really pushing with knights as aggressively as you would be on Arabia. The men-at-arms then take out a scout. Scouts here take out another Ville. Scouts will run around and hit the Villes on the berries. Scout goes down. And the scouts will get in on the wood line. But spear there for Vinch keeps them away. And now we have a huge wall from Jibbatong going to the edge of the map. He didn't actually come forward to... Yeah, so the wood line would make an octagon around the middle of the map where there are no players, but the players cause some indentations in it, each causing a semicircular indentation into the wall. Here, Jibbatong did not wall from the edge of the middle that's close to the edge. He took a super long wall and even made it a circle instead of a straight line. And that's going to be hard for him to defend in the long run, even has straggler trees as part of the wall. That is crazy from him. But if it works, it works. He needed the small walls initially to stay safe from any feudal pressure. And now we get to the point where players have cut to the middle, and it's awkward to see the hills behind the lumber camp, but there is a felled tree there. You can fell trees, that's fine, as long as you don't completely remove all the wood and create holes. Also, that is a lovely gate from Tato. I think that the gate is fully blocked off by these trees. That is an unusable gate. This is one of those gates you try to lure your opponent to chase your scout, get them on the other side, and then, ha, joke's on them, they're trapped. The Mandelbrot wall. Fractal might be an interesting team game map. We'll have to bring that back sometime. So, Men-at-Arms kill an Archer. And we'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs from Bad Koala. But Viper, this game, at the very least, Viper will be ahead in the boom. And just Viper things. Is he going to make a stable and add cavalry? No. He's going to make a siege workshop and add scorpions. Viper's going to be the Viper. Oh, there's a TC from Jibbertong. And some Men-at-Arms will come over and try to push through the house on the wall. There will be a house up in the back for Jibbertong. And a TC in the middle of the map for Jibbertong. So, ZhongSheng, again, focusing on map control, pushing into the middle a bit more quickly than Onimaru is. Onimaru going to hope that they can boom up, and then have the timing to push to the middle. Wait for the opportune moment once they have a bit more economy, and then push to the middle and hit the more exposed TCs that ZhongSheng is constructing right now. And Viper with the Scorpion is there to protect the Woodvilles from the crossbowmen, and as the Khmer, Viper will hop in the houses, no ballistics on those crossbowmen so they're not able to pick off Vills. You'll have a blacksmith and a stable. For the Viper, remember, Viper will actually have to chop through the trees to get to the middle. Although Khmer with a Ballista Elephant might get through at some point too. A couple of TCs added in for Tato. So, Vinch, the only one to really stay in one TC right now, but he's under a lot of pressure. He has a secondary wall behind his initial wall, but since he did chop through to the middle, now the crossbow and knight pressure can come through the middle and try to hit him. And after Viper defended with the Scorpion, Tato, nothing to defend his woodline. Maybe a lack of communication there. Viper needed to tell Tato, hey, the crossbowmen are coming to you. But Tato could have walled up there a bit more. Shinbei Raiders for Vinch. So a couple of houses up for Vinch too. Now the Knights are gonna move in. Shinbei Raiders will be forcing the Knights back. And Knights will mostly go down. They're gonna turn and head for Viper. And ZhongSheng still with a score lead. And there are these green dots here and there on Onimaru's side of the map that are worrying me. Viper about to, I think he actually has chopped through. Hard to tell with the hill. But he's about to chop through to the front. But he is boomed. He has 84 Vills, and now it is elephant time. Viper gonna push forward with the elephants. Tricky thing is, once he gets through, he's gonna need to remake stables in the middle. Elephants are so slow. Making 5 stable elephants from back here is a big investment. Yeah, Khmer elephants are faster. But Viper now needs map control so he can get gold. And what will he do? Will he raid economies or will he help Vinch? This is where Vinch by himself with the Shinbei Raiders can defend. Viper can go forward. And Vinch will have the hill. And Viper can start hitting TCs. And with the Khmer Elephants, I don't think Viper is afraid from the Huns as the pocket at all. Huns into Paladins will not be able to fight the Khmer Elephants. Having the fastest snail. It's like that SpongeBob episode with the snail race. There is ballistics for Jibbertong. Knight kills the lion. Monk here healing things up. Huns don't have the best monks, but they can collect relics at least. Couple relics on the way back to that monastery. Monk wants a conversion on the elephants as the monks go down. And now the monastery will be pressured. And Vinch here with Shinbei Raiders. And what a combination this is. Some teams have knights and crossbows. Onimaru has elephants and Shinbei Raiders. So castle will go up for Xuanlu. But I don't know what the Shu can do against all of these elephants. Is Xuanlu new? Probably not as well known as Jibbatong and Koala. But we did cast him during the LY Cup and the Chinese tournament last year. I think I casted more of the precursor tournament than the actual LY Cup, but he's a very good player. Definitely newer to me than everyone else, but at least I recognize him at this point. Monks here are going to heal elephants. Tato doing Tato things. Tato now, Scorpions with the Romans, forward with Vils, Ram will ram the house. And defensive castle from Xuanlu. But he now has to deal with elephants, Shinbei Raiders, and Scorpions. And a castle. So Tato does not yet see the castle from Xuanlu. That castle should go up, and the castle will actually range all of Tato's Vils, so Tato going to delete his castle. He will fall back for the moment. And maybe the right move is just do another castle in a safer spot, try to clear more of the wall so he has more mobility. Shinbei Raiders running into a fortified church. A Viper will speed the elephants over to destroy the church. Elephants hit by arrow fire from the TC. Monk wants a conversion on an elephant. Knights will be fighting elephants here north of the TC. And this TC could go down. Elephants will just turn and fight the knights. I don't know if 11 elephants versus 8 knights. I don't know who that favors. The TC has some arrows there. Here comes some Shinbei Raiders. There's a Mangonel. What happens in this fight? I think Viper's losing the elephants, but he's got more elephants on the other side. Oh man, this is why the Chimera picked as a pocket. Tons of elephants. I was talking about the Poles earlier being able to go Schlachta privileges. Maybe the Chimera just have such a strong boom that them going elephants is the best pocket play. Because the best... It's a weird thing that the best counter to elephants usually is halbs. Pikemen, I don't think, counter them nearly as well. And if you want to go monks, that's good in small numbers, but against this number of elephants... Oh gosh, Jibbatong is going to be crushed by the elephants now. Viper stampeding into his base, chasing after those crossbowmen. Couple of monks try for conversions, but one conversion won't stop this, as Viper's up to imp. He's doing handcart, and Ballistas is coming in for Tato. Tato pressuring on the left. He's got a ton of Scorpions. Scorpions take down the Mangonel. Crossbows chased away by the Scorpions. Yeah, no heresy. They did, at one point, have heresy in their beta testing for the Rajas years ago. I have played Chimera Elephants with heresy before. Oh, triple shot on the Scorpions. Nice from Xuanlu. This is one of those things like Malians with Farimba once had Paladins, too. That was something that thankfully didn't make it past the beta testing. Yeah, the Malay have heresy. And Castle goes up for Jibbatong. That'll keep him alive a bit longer. But now Viper can just swing wherever he wants with the elephants. We'll have Long Swordsman for Tato. He's doing handcart. Ready to push Long Swordsman with the Rams. And what are we seeing? Long Swordsman as a team game flank. Oh, nice Viper! Trapping the Knights! I think this house doesn't have enough HP. Maybe you can body block with the elephants. Yeah, the Knights get out. And a monk wants a conversion on the knights as the elephants come forward. And white feather guards now. Where's Emu? Where's Emu? We got the white feather guards. Bulgarian paladins. I've never saw those. I don't think those ever existed. Unless I'm wrong about that. And honestly, there are so many balance changes I may be wrong about that. Is Viper up to Imp? They did until they made stirrups affect the night line. Oh, okay, okay. They never had stirrups paladins then. Oh, overchop from Tato. Just lets the knights in. He'll lose a few vills here, but those knights will be chased down by his teammate. He's gonna fight the knights with the vills. Let's go. Vills. Taking a good fight. And Viper could push that castle with the elephants. Elite white feather guards on the way. That'll probably come in. And the Capybaras are dominating this game now. Elephants overrunning everything. And based on the civs, I think that the Capybaras should still win on migration. But dropping Team Acropolis is a rough first kind of neutral map. Where they'll have to now win one of ZhongSheng's home maps. So deletion on the elephants to prevent the conversion. There is Imp from Bad Koala, who, as the Huns, now has the unenviable task of needing to fight elephants. As Longswordsmen attack the Mangonel. That's a lot of scorpions for Tato. I think the scorpions all missed somehow. Sometimes scorpions feel overpowered, and sometimes they feel underwhelming, and sometimes it's both at the same time. Yeah, he's just building past Shrunlu's base, yeah. I mean, Shrunlu's expanding to the middle. Tato can't really push the castle with scorpions. So he's just moving to the pocket now. A few towers up. Guard towers for the shoe. Yeah, they have a tower bonus, don't they? Which one's the shoe? Okay, no they don't. I was wrong about that. That was one of the last chieftain's civs that had towers give pop space. Was that the Tupi? That might be the Tupi. I learned that in Rage Forest the other day. Wasn't the castle tech? I mean, the Chimera tech does not apply to the Roman Scorps. Double crossbow. But his own Scorps do have extra range. His team bonus gives extra range to the Roman Scorps, which makes them crazy. So there's the GG. And the Capybaras tie it up 1-1. Yeah, great on Fortress, because you start with 4 towers and get an extra bunch of pop space from them. So, well done for Viper. 120 kills. Boomed and got the elephants. A bit tricky when he didn't have Loom early on, but overcame the losses. Hello, Chicho. How you doing? And I need to update my out-of-game scoreboard. Of having 2 buttons to press. And there we have Grand Barra. And standard maps, Arabia Nomad for ZhongSheng. That's Khmer, Wei, and Romans against Shu, Huns, and Armenians. Rick Cliffy. Also remember the YouTube chat, you do show up on screen now. Although it doesn't always update for me when I have to click in the YouTube chat to get it to update sometimes. I don't know. How many Onimaru teams? There are 3 here. Is there any of their players that didn't make any team? Or are they able to sub in? I think everyone's on a team. You get 3 teams of 4 players, and there are 12 Onimaru players. So yeah, everyone's there. I doubt we'll see Nacho play. And I also doubt we'll see Goku play. But everyone else we should see. Lewis already played today. Don't know how much Lewis will play. But he did participate in game 1. Yeah, 2P plus 10 population space from their towers is a crazy bonus for Fortress. It's 40 extra pop they start with. Also gives them a nice tower rush. But also you can find yourself housed if you then lose your towers. So coming up next will be LingYuan versus Wonders. That's Yo, Lix, and Vivi against Sebastian, ACCM, Nikov, and Lucho. Still wondering how well Wonders plays together. Hello, Lily. How you doing? Oh, also the Donjon, Krepost, and Castle get it. Yeah, that's true. Plus 50 for them because the Castle gets extra population. I was going to add something. Alright, I'm going to do something that's maybe crazy. I'm going to add an image. Custom images folder. For the teams. Alright, next game we're going to have team logo images displayed in Capture Age. Good, hope it works. Hello, Messenger. Did the Viper team finish? The Vipers team is playing right now. Next map will be Arabia. And Lewis is going to be subbing on for Tato, it looks like. Lewis coming back. Yes, an image. Team logo. Water's on the other side of the room. There we go. And, well, Lewis on Arabia, that is interesting. As far as Arabia civs go, Ethiopians, Britons, Magyars feels like an insane composition for Arabia. Onimaru has to then piece together, I don't even know. What does Onimaru do for Arabia civs? I'd imagine they're the much better players, at least individually for Arabia, but civ-wise, they've kind of stacked their migration civs with Chinese, Dravidians, Byzantines, and Malay, and Japanese. For Arabia, I mean, flanks are Inca, Goths, Aztecs. You could use the Chinese here, but I'm sure they want to save them for dragon ships on Arabia. And then on Nomad too. Right, they got good Nomad civs. I mean, this could be ZhongSheng going up 2-1, and then Tato comes on for Lewis, and the Capybaras have to win Migration and Nomad. Yeah, so it will be Lewis coming on for Tato. Similar to last game, Viper, Pocket, Lewis, Finch, flanks. And looks like Bad Koala will continue being the Pocket for ZhongSheng. Let's see, Viper probably needing a moment. I wonder how Viper is feeling these days with his eye drops, because it has been a couple of weeks since Brazilian Dynasty, but I imagine he's still not quite himself when it comes to playing AoE2 due to his eye surgery. I've heard that it can take a few months to recover fully from it, so hopefully he gets back to feeling okay soon. And good morning, Benj Blaze over on YouTube. Hope you're having a good morning. Barles versus Samaro clip just got 1.2k views. Oh, nice. Sit and clip the big battles. Alright, see if they launch soon. Been a while between games. You still doom banning the new civs? I don't know about you, but I always like seeing the classic civs. Alright, Viper's there. He's picked his color. They picked their teams. I think they're all good. Just get the ad during the spec delay. And alright, we're good to go. We're launching, and you can see the civs. So if you want to see the civs, here we are. It is Inca, Slavs, and Tatars for Onimaru, and Britons, Ethiopians, Magyars. Yeah, pretty clear at those three civs for ZhongSheng. So ZhongSheng's plan is going to be win Arabia, and then somehow find a win between Migration and Nomad. If Onimaru wins this game, I think that they pretty clearly win the set. Now, in terms of team bonuses for Arabia, Slavs and Inca are pretty darn good. The Inca give you an extra llama per player, so you can delay your farms a bit. That combos nicely with the Tatars having the longer lasting herdables. And the Slavs giving you extra pop space per military building means that each of the flanks essentially gets 75 wood when they go barracks in 2 ranges. Combine that with the Inca, who have extra pop space on their houses, and the Inca will save a ton of wood, not needing the early farm because of the extra llama, not needing the houses because of the Slav bonus and their bonus. So that turns the Inca into a really nice flank. The Slav team bonus, I think, is actually one of the strongest team bonuses on Arabia, perhaps second only to the Britons with their faster producing archers. But that was nerfed a bit. It's now 10% instead of 20%. Magyars, if you want to go heavy scouts, Magyars are insane. Late game, it's probably easier to go straight to Paladins than it is for the Slavs to make a Boyar swap. So what is the score? The score is 1-1. And as we load in... Yeah, faster producing, faster firing archers for Ethiopians is great. And just to keep the colors consistent, as we've been doing, Shrenlu will be cyan, Jibitong will be blue. Prophetic change in game 1, swapping the colors to Viper in yellow, Finch in purple, Lewis in red, as that's what they've chosen here. And red versus blue on the scoreboard, as the images didn't show up. Hold on. Why didn't they show up? There. There, the Onimaru Capybaras. The images get kind of cut off at the top. It's a weird capture age thing. They need to change their default usage of the images. But anyway, here we are. So, Britain and Ethiopian flanks, faster working ranges, comboed with Ethiopian faster shooting archers, are two really nice bonuses. In the pocket, we'll have bad koala as the Magyars. Magyars, one of the best pocket civs. They don't really have an eco bonus, but their scouts are cheaper, and they get the free attack upgrades. So you can take early fights with your starting scout, and you can pump lots of scouts if you want to go full scouts and feudal. On the other side, we talked about the team bonus before the game started. Tatars and Inca, the flanks, and Slavs, the pocket. The Slav team bonus for assisting your flanks on Arabia early on is ridiculously good. And I think that the Slavs are one of the best pocket saves because of that bonus. And then if you want to play simply farms, lots of farms for scouts, you can do it. More efficient farms for the Slavs. And still a decent bonus themselves. Can skip some houses on the way to feudal, do the barracks and stable for 10 pop space. We'll take a look at Vinch. Oh yeah, not only does Vinch get population from the houses, he also gets it from the settlements. So he's just going to be swimming in pop space this game. I don't know if we can actually see the pop space in the team game display. But yeah, 2 settlements, 2 houses. He'll do a barracks and 2 ranges. He'll have more pop space than he'll ever need. Hello, gentlemen. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Now loom everywhere. Loom for everyone. And 2 vills on gold for Vinch. He's doing loom and he'll be up. 19 pop-up for everyone, it looks like, other than our Ethiopians player who's doing 18 pop. Ethiopians can leave 1 on gold and do 18 pop. And that is because they get the free food and gold upon reaching feudal. So you can still pump out your ranges and start doing archers without needing as many vills. It is a bit greedy, and you can also do 19 pop, but they are saved with 18 pop as a possibility. There's a barrack. The barrack's in the back for Gibertong. Okay, usually you put the barracks at the front.
Ow.
Your enemy is the player you want to attack. He's going to the back. Hello, OG Daddy. Slav's Pocket is very interesting. I think it's very good. I absolutely love the Slav's Pocket. Viper will get some pop space once he does the barracks, and he Viper, no, don't do the house. You're the Slavs. Don't do the house. What are you doing, Viper? No, you don't need the house. You did the barracks. You got the pop space from that. He'll do the stable anyway once he's up. As long as he has the wood for the stable, it's fine. And Folder of Doom. Mistakes can happen. Please refund.
Renold is attacking our caravan!
Viper doing another house. Okay, that's weird when he's the Slavs, because he gets 10 pop space in total from the barracks and the stable. And if you do the houses, you're opting for them rather than horse collar. And horse collar is extra important for the Slavs because your farms, since you take the farms faster, you reseed them earlier. Having them last a bit longer helps your wood a lot. And Magusu, thank you for the follow. I guess the other line of thinking is since you get the Inca Llama, you don't need horse collar as early, so might as well just spend the wood on the houses while you can. And there's the blacksmith now from Xuanlu. He is the Britons. And the tricky thing for 3v3s is where do you send your scouts as the pocket? Because both your flanks need your help. And you have to make a decision about who needs the scouts more. And 2 ranges from Winchester. So have double bit axe on the way for bad koala, and more scouts being pumped out from that stable as they start heading forward. Getting towards the Viper, feels like there's a bit of initiative there, as Viper is still defending. Inca in Arabia as a team game pick, just why? They needed to use them somewhere. But honestly, I think Inca are a pretty good flank these days. The llama's a great team bonus. You save wood early on, and you can go for 2 ranges smoothly. There's a blacksmith. And that's 75 pop space you're seeing in these 3 buildings here. Or a 15 pop space and 75 wood saved in those 3 buildings compared to the houses. Scouts are going to get around and fight the Champy Scout. And the Vils will turn and fight for Vinch. His archers are going to have to play defensively and fight the scouts off. Viper will chase with his scouts and get a nice surround and a couple of hits. Nothing dying yet, though, for bad Quali. And archers coming forward for Jibbatong. Figuring out which hill you're going to fight on is a difficult task. And now both teams might end up camping a different hill. As the archers are here. They'll be fending off scouts. And archers go down for Jibbatong. But he just loses a couple of archers and will camp the hill. So this is the hill camping stage of Arabia, where neither player wants to move off of the hill, or neither team wants to move off of the hill. And because of that, they both just kind of camp there. One team thinks they have an overwhelming army advantage they can push. Or you try to disengage and sneak around, as it looks like Jibbatong's doing here, maybe heading for the opposite flank. Yeah, Age of Hill. Viper is looking for those archers, and Bad Qual is going to take a movement with his scouts in this direction, just to ensure Viper can't come over and spot those archers. And now as they swap sides, they'll try to triple team Lewis, as the Bloodline's on the way for Viper. Viper's scouts coming back towards his TC. Koala definitely won't want to fight without Bloodlines. We'll push the stable. Bloodlines will come in no matter what. And Viper, I think, would love to take a fight just as Bloodlines hits. Viper's going for the second stable, so it will be double stable scouts. So it's scout discount versus farming bonus, Magros versus Slavs. At least in feudal. Xing in the back from Jibbatong. Saying where his archers are, driving Vils back from a wood line. And Schwenlu didn't actually get a good chance to hit Lewis. He's just gonna try to combo with Koala's scouts now. And now Jibbatong will bring his archers back, but Viper has a good idea where they are. And Mandigalingo, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? And alright, triple composition now. I'll try to rainbow their way in to Lewis's base. Viper's there with scouts to distract. Finch has a few archers. Overall, the army number's actually better. For Onimaru. So Qual's scouts chased by Viper's scouts. And again, camping on the hills, no one pushing through walls. Lewis over here, interestingly enough, did go for the pocket instead of the flank with his archers. They're seeing the 3 armies are on the other side of the map, so I think it's safe to go forward. And Viper going to engage with his scouts against Koala's scouts. Not sure what I think about this fight. Koala does have bloodlines, but I think that's a good fight for Viper and Vinch. They correctly recognized that they had numbers, And they'll clean the scouts, and they'll clean at least one of these groups of archers. More scouts from Viper on the way. But Viper, for the first time, won't be going for a super fast castle. Everything cleaned there. A few archers left. And the scouts will come over, and they should make short work of those archers. Oh, actually, no, never mind. I got my colors mixed up. Purple always strikes me as the cool colors. Maybe I should put them as orange. Those are Vinch's archers left. Never mind. Vinch's archers left. So actually, that's a much better fight. And then on the other side, the blue archers from Jibbertong. That's where Jibbertong is now. In the back of Vinch's base. Tired after a charity stream. Well, I hope your stream went well. Honestly, I'm tired. Even just after trying to sleep last night. I got like maybe 6.5 hours of sleep. So hopefully I'm good to cast most of the day. A long-distance stone mining from Xuanlu, that's interesting. He's the Britons. That might just make up for having made a tower. And this Phil needs to get his stone back to the TC, and he will, and that'll ensure that it's 1 of 5 stone for Xuanlu, so we can do a TC in the Castle Age as soon as he's up. So there he goes, and we'll probably do a TC somewhere. Let he who is without sleep cast the first game. Cast the first set. It's 9 AM, wake up. It's earlier than I've been casting recently. Rage 4 sets at least have been scheduled at good times for me. So Xing there is Viper saying he's looking for Jibbertong's archers, or letting Vinch know they're headed there. And Castle Age now for Bad Koala. And Lewis now. Lewis getting some action. He went forward with his crossbows. He's in the back of Xuanlu's base. And the mercy of God, thank you for the follow. And Lewis has to micro this. He's picking off some scouts. Taking out the crossbowmen of Xuanlu. And everything that Lewis had goes down. Scores are still super close. If it'll count, still super close. Do we get to a point where the civs start to be better, though, for ZhongSheng? As the tricky thing of the Slav Pocket, as much as I love their eco bonus, and their team bonus, is making the swap to the Imperial Age. Because you can't go straight from knights into boyars. So Jibbertong gonna run his army to the corner as much as he can just to pull these armies out of position. And crossbows here from Vinch. Take out those crossbows from Jibbertong. So he's safe now. Onimaru with a slight score lead. And Viper with a slight Vil lead. Like, again, they definitely have a better comp. As a caster, you prefer the first set of the day? I always prefer sets that are later in the day. 9 AM, wake up after casting yesterday is tiring. But crossbow dance again. Lewis has actually more crossbows there. Hard to see properly with all the patrols. And I think that Lewis wins this fight. So also 1, 2 TCs from Koala versus 3 already for Viper, and we see how Viper's pulling ahead in Vils, 48-54. Once he starts getting Cav Archers, you know, that's a tricky thing for the Cav Archers, because he has 26 Crossbowmen, but if he ever goes to the Imperial Age, he doesn't have the option to transition to Arbs. So he would have to make a swap to Cav Archers eventually. It's just a very awkward swap to make. The two units can't really be microed together. Crossbowmen are a bit hard to group with Cav Archers due to the movement speed and range differences.
Mandatum. Mandatum.
And crossbows from Xuanlu still defending. As Vinch will come forward with his own crossbowman and find a TC, so the TC should be able to garrison and protect a lot of this. Don't think there's a passage on the side. Age of Hills into Age of Dances. And quick market wall to ensure if the crossbows want to get through, they have to go around by the TC. And Vinch is going to make the dive. He'll lose a few crossbowmen in the process, but he'll dive past the TC. Meanwhile, in the back, here's Viper forward. Both pockets actually being raided now. Crossbow Knights, opposite sides in both of the pockets. Or actually, no, never mind. Xuanlu's the flank. I'm so used to the old school days when Cyan's the pocket and we had the Cyan pocket paladins. But yeah, Cyan here, the flank. Pushing the Knights away. And can Viper defend this with his greedy broom? 69 vills. 3 more than Bad Koala. He's had those for a while. Crossbows start picking off the Knights. They'll try to focus the low HP units as Jibbertong walls and tries to maybe trap them. Deletes the barracks for a better surround with the Knights. Actually didn't have them walled. And tries to micro his own crossbowman away as the Knights kill some of these crossbows. Crossbows down. All of them go down. In the back, I'm seeing some Xing here on the TC. As Viper Lu is thinking of pushing the TC, but maybe getting back, as Viper's Xing behind, telling Vinch, hey, bring your crossbows here, we can clean this, especially if they take the hill. Now, crossbows and Knights coming around to the top of the hill. And you see Bad Koala might just run and leave the crossbowman out to dry. And yeah, he'll have to do that. Again, Viper and Vinch cleaning up armies on this hill. As the Knights take down crossbows over here. Now the crossbowmen go down. On the other side, another large fight, and it feels like both sides going to be cleaned. As Bad Koala is there with Knights, and the crossbowman for Xuanlu helping out with the fight. So overall Vil counts slightly ahead for the Capybaras, military counts slightly ahead for ZhongSheng. And the scores are very close. Xing in the back. Koala can't quite get in. Lewis is walled. Monastery up. The crossbowman will take out a few Knights. Knights from Bad Koala coming over too. Guess we need Viper to switch to Halb SO late game. Does that work on Arabia? And also, you're against Britons. You can't really go SO that well if there's a Briton flank. I feel like Viper's team needs to be winning Castle Age harder because both Slavs and Tatars have awkward transitions into the Imperial Age. Not good to go Cavalier versus Paladins. Yeah, it's like maybe just pure Halbs and then try to get to Boyars. Because Boyars, if you get Elite Boyar and you have enough production, you can fight the Paladins. But those are big ifs, and the Paladins... It's a weird thing to say, but Paladins are a much faster transition. Particularly if Magyars get still, since they get the free Blast Furnace too. That helps them. Viper is saying, Imp, what's Imperial Age? I'm gonna go full Castle Age. Viper recognizing the situation where he doesn't want to have to make a transition Cavalier versus Paladin. No, he will stay Castle Age, and he will make as many stables as he can. 7 stables. Mercy of God, hello, hello. And stables at the front will go down. Here is Vinchester. There's a forward Vil from Jibbertong. Just wants to outpost, just wants to see the Viper. His own eyes with that line of sight. That'll be denied. Nice patrol from Vinch to get in there. But all 3 armies are here. Viper's got a rainbow at the front of his base. Lewis coming back to try to defend. Lewis, though, can't keep making crossbowmen. That Tatar tech tree is missing Arbalest. He has to make a Cav Archer swap. And it's so tricky to do that when you've been going crossbowman the whole game. There's Imp, but that's Imp for Bracer and Chemistry. That's not Imp for Arb. There he's clicked them right away. And Arachnid, hello. You mix of Cavaliers and Boyars, averaging to the same power. Boyars also would be weaker against Arbs than Paladins, too, if I recall. So still a tricky unit to use, even if it might be the stronger unit, technically. Outpost down to the crossbowmen. As the knights push forward. Xing everywhere here. Yeah, how are they going to deal with Britain Arbs? How are they going to deal with Ethiopian Arbs? Well, they'll deal with it by trying to have the faster timing. Vinch maybe had wanted some type of forward workshop or forward building. Doesn't have the stone for a castle, but we'll just run into a TC. Vinch might have wanted that gold. He's trying to win a fight with Arbs. He's Xing to the pocket's base. Lots of knights there from bad quality. He'd love to upgrade them. And there is the first imp for Xuanlu. And now it's all about the timing. Can Viper push with knights with his rainbow army with his teammates into the base of bad Koala? And if they have the timing right, they can stop Koala from getting imp and getting the upgrades. Koala right now doesn't want to fight since he only has Castle Age Knights and they get shredded by Arbs. And he's trying to buy time. Where's his Imp TC? He's still a minute away from Imp. Then he'll need the Cavalier upgrade. And his Viper's up to Imp too. In all honesty, he really probably wants Paladin before fighting. Britain Arbs good in team fights. It's a very it depends situation. You do lack Thumb Ring. So in terms of overall DPS, it's lower. But you fight from farther away. And that can help you get all of your crossbows shooting at the same time, or help you hit faraway enemy units. Kind of situational. There's Koala up, immediately clicks armor, and immediately clicks Cavalier, puts it in a safe stable. So anything that can't be answered with it depends. You should never delete your town center on sudden death in a 1TC game. There we go. I guess even that's it depends. It depends on if you... want to resign or not. Yeah, if you want to feed Elo. Yeah, if you want to surrender. So there's Viper Imp, Cavalier and armor, but the tricky thing will be the Magyar Paladins, especially with the free Blast Furnace, so nice timing here. And Bad Koala, who didn't die, will push across the map. However, there are some raids. Lewis raiding on the side. Lewis doing Bloodlines. He's starting to make Cav Archers. He'll need to make Heavy Cav Archer. And even then, he's fighting Britain Arbs, which Britain Arbs then have that situation. They're hiding behind castles and not moving into the open to engage the Cav Archers. And you're now with the impetus that you need to force the fights yourself, so Cav Archers can't move to the other side freely. And a lot of Cavaliers from Bad Koala going to raid the Viper. Viper not walled fully at home. TC is up. The scores are still really close. But the Cavalier raids will be nice. I think they probably need to hit Vils rather than the TC. But maybe they'll just destroy the TC anyway. Vils ejected from the TC for Viper. He's taking damage. Bad Koala hasn't been damaged yet. And Bertrand, thank you for the follow. Okay, nice raid from Lewis, getting to the opposite flank, killing 8 or so Vils on stone. Capybaras have more Vils, but Viper losing his Vils. He has to migrate over to Vinch and run his Vils. He's saying, Vinch, deal with the Cavaliers, please. Paladin is clicked for Bad Koala. Viper trying to do elite Boyars now, but that is an awkward transition to make. They have 7 Pierce Armor, but less HP than Paladins will have. So a bit worse against the Arbs. But now Viper's raiding too. He's got some Cavaliers forward. Slav's Pocket tricky to play, and we'll have a TC from Vinch denied by Koala's Cavaliers. Vinch adding towers everywhere for some defense and protection. Viper's farms are being raided. Viper down to 98 Vils. Gibbertong very low numbers of Vils himself, but that matters less for the Arbalest player than it does for the Cav player. Now, Lewis here with heavy Cav Archers, and Viper's taking a beating in his eco. He's trying to counter raid, and that'll help keep him comparable to the Pocket. Now the Boyars are here. And that is Skirm and Paladin now for ZhongSheng. And army on the hill here for Xuanlu. Surrounded by Vinch. Arbs will take out Cavaliers here.
Mandatum? Yay.
Arbs fighting Arbs as Paladin is in. Banking even for Xuanlu. Ooh, I like that for the Britons, but Lewis in on Jibbertong's woodline. Jibbertong now suffering down to 74 vills. Viper only on 80 vills though. And this group of Arbs on the hill not even going down. The hill advantage crazy good in this fight. Viper will need to clear them with some Boyars.
Mandatum? Ready.
And they will be cleared, but that was a nice fight for Xuanlu, all things considered. Paladins, yeah, 30 more HP than the Boyars, so they'll be much tankier against Arbs. In particular, when it's not even Arb, when it's just crossbow. Paladins come in. They will fight the crossbowmen. Crossbows there all go down. And now Lewis with the heavy cav archers trying to push Xuanlu. But I was saying, I like banking and slinging for the Britons if they get to 200 pop. And they have this big archer mass that they're maintaining and they sling their teammates. If the archers are in the back and not dying. But that's a big if. As here come the Boyars now. For Viper, killing the Arbs of Jibbertong. And Viper, I think, still needs to boom back. But he's getting his vills queued. And as they're getting trade set up, it's maybe not the worst thing to lose vills at that point anyway, as you're adding trade cards to replenish the population. And the Arbs here go down. I think things are looking pretty good for Onimaru now. Lewis, those great crossbow raids on Jibbertong combined with now the raids on Xuanlu. Koala can't be everywhere at once. And now Lewis is in the trade. Lewis is in the trade. Killing vills on the markets. And what a good game of Arabia this was. Vinch slinging Viper too.
Greeting?
Ready.
And hope the vills will just run into a forest. Vills will run into a forest. Cav archers will push the vills on this hill.
Yay.
And we'll have a couple of castles forward. Archers peppering the paladins with arrows. Bill feels pretty good about surviving. Also, hello, Captain Cadaver. And now, man, look, what a fight this is. Paladins against Elite Boyars. They have the same attack, but 6 extra melee armor for the Boyars. Against the Paladins, they would win. But against the Arbs, that HP difference will matter more. Silk armor, yep, and that's the unique tech that comes in. It'll be extra armor, in particular Pierce armor for the Cav archers against the Briton Arbs. And this is where the Britons, yeah, the range bonus helps. But if it's a straight up fight, the lack of thumb ring makes them a bit worse than normal archers. But yeah, now Lewis might get trapped over here. A cheetah going to chase after the Cav archers, a renamed jaguar. Look at the dodging of ballistics from Lewis there. As he'll fight the Arbs, but in the middle there is a castle from Bad Koala. Vinch will camp underneath it. Look at those fortified walls from the Inca. Alright, the only South American civ that gets fortified wall. We can glance at the majesty of this architecture. We don't see it all that often. As now the castle drops and the Elite Boyars push into the Paladins. And an X over here from Vinch. This is open. And this looks like it might be Onimaru going up 2-1. So ZhongSheng had the Civ matchup they wanted. Onimaru somehow figured it out. Viper got hit in that imp transition pretty hard. But at the same time, Lewis was just doing damage with small groups of crossbows. and doing some counter damage.
Yay.
And the flank players of Onimaru alive enough that Viper's able to carry. Hills going down to the Cav Archers, also taking down some trade carts. Somehow Onimaru returned. Those look very cool. And the Trebs now continuing the push from the Viper. What a game this was. Arabia's great when you get good games on it, and it's not just over right away. So Schwenlu deleting those walls. Click the Yarbs. How many Yarbs? 50 Yarbs. I'm hearing crossbows. There they are. I'm hearing Cav Archers. Hussar for a bad koala, and that never feels good when you're the pocket and you need to go Hussar because you don't have your trade in time. So a tower going down to the castle fire. Boyars continuing the raid. This castle will go down, and ZhongSheng will call it, as Onimaru now, after losing that first game, comes back, takes a 2-1 lead, and is one game away from not getting trash-talked by Doubt for failing to qualify. If they win either of the 2 remaining games, which will be Nomad and Migration, and should be good maps for them, particularly with the civs they drafted. This was a lot of civs early on in the draft, used for ZhongSheng on Arabia. There is Viper with the Slavs with the best eco. Lots more gold. Look at the 6k gold difference between the pockets. Able to stay on those boyars. GG. Clearly they needed a longbows to compete in the looking cool competition. That's true, they needed some longbows. GG. Let me get caught up on chat. Thank you, Chancellor Lizard, for the follow. And hello, Noob Netrum on YouTube. Benj Blaze is not a morning person either. I am not. I need a couple sets to wake myself up. Hello, One Girl Army. Let's get these civs maps checked off. So that's a loss on Arabia. And for the civs, that was Ethiopians, Britons, Magyars against Tatars, Slavs, and Inca. So fairly low civ picks. And that's great in these sets if you can win with your low civ picks. As we'll get this scoreboard updated too. A couple bars, save. Relic gold was also significant. This is always a tricky thing, right? Figuring out when you want to pick up relics in the team game. Because you're not really going monks in the team game situation. We'll see all 5 matches. We could have 25 games today. 16:47 in Sweden, soon bedtime. I'm just waking up. And looks like Tato will be coming back. The next map will be either Nomad or Migration. And again, the next set will be LY versus Wonders. That should be, I think, a more evenly balanced set. But ZhongSheng has sure put up a fight so far. And if we do go Nomad, I mean, looking at ZhongSheng's draft, there's no place to use the Teutons now. They're not a nomad civ, they're not a migration civ. And if I say that I'm just jinxing myself that they'll win a game with some crazy Teutons Celts play. Like Teutons Celts Sicilians on migration somehow. But Burmese are probably a nomad civ, as are Berbers. Now the Georgians are Wu. But at this point, I think the Onimaru civs are much better. They have Dravidians, Japanese, Bengalis, and Malay, and Chinese and Byzantines that all can be played. So if you put Byzantine... You could even put Byzantines on migration and use Chinese on nomad then. Why is that a skull? Because it is the home map for ZhongSheng and they lost on their home map. The win for Onimaru on Capybaras was they picked their home map and they won it. So that is a crown. Do we know the characters they're using? I have not seen that. I've just seen them called ZhongSheng. I haven't seen the name written with Chinese characters. And it will be Nomad for the next map. So then you're asking where to use Dravidians versus Japanese and Malay. I'm thinking this then becomes Bengalis, Chinese, Dravidians, and that saves Japanese, Malay, Byzantines for migration for the Capybaras. For here, if you're ZhongSheng, I guess Celts have to be a migration flank for them if they get there. You probably want to go then Turks, Burmese, Berbers here. Although Berbers are like their only water civ. And they could go like Berbers, Sicilians, Celts? I guess Wu could be a water civ. Like Wu, Sicilians, Celts? Maybe Georgians get played on Nomad? I mean, Berbers, Burmese, Turks could go here. Or Burmese, Turks, Georgians. Not clear what they're gonna pick to me. Hello, Chipmunk. I always did it in terms of draft host. I always do it in terms of home map picks. Is there a kelp bonus for water other than fast wood? Nope, it is just fast wood. Fast wood on water is good. It depends. They say for Rez not having to get... That's true, you can steal sheep with your transport. That is a good bonus. Okay, now Xuanlu has... ZhongSheng have changed their colors around a bit. Be able to download match content, but I'm in the match. Thanks, DE. Alright, take a look at the civs. Any idea why Ornlu isn't streaming? I don't know. It's the weekend, early in the morning. Maybe he's just sleeping. So it'll be Malay. Okay, Malay here instead of on migration. No Dravidians. So Malay, Bengalis, Chinese. Interesting they're going Malay instead of Dravidians here. I would have swapped that. Because the Dravidian dock bonus as a team bonus is great for Nomad. But, yeah, Burmese, Berbers, Turks then. Okay. I kind of want to see Game 5 just to see what civs ZhongSheng goes for. Yeah, the stealing sheep in transports is, you can put sheep in transports now. And the Celts have a bonus that if a Celt unit is next to a sheep, and an enemy unit is next to a sheep, regardless of whether or not the enemy captured the sheep first, the sheep will will belong to the Celts player. It'll change ownership. And here we go. Alright, and let me get everyone's colors set up. Bad Koala will be green, Xuanlu cyan, Viper Vinch Tato, they are set up. Alright, get the Onimaru there because it's in the team name. And then red versus blue. Do we have images? We need images. And yes. Alright, I think that's the scoreboard setup. So, Nomad, this will be a donut nomad with a pond in the middle, a lake in the middle, whatever you want to term that body of water. There'll be some shallows crossing on the side. I always like to see that little inlet there of water. And we will have Bad Koala getting his TC on top of a hill in an awkward spot where he is essentially behind enemy lines. We have a line of Onimaru players in the east, Bad Koala to the side. Okay. And then the other two players on ZhongSheng over to the west. Is there a historical reason why they can steal sheep? I don't know. So the docks for the ZhongSheng players are fairly close to their TCs, other than maybe Bad Koala. For Onimaru, docks are scattered around the map. Viper hasn't even docked yet as the Bengalis, has he? Oh, there he is. There he is. He has docked. Alright, he has docked. He's going to be... Actually, he and Vinch will be sandwiching the two docks of ZhongSheng. Sheep are common in Scotland? I believe they are.
I found him.
At the very least, Great Britain, the island, does seem like a place where you would find sheep. There'd be some sheep. So some Xing here from Vinch. I don't know what he's Xing. Sending a Vil over. Yeah, I do miss the days when players were maybe trying to find boars. Were typing in text chat instead of voice chat. Then it was easier to spectate and figure out what they were doing. I kind of want to play some type of, or host some type of 4v4 match. Where players all have to be in text chat, and we have a bunch of chatty players. And we can see all the strategies. All the planning, all the thinking. So, T90 community game. But like 4v4, right? The commie games are like FFA diplomacy stuff. I want to have like an actual game where you see the strategies. Wool was essentially the English export in the Middle Ages, which isn't quite the Celts, but same island. As far as AGB2 is concerned, right? Definitely not the Celts, but you can get away with it. You can only use taunts. I think reading the chats is fun. So, standard Nomad game here. Turk's a civ that usually wants to be castle dropping. They're pretty isolated and far away from anyone else, so they could boom. Because it is a 9-vil start, you often can have several vils behind enemy lines. And here Viper is going to use the trick where you hunt the boar, and then turn the vils into fishing vils to drop off food. So he'll hunt the boar, right-click the fish, and then drop off at the dock. He's paying attention, that is, because the vil might try to walk back to his TC. The vils all are going to try to walk back to his TC. There he goes. Turns them into the fish vils, and they'll drop off at the dock. Here's Loom and Loom. So Viper dropping off the boar food. Might think about going up soon. And remember, you can garrison fishing ships inside of docks. The docks will shoot arrows. So Nomad these days, from what I've seen, has been huge investments into fishing ships and fish booming. Here's Green's TC. Down here on this hill, behind enemy lines. The big question for Onimaru will be, do they scout that? And so far they haven't. Maybe Koala can surprise them. Maybe be like, bam, castle dropper, run by surprise. Needs to have good fishing to get up, and that dock is kind of in an awkward spot. Usually you want your dock in the corner because there are more fish in the corners, and at the very least on the edge of the land, because then when you're here, the land blocks more fish, whereas if you're here, that water would be open, and the land curves back. But again, you're just putting your dock up as fast as you can in Nomad usually. Oh, Vil fight here. No loom for the Vil for Bad Koala. Tato, ooh, took too long to get the walls up. And that Vil couldn't escape. Okay, didn't take too long for the walls. Gonna wall the Vil in. Loom finishes, but Tato will win the caged match because he had more HP. They didn't ban Nomad? They did not. Oh, but the Vil attacks the wall and escapes. And walls in Tato's Vil. Tato has to delete his palisades, but doesn't notice in time. And that Vil may have almost attacked a boar. So there's Xuanlu up to feudal. He'll be our first player up. And the Vils will have a good fight here. Next over here is a couple of Vils from Tato pulled back. And there's a house, and Bad Koala doing everything he can to wall in that Vil. Tato would love to hunt it down. It's so much more effective to stop docks if there are no Vils, but there is at least a second Vil there. As Bad Koala's up to the castle age, Tato will be doing more docks, or a second dock, since he's mostly focused in the south with docks. Yeah, if only he knew about the real threat. Oh, wait. Did they see? I don't know if they've seen. Oh, outpost, though, from Vinch. Absolutely clutch outpost. But he doesn't see the woodline with the outpost. Does Vinch know? He's just doing a blacksmith. He might eventually know. Koala might not know. There's a market and a blacksmith from him. Alright. So once that blacksmith finishes, Vinch will know. Okay, he sees this. He sees this now. So he has a good idea where Koala is. That's true. They might have lost a sheep over there, too. That's something that's really hard to tell from our point of view when you're spectating, because then you would need to know every single sheep and where they've been lost. So Hulk versus Hulk fight now. More Hulks on the other side fighting by the dock. Koala might need to run fishing ships at some point if he loses this. But he does have 2 docks to Tato's 1. So Tato can try to be disruptive, but he will be at a production disadvantage. Meanwhile, he's going for a market, and feels like it's full-on water fighting for Viper and Xuanlu. Viper wants to keep his fishing ships working, has 3 docks along the coast for lots of fish access. Yeah, blacksmith buddies there. Indeed, blacksmith buddies right next to each other. So Hulk's taking down the dock. Castle Age plus gold mining. Most players up to Castle, but Viper and Xuanlu fighting intensely in the Feudal Age will stay feudal for a while. Koala going water. He's not strictly going water, he's up to the Castle Age, but he is going to be castle dropped by Vinchester. And does he see? He doesn't see it. It would be crazy if Vinch somehow could get ballistics for when that castle finishes, then he could actually kill Vils. Now, Bad Koala might just go for his own castle drop, too. He might bypass Vinch and go for a castle drop. Or he might just castle drop here on Viper. Honestly, castle dropping the feudal player can be an interesting idea, because they kind of die fully. If they get castle drop, they can't fight it. Vinch, if there's a castle drop, then you might have some type of castle versus castle fight. So there's the castle and the Chuko news. Bad Koala at least is up, and that castle Wait, does he not know Viper's TC is there? Maybe he doesn't. Doing another TC of his own, but that feels like an awful castle. He could have taken Viper out of the game if the castle were here. Well, he'll likely lose this TC then. That is a questionable castle. Castle also for Jibitong, as they probably want to get Camel Archer plus a Rambai production. Outpost here from Tato as he's going for a workshop. And elephants. So elephants, Malay elephants are very cheap, and Tato will spam them out. Have some ships fighting on the water over here, Jibitong and Vinch. Xing up here as Viper is still chasing Xuanlu. Viper wants to get into the fishing ships. And I'm still thinking it is a difficult choice to play Nomad against Viper and Tato and Vinch. Honestly, the only team I'd probably favor against them on Nomad would be Yolix and Vivi. I understand that ZhongSheng probably is themselves better at Nomad than any other map as a team, but you're also picking against Onimaru here, and I think it's tricky. So now we get the Castle Age ships in here for blue. And the Arambai and Workshop push are going to push into Viper's TC, but there are Chuko News to defend, and a tower also as the Arambai try to kill some Vills. Players can just make spears and upgrade to pikes later. As this TC is under attack by Tato's Mangonel, but Castle Age will come in. And Xuanlu might lose the TC though, especially with the elephants there. Elephants could converge on it, but the elephants right now want to raid the woodline, raid the Vills. And maybe deny the TC? Don't think he can deny it with one elephant, but he can kill a Vill or two. Yeah, gets one on the foundation, and can keep going after this TC now. A Polk attacking a Vill. So now it's a question of how do you think about investing into water? Because the main purpose of fish, I always feel, is to get you to the Castle Age, and once you're in the Castle Age, it's less painful to lose the fish. Especially if you're going for a wood gold unit like Winchester is. He's got 2 fishing ships, but he's not really using the food right now. We'll of course have better imp timing, fewer fishing ships, but no more fishing ships for Bad Koala. And Viper's got 12. So, Camel Archers coming out for Jibitong. Camel Archers always are tricky to deal with. The Chukyo News are here for Vinch. We'll push that mining camp. And now Bad Koala is in a rough spot. He's going for a ram push on the tower with the Arambai. Maybe Viper needs some murder holes. Viper's do what he can to wall and trap the Arambai, but he'll lose a lot of Vills for those walls. He's getting a trap on the Arambai, though. They should be able to break the gate. Yeah, they'll get out. Alright, crazy attempt, but not good enough. Viper, you mean he's down by 20 Vills? Oh, wait, never mind. I got the colors wrong. That's Tato who had the 13 fishing ships, sorry. Tato has the 13 fishing ships. Tato has a huge lead in Vills. I looked at the big fish boom, and in my mind I already thought Viper's got to be fishing. No. Viper doesn't have fish. He's just going to be adding more TCs. Color blind. There's a lot going on when players swap in and out. Lewis was in the previous game. Now I gotta talk about Tato. Oh, there's a pick-off from galleys on Tato's Ville. It does feel like, other than Tato, Onimaru getting kicked off of the water. But maybe the timing's okay. As Jibitong's getting a good boom with the Berbers, which can be scary. And Tato's the Malay might not have the best option against camel archers. They are more mobile and a bit tankier than Chuko News. They are accompanied by a Rambai, which have a lot of HP. And if you're Vinch and you have the Chuko News here, you're thinking, how can I actually force a fight because of that mobility the enemy has? You just have to run around with Chuko News and make sure you're always in the right spot. Keep very close track of the enemy army movements. Make sure you don't get caught out of position between two groups and sandwiched. Some more TCs for Xunlu. And that's a lot of a Rambai for Bad Koala, and whereas Viper has TCs, doesn't really have a way of stopping the Rambai right now. Also does kind of feel to me like Tato is maybe dominating a bit on water. There's a castle for the Viper. Chuko News will take down the house. Or not. I thought they'd attack the house for a while. They'd just be like, yeah, we'll take it down. Nope, they'll just attack it. Xing over here for Bad Koala is probably saying where Tato is. Viper doing another castle, or a first castle, that would be among his TCs. Give him some defense as the Chuko News come over to help out against the Rambai. In the north now, Tato still with the water control raiding the fish. Ballistics and Bodkin for him. Tato, he's on 92. Eco population, 15 fishing ships. 78 vills. And fishing ships in the corner going down from Jibbatong. As he's trying to go Camel Archers 2. Tato making a swap to Skirms. Malay should have no problem going Skirms. And he's even going to try to raid, knowing that the eco maybe isn't in place to do multiple units that can actually stop the Skirms. Especially for the Turks, who are so reliant on gold units. And Tato just needs to make sure the Skirms fight the Camel Archers properly. This could be a bad fight for him. The Camel Archers do start picking off Skirms. See what happens to the Skirms as they go forward, start fighting the Camel Archers. And the Skirms will go down. More Skirms coming to surround. The Skirms are down. Chuko News will defend against the ram push as best they can. The castle goes up. Chuko News will do damage to the rams. A few conversions on a Rambai. Viper adding in monks. And the Bengali monks will help out here in this fight, healing some Chuko News even. Forcing everything else back. Chuko News, if they... since they shoot a lot of projectiles, take down mangonels. And this push now from Bad Koala is stifled again. As Viper now, 52 vills compared to the 46 of Koala. But Koala's on 2 TCs. Viper on 3 still. A bit of a raid. Camel Archer's getting to Tato's base. TC will pick them off, and Tato will try to chase with Skirms, but they will find a gold mine and be able to pick off some vills there. On the water, Tato's still defending his dock, and his forward outposts are being raided. And castle, another castle from Vinch, who is up to Imp himself. We'll also have Jibbatong up to Imp, but a bit slower than Vinch. Also kind of far away. But he would like more camel archers. Elephants now from Tato. Tato, Skirm, Elephant, Scorpion. That's what you see from Tato. That's what you see from Tato. Mangonella hits the Scorpion. Monk goes down to the Skirms. The Skirms keep pushing forward. There'll be a repair from that Vill on the Mangonel. Elephants are forward. And the Arambai are forced back as Monks come forward. Elephant will attack the Mangonel. And a Monk will want to convert the Elephant. Nice delete there, and the other elephants maybe have the time to kill the Monk. The Mangonel helps him out. And Shunlu on stone feels more like desperation for a castle than anything. Is Backwall going to be defeated? He's going to try to run with his Vills, it looks like. I've seen enough Rage Forester players run with their Vills, he might be inspired. Or no, he's just going to go mine some stone. And Viper seems to be content with his monks and Arambai for now. This is Bengali Arambai. And how many conversions will he get? Arambai trying to jump the monks. Yeah, not that many. But enough to win the fight. And now the Vills are driven back. Bad Koala doesn't have any Vills left. He's only on 46. And on the other side, Camel Archers can't get in, thanks to Tato's stone walls. So Tato thinking, I just want a stone wall, myself at home, so the Camel Archers can't attack me, and have enough skirms at the front so the Camel Archers can't attack my army, and then Jibbertong trying to go to the north of the island won't be useful, as everything Tato has is either defended or counters Jibbertong's army. In the south, not much you can do against the Chuko News. Unless Bad Koala decides to transport away, he might be trapped. And he's gonna do transports. He's gonna try to run on the transports. Putting the Arambai on. 20 pop space per transport. Where does he go? Could Tato potentially find him? He's doing it, he's transporting. Oh, let's go, let's go. Hello, Larry Croft. Oh, he's not gonna be defeated. He's gonna transport to freedom. He'll find a spot that's safe. Maybe over here. Oh, I've done this before, and it is fun when it works. There's Imp for Viper. The final player on his team to be up will be a bit after Shunlu. So Shunlu and Jibbertong both up. Koala now has to find some way to contribute to the game. And let's see. Yep, a couple of cattle hanging out with the ram. They will attack the TC. Tato, what's he gonna do with the cows? Just scouting with them. Castle for Viper in the south. As Koala has no Vills by his TC. He is just transporting. He's landed the transport because Viper's there with a fire ship. He doesn't want to lose the Vills. And Koala will find space for a TC right in the back of Jibbertong's base, so he's safe for now. And castle up for Tato. And this push is just looking stronger and stronger for Onimaru as they're pulling ahead in score. ZhongSheng doesn't want to give up too easily in what would be the final game of their qualifier if they lose. So they're going to hold on, make a desperation play. But that's getting harder as the Chuko News keep moving forward for Vinch. A couple of Arambai in the back, but Arambai get less annoying over time. Tato not maybe fully walled up by the coast. Would have prohibited movement a bit. And now that's Rocketry and Thumbring on the way for Vinchester. And the Lushuans, Vinch using the middle pond. Talked about that middle pond right at the start, and he's using it, taking advantage of it. And this castle here will go down for Jibbertong, crumbling to dust before the might of the Lushuans. And Vinch losing his own castle, or it's getting besieged even, by Jibbertong. Lushuans, I don't think they can hit the Treb, but they can surely hit the castle. A rocketry. Extra attack for the Lushuans, so 25% is actually crazy. This castle will go down in another volley or two. Down it goes. And Cavalier raiding in. But there is the GG. There is the GG, and the Capybaras will qualify. So Viper, Tato, Vinch, and Lewis will make it in. Get your... Oh, Negojam is here. Get your Onimaru emotes in the chat. He's got 2 more teams to watch today. Most kills for Tato there. Bad Koala did not have a good TC spot, and Castle dropped immediately by Vinch. Felt like Onimaru knows exactly how to play Nomad. So GG to Lewis and his teammates, to the GOAT and his teammates. I'll check off everything else on the scoreboard for this set, as it'll be a loss for ZhongSheng on Nomad. And for Civs, that was Chinese, Malay, Bengali. Still surprised the Dravidians there, but would have saved them for migration against Turks, Burmese, and Berbers. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break myself, and we'll have the next set coming up soon, so stay tuned. We'll have LY versus Wonders, then DarkSidE versus Vanguard, then Tag versus Vitality, and finally Barbatacos versus Sauls. I'll see how much of that I'm able to cast today. I'll do my best. At the rate this is going, I won't be able to finish. I gotta be done by like 7 p.m. to eat dinner properly tonight, but I will get as far as we can. Hopefully we at least get the next 2 sets. So stay tuned, I'll be right back, and then we'll get the next set going. Also, let me check up on YouTube. GG. Well, I'm muted? I'm not muted. Hopefully audio is fine on YouTube. Tag winning would be elite. I would imagine Tag is Sato, Mihai, MBL, but I'm not sure where Sorokuma will fall there. Alright, anyway, we will be right back. Alright, just had a hydration break to get my coffee. And hopefully we're starting soon. We have a lobby? I don't see a lobby, but we have a draft. Who is playing on Wonders? Very likely Sebastian, ACCM, Nikov. Although Lucho is also on their roster. So first we'll have Mendy, and Wonders has picked water maps. We'll have Migration and Enemy Archipelago. LY, unsurprisingly, has picked Nomad and banned Black Forest. And then also picked Frontline. Somewhat surprised to see all the closed map bans of Regicide Fortress, Arena, Fortified Clearing. Well, I guess Regicide Fortress doesn't surprise me. LY has been around since the days when that was a very common tournament map, especially in team games. But Arena feels like a map that they'd want to play a more closed map against LY. I'm sure they would have loved to have picked Black Forest with ACCM and all the Rage Forest experience he has, but makes sense that LY banned that right away. Going out of my pocket when I sit down. Mega Drama has all of those Onimaru emotes still dancing around in the chat. That's lovely. Alright, so let's see. Is there any... They will start around 15:40, so around 2 minutes from now. Wonderful. I think I should be able to get one more ad break out of the way before we go then. And then hopefully we're good. So what are you thinking, chat? Wonders is the higher seed technically, but I think LY is still a favorite. LY in a team game is honestly, I think, the scariest team there is. My top 3 teams, I think, would be LY, Vitality, and Onimaru right now. The Capybaras. Wonders is very good. I'd maybe even put that number 4, but I think there's a bit of a gap there. Yeah, I mean, individually, they had better players. Like, if they had to play a 1v1 individually between each of them, like Yo versus ACCM or Sebastian is probably a toss-up. Probably favored him against Nikov, though. But the rest of the team matching up against Vivi and Lix, yeah, Wonders is better 1v1 players. But as a team, LingYuan is a scary team. Lix is some way of he just vil fights and causes chaos and wins games. He sets up Yo perfectly. Also, I've restocked on coffee and on water. And I had a bagel for some food in between. So I'm hopefully well stockpiled for this game. For this set. So T-Cone. You know, the ancient saying, never play Nomad team games against China. Yeah. If there's one map to ban, it's Nomad when facing LY. Hello, Messenger. T90 is waking up. Look at that. So, okay, they're in the lobby. Game 1 is Mendy, and I see Lucho in the lobby, actually. See Lucho and Sebastian. It is, I guess, not the best time for ACCM, but same could be said for LY. ACCM's used to playing at this time. take a quick look at the lobby. I don't know who the final player will be. But, as expected, Yo, Lix, and Vivi. And your castle will doubt get out of the lobby. Lucho, Sebastian. So it could be Nikov or ACCM as the final player. I suppose if it is Sebastian, Lucho, Nikov, they probably communicate a bit more effectively because they can talk in Spanish. I don't know what language they talk in when they all play together. If ACCM joins, then the team would have to talk in English. Two versus 3 factorial. My team once, years ago, we showed up for a tournament and one of our players was late, so we played the first game 3v4. And we almost won. But, okay, not sure where the final player is. 2v6? I think that's a bit much. I mean, it's doable, but that's more finding the mismatch of elos to get a 2v6. So, lots of water saves prioritized at the tops of the drafts for everyone, along with Britons for wonders. Snagging Britons probably going to be used first for Menindi. And they have Goths at the end. They could go Britons, Goths, and a Cav Civ. Like Slavs or Magyars. Goths for Vil fighting, Britons for archers, Slavs for scouts, and then you're saving Magyars maybe for frontline. Aztecs could also be a Vil fighting civ, as could Inca. Should hard AI be allowed? Bring back the Ornlu Big Nomad Cup. And it is ACCM, so ACCM, Sebastian, and Lucho. Lucho and Nikov are both pretty close these days. Remember, it took 7 games in the Brazilian Dynasty qualifier for Nikov to win over Lucho. Wonder's B team has FedEx, Mono's Prisma, I believe. Hard AI, maybe easiest AI. Up in Siesta's Jordan the lobby doing his adminning. So this is interesting for the Civ positions. I'm gonna do a color swap. I'm gonna make Yo yellow and Vivi purple when we get into the game. Because I think for future games, Yo will be consistently the pocket. And I would see Yo as the pocket in terms of the colors. So I'll do that. Lix red, Vivi purple, Yo yellow. Lucho purple, Sebastian ACCM. Not sure. I'm honestly not sure who's going to be the pocket there. I'd imagine ACCM. But Menindi has weird pocket setup things where Yo might just want to be a specific position. You have 3 players around a lake. And then there are fish in the middle. So hopefully they're getting started in just a moment. And we should be good to go. So, thank you all for watching. Nice to see we're having some team game stuff. We have this and Rage Forest going on. Next Rage Forest set will be tomorrow. We have one on Monday and one on Tuesday. Coffee's still too hot to drink. So we're on the second coffee and we're only on the second set. I wonder how many coffees we'll need. I always feel like I need to cast a set before I fully wake up. And that first set took a while. And you're still in the lobby. Everyone's got their colors, so it will be ACCM as the pocket. Yeah, ACCM's probably taking a smoke break. Yeah, don't talk to me before I've had my first set. And our first set is underway on Menindi as we are launching. And I have failed to download match content. I'll click a button again. And there we go. Alright, so game 1 on Menindi, we can see the civs. It'll be Aztecs, Britons, and Magyars. Alright, so not saving Magyars for frontline. Alright, Aztecs, Britons, and Magyars for wonders, and then Berbers, Tatars, and Hindustanis for LY. Alright, yeah, and as I said, I think I want to swap colors around to keep players in the colors I'm used to for them. ACCM goes cyan a lot. This is the important part of casting. We got to figure out what colors go where. But Aztecs and Berbers, Vil fighting civs. Aztecs, the extra 50 gold. The faster producing militia. Berbers will have the faster moving Vils. Hindustanis, Magyars, the Cav civs. Camels to try to counter Magyar knights. And Tatars and Britons, the archer civs. So, kind of Menindi and Frontline both have that same setup of archer, scout, Vil fight. And Lix will be doing the Vil fighting. No surprise to see Lix doing the Vil fighting. Lix is amazing. He and Yo played a 2v2 tournament a while ago, Terra Nova duos, which became Lix would Vil fight both players on the other team while Yo boomed, and they won with that strategy on a wide variety of different map types. Magyar's Vil fighting, they don't fear wolves. I don't think you have to fear wolves on this map. But alright, we should be launching right now. And here we are. So, first game, so we gotta set up the scoreboard. This is Wonders. This is LingYuan. And we have a restart? Why do we have a restart? Hello? I don't know why, but we have a restart. Oh, our player dropped. Alright, well that gives us time to set the scoreboard up. Alright, so this will be just Yo, Lix, and Vivi. I'm going to get rid of this so we have more stuff to read. The clans will be at the top, and we'll add the logos Wonders, and we'll add LY. Done. Alright, so that'll be what the scoreboard will look like. I think we got it all set up. Other than, I think we swap. Yeah, Yo in yellow, Vivi in purple. Then same thing. ACCM in cyan, Sebastian in green. And I think that'll be how we do the setup. Going forward. But, okay. Restart first. Yeah, you can co-op by controlling the same player. Or picking the same color. We've casted a few games like that before. Famous Magyar Wolf Rush. Yeah, Magyar is OP for Jaguar Den. They can't be Wolf Rushed. Alright. Second time's the charm. Even reset the ad timer too for this. So, Menindi again. As they load in. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Wonder's team play is going to be. ACCM Lucho Sebastian. I wonder what their chemistry will be like. ACCM in team game events usually plays with Slam, and they are an incredible 2v2 team. And here we are. And just as I was doing for player colors, that gotta add these images every time. Oh, that's case sensitive. Or no, just LY. And then boom, boom. Alright, here we are. Immediately on Menindi, and we have Lix heading to the middle. Okay, I'm not going to swap the colors. I don't like seeing the scores with extra numbers on them. I wish you didn't see the extra numbers. Anyway, players in the middle. Big Vil fight time. Aztecs versus Berbers. The Vil fighting civs. Each team then has a Cav civ in Magyars and Hindustanis, and then an Archer civ in Britons and Tatars. And while there are a bunch of deep fish in the middle to fight over with Vils, there are also ponds with one deep fish in the back that one of the pockets will dock. And here we have a big Vil fight. Everyone bringing their scouts over. Vivi will lose a scout. Scout for Yo gets pulled back. Vils are fighting. And Vil here will go down. Looks like Lucho's losing some Vils. Lix is here with everyone. Lix has 11 Vils. Literally every single one of Lix's Vils are here. Lucho's taking some hunt under the TC. Lix is saying, no, I don't need TC food. I will just go forward. He will dive the TC fire looking for Vil kills and get another kill. We need to look at the eco KD. 1 to 3 for Lucho. If there's one thing that's scary, it's Vil fighting against Lix. And this is maybe not the game one that Wonders really wanted, but Lucho's trying to go up to the task. He'll maybe get a Vil. Nope. Okay, yes, he does. He does. The scout there kind of blocked a tiny bit. Yeah, Lix is in this tournament for the Vil fights. If there's a Vil fight in map, Lix is there. And considering they have this and Frontline and Nomad, that is a very scary setup for LY. Oh my gosh. I'm just thinking of those maps now and thinking of all the Vil fights Lix is going to be doing. Well, let's see. Bit of a comeback here. We have a 2 to 3 KD. As Yo wanted that Vil. The other players will just be booming here. And one difference is we went to the outside for a dock there for ACCM. There are some shorefish out there. You could also go for these ponds. I guess there are no fish there. I've seen versions where I thought there were deep fish there. But okay, yeah, just shorefish along the sides. And I'll have another regroup of Lucho towards the middle. As he's trying to fight those Vils from Lix. I guess I gotta keep the HP bars up so we can see which Vils are weak. It's super important to find the weak Vils and pull them back before they die, but extra hard to do that against the Berbers when the Berbers are speedy and can chase you down. But there's another dead Vil for Lix. Lix has a Vil surrounded by Lucho. Lucho getting a good surround there. Lucho up 4 to 3 now in the Vil KD. And wait a minute. That Vil can't pathfind. That Vil can't pathfind. ACCM Scout takes some damage there. His Scout wasn't there earlier. And we have Sebastian up while Feudal Age is in for Yo and Vivi. Now, it looks like this will be a full-on everyone goes Feudal, or Lix stays Dark Age while his pockets go Feudal play. ACCM with the Britons, he isn't up yet. He has a lot of Vils. He might be trying to fast castle with his fish boom. Now, players do have gold inside of the town centers and some stone. So you can stay here and be safe for a while, but you're kind of leaving your flank out to dry if you're fast castling. And Lucho and Lix are just going to be feudal forever. Ooh, Lucho gave up the Eagles blocking. Nice to have the Eagle in the Dark Age. Here's double bit axe from Yo and Vivi. And we'll see what they're doing. Stable from Yo. Don't see anything from Vivi yet. Was expecting ranges from him. He's just booming. Doing fishing lines. Focusing on his economy. I have ACCM still Dark Age. And stable there from Sebastian. Magyar, so he gets free forging. Downside is he lost his scout already. And each player losing a Vil simultaneously in the middle. Oh yeah, imagine this map with the Dark Age Champy rushes. Oh gosh, that'd be horrifying. Lucho just attacking the mill. Lick's forcing some vills back. Lucho now has a 7-4 KD, and Lick's, despite being the Berbers, is kind of losing this middle vill fight though. But it does mean it's kind of a 1v1 or a 2v2 now if both players are Dark Age for this long. Oh man, this is crazy. This is absolutely wild. The Eel's gonna get back to the TC. Vill's going to fight in the middle. Scout goes down. Sebastian kills the Scout. And he's gonna try to block. Now that there's a Magura Scout out, this is so deadly. There's a kill on the Vill. Weak Vill for Lucho getting back. Lucho has recovered from a rough start to the Vill fight. He's kept the TC running. Lix has had a minute of idle time too, compared to 42 seconds for Lucho. Actually, a minute 18 to 42. So here come the Scouts from Yo. They're moving in, pushing the Vills back. Oh, nice little gate from Lix. That's why you have Lix on your team. He sees stuff like that, but it's not enough HP. All the Vills there from Lucho can break it. And Yo daring to fight Sebastian's Magura Scouts. Those Scouts still have forging. Oh, there's another dead Vill for Lucho in all likelihood. Down it goes. And a fight here. Magura Scout dies. There's a spear there for Sebastian. The spear changes everything here. Lix did save his boar for now, so he can take that under the TC. Castle Age for ACCM. And Timo, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome into a big villager fight between Lix and Lucho. It's 11 minutes in the game. We still have players who are Dark Age. This map, I think players like ACCM who are experienced at Rage Forest will have experience at managing the eco while a teammate is Vill fighting. Essentially playing with a teammate down. They should mix more spears. I really do like the Magura spears since they can poke Vills with the extra attack from the free forging too. And GG's for Timo for that set against Viper's team yesterday. And ACCM with his Scout trying to be annoying, but if Yo were building a market, Yo just stop building the market. Some Xing back here. ACCM seeing the market. Yo, I think that ACCM attacked Yo's market Vill, stopped him from building the market, and now Yo just hasn't realized he doesn't have a market. If he's okay, I don't think he's going to try to click up anytime soon, so it's not going to be a total disaster. But there's ACCM. Also, ACCM and Sebastian did not have Loom yet. ACCM went all the way out there for a dock without Loom. And there is a castle drop from ACCM right on Lix's face. Lix blocks it with a villager. We'll do some anti-castle gates. But the castle will go up. That still will hit the TC. Lix, though, with the quick gates, did manage to buy himself a few tiles of space. A few farms in the back where he'll have more farming space still. And now a castle drop on the Dark Age TC. I went into this map thinking, you know what, Lix is going to be Vill fighting. This is right in his domain. But Lucho held on. And ACCM with the fast castle can now make longbowmen. You guys been doing RF2 recently? It's healthy for you. And Ringlord, thank you so much for the sub.
Barbarossa, I do hate to strike you when you're down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor. So sorry.
Rooting for Dark Cell / Dr. Agonstar team from India. I think we get a lot of Indian fans. Something like the United States situation, where we have more Age of Empires watching fans than we do top players. Well, thank you very much for the sub. Hope you're excited for the team games. So this is a fish boom here from Vivi, where he has to be very careful to protect the fish traps. This map is turning into alternative Rage Forest now, where we have a player in the Dark Age trying to protect the fish boom from the pocket. Why is Lix still in the Dark Age? The same reason Lucho is still in the Dark Age. They have been Vill fighting forever. Yeah, because Vilfight nonsense, that's why.
Mandatum. Yay, ready.
So Longbows hit by the TC. And this is actually insane. Like, he needs to repair the TC to get to the feudal age, but TC's cost an insane amount of wood to repair. He's got 11 vills on wood. He's deleting a mining camp, so he actually has room to chop wood. He's got vills on gold and stone, but they have nowhere to drop off. And the longbows can pick the repair vills. They can't garrison it anymore. The TC is too low. And Lix, after spending all that wood repairing, is not going to make it up. The scouts come in for Sebastian, and Lix is utterly dead right here. Lucho is up to the castle age on the other side. The TC crumbles for Lix, and all the vill fighting he wanted to do was for naught, as his team is now in a horrible position getting pushed. That is a watchtower for the Tatars. Any type of siege would take that down. A mangonel or even just a ram push. Lix also does not have the wood for a town center. He'll need to chop wood and do a TC. Forever Dark Age. Hello, Flux. Yes, Forever Dark Age. And some X's on the outside. ACCM also doing some Britain TCs. He's booming. We'll have a scout fight. But that's a light cav fight for Yo. Yo's starting to win that. Lix also, I don't think did he intend to mine stone? He has 300 stone now. So some cav archers from Vivi. So camels and cav archers, the ultimate composition for Hindustanis and Tatars.
Yay.
Longbowmen kind of beat both of them though. And ACCM will enjoy that Britain's range and the extra attack of the Longbowmen. There's Castle Age from Lucho. And 3 players in Castle Age versus 2 Castle, 1 Dark. And double workshop forward for Lucho. Those longbows need to leave the foundation. Oh, actually, he's just been like, okay. The monastery is smaller than the workshop. I'll be able to fit it here. Gulams would lose to Knights. 1-on-1, I've seen Gulams work against Knights, though, just because you can get so many of them. Kind of the same way Eagles can work against Knights. But now, 1 tower and a ram to go for the tower. Longbowmen to defend the ram. The ballistics. As these cav archers are trying to get around the outside. Some help from Yo. Hindustanis with that attack bonus for the scouts and camels is nice. ACCM Xing in the back with a lot of longbows. We'll have Janitors to deal with longbows.
Yay.
Is that a good idea? I don't see why not. Just breaking some labor regulations. Well, his TC is up on the outside now. He's fish booming. He has a lumber camp there. So he will reboom eventually. He's up to the feudal age. At least he has 28 vills. It's not like he had to reboom with 3 vills. But the downside is he has no eco upgrades. It's not like Black Forest when you're Imperial Age, escape with 2 vills, but at least have a decent number of eco upgrades while you reboom. Here he has nothing. Xing over here as the longbows get picked off by camels and Janitors. ACCM does have to be careful he doesn't end up throwing army. Sebastian trying to defend with some light cav. There's some scorpions on the inside for Lucho. Xing in the middle. A monk wants a conversion on a camel. And Yo will fight some of those light cav from Sebastian as the monk goes down. ACCMD's back. Well, ACCM is 3 TC booming. Right, 3 TC booming with, I was going to say with some fish, but I think he lost his fishing ships. Or they, why is ACCM fishing over here? I guess he's scouting with them. Sees that there's a TC. That is the longest distance I've ever seen a fishing ship travel to drop off at a dock. He didn't lose the fishing ships just got lost. Yeah, they're on strike. They saw how Lix was forcing his villagers to break several labor laws when they were working. And they just said, you know what, ACCM, we're going to unionize and we're going to go on strike so that you don't treat us the same way. So, Wheelbarrow for Sebastian 2 for his eco. He will be adding in his 3rd TC. Vivi adding his 4th TC right now, Yo on 3. And it's Vivi who has the fish boom. And Vivi as the Tatars will be the one they're looking for to carry. We had Guard Tower from Vivi to help protect the fish boom as the castle comes forward for ACCM. He'll do another castle. Here come a couple of mangonels, though. He needs the Britain longbows to clear the mangonels. He also needs to repair his allies' mangonels, but that one goes down. Lucho could always add in more monks or do redemption if you wanted to, but for now, just going to enjoy the Aztec relics. The house will go down. Clear out some space. Elixir tried to stonewall, but the castle now will be there as the ram push is in a good spot to go forward. And the castle will even clear some of the fish boom and can clear those towers. So more TCs from Lucho. He's out to the side. We'll need his team to defend him. Does the Central Asian towers look cool? They do look pretty cool. It's an architecture set that definitely fits the Age of Empires vibe. Longbows were garrisoned at the castle too, giving it more firepower. So another fight with camels here for Yo. Some defensive monks there from Lucho, but cav archers from Vivi to pick off the monks. And Vivi is really far ahead in his boom. And this is the thing about team games. ACCM committed to killing Lix when Lix was already dead. And that might have just given Yo and Vivi room to boom. And it might just be a situation where I said earlier, it felt like both flanks were kind of dead and it was a 2v2 between the pockets. If ACCM spends time killing the flank even further, the pockets might be getting ahead. And now there are some Genitors and Cav Archers in the back for Vivi, looking for Vils to raid. Yo is up to Imp, and I actually think LY, despite Lix being dead, is in a good spot. And that's going to be a common theme for LY games. Lix will be dead, but the team will win. Somehow they're stabilizing. They are stabilizing. I mean, 4 TC boom from Vivi. He can lose the fish, but he's gotten enough Vils out. He actually has the most Vils in the game, so he's fine to lose some fish. Oh, they don't have a keep? That's interesting, right? Because it's Cumans who wouldn't have it, and I guess Tatars don't have the keep. They don't have the keep. They do have the Bombard Tower, but no keep. Interesting, interesting. One day I'll need to make a video about random graphics facts. I've been wanting to do that for a while.
Ready. Yay.
Longbows going to fight against the Cav Archers, defended by some Knights. Now, this is where the longbows really come into play in team games. If your opponent doesn't really want to engage, you can still kind of pick them off. Yeah, once LY's up to Imp, they can sling Lix back into the game too. Now, both pockets up to Imp for Wonders too. And forward castle from Yo. But the thing is, Lucho is up to Imp too, so everyone is up to Imp here. Whereas Lix is just up to the Castle Age. And Lucho will be able to contribute, however, his TCs are so far forward, he's getting raided. I mean, he is on 4 TCs. But what are Aztecs gonna do? I guess it's gonna be just spam monks.
Yay.
Eagles are probably too expensive at this point. And you're still thinking, if you're Yo, okay, camels can fight the Magyars, but how do you fight the Britons now? Are Genitors really the answer long-term to longbows? I believe it's Imp to sling. I believe it's Imp. TC getting some arrows on the knights. Knights go down. Camel attacks the villager. Fiddle goes down. And other vills go to repair the castle. In the back, camels attack the stable. And Cav attack the house and whatnot for Vivi. But if you're attacking houses, you're not killing vills. And Wonders, as a team, is up 50 vills, but that's mainly due to Lucho over Lix. So Lix doing some upgrades. Sebastian using the market. And nice walls from Yo to protect his trebs, walling them in, trying to besiege ACCM's castle. Yo kind of fallen behind, though, in score. Doesn't quite wall the trebs in. Needs the castle to defend, and the gate goes down. And ACCM's repairing the castle. And okay, it looks like Wonders is gonna hold on here. Was scared of Vivi for a moment. He's gonna do a castle forward on Lucho. Oop, as my internet drops. F. Okay, we okay? Mini F? Are we back? Alright. Mini F. We're good. We're good. Yeah, press F5 to pay respects. Alright, at least that's only one, and we've been streaming for 3 hours. So the internet feels better than it had been, since I've replaced some cabling. Still not perfect. I'm still convinced my ISP has a problem on their end they're not solving. But it feels better. Alright. Internet is dead as Yo's castle? Well, Yo's castle's still up. If he can trip this castle from ACCM successfully, that's one thing. But here's the Paladin upgrade from Sebastian. Sebastian, it's a good thing I didn't change the colors, because he's about to go Cyan Paladins. Streaming live from the top of Yo's Treb. Lix planning to go Knights. Ooh, I didn't know about that. Oh, but there is an overchop. There is an overchop. And the Cav Archers are in. I don't know if Lix could actually do anything useful by going Knights. I think he just needs to get more TCs and boom, and eventually get Imp. As Berbers, you don't need that much gold to go for cheap Cavaliers, but even just going Hussars I think is better than going Knights, because you can sustain that a bit better. But the Camels from Yo taking a fight before Paladin comes in. Yo with Heavy Camel, not Imp Camel yet, but Heavy Camel. He lost his castle, but ACCM lost the castle too. ACCM the highest score on the team. And now Lucho pushing back against Vivi. Vivi, who has Cav Archer, Heavy Cav Archer on the way. We'll use them to try to fight the Eagles, but the Eagles do have 8 Pierce Armor. That has a lot of Eagles. Eagles are very cheap for Lucho to add in as the Aztecs. Basically only cost gold. There's the Elite Longbow from ACCM. And looks like LY will call the GG, and Wonders will win game number 1 behind a fast castle from ACCM into a forward castle drop with a Vil fight that Lix initially looked like he was doing well, but then Lucho came back, he held on. And now Wonders finds themselves up 1-0. Felt like the castles from ACCM, maybe there was a moment where he focused too much on killing Lix that Yo and Vivi both were ahead, but Lucho was able to boom back enough. I mean, if Lix wins that Vil fight a bit more, even if the same thing then happens with the forward castle and Lucho can't boom back, and doesn't have all those Eagles, then it's a 2v2 that I think LY wins. So huge credit to Lucho for being able to boom back there. And yeah, 142 kills for Vivi. Sebastian had a negative KD. Vivi had a great game, but now they're playing 3v2. And Lix isn't going to boom back in time. And GG. No wonder victory. That's true. Wonders need to enable standard victory for a tournament. And that's Wonders winning game 1. I'll put the 1 since they're on the left of the scoreboard. And thank you, Frankly Frank08 for the follow. That was our very last pick, Tatars. Berbers, fairly highly picked Berbers. And Hindustanis. Yes, Aztecs, Britons, and Magyars. So front line will be interesting to see what civs they end up going for. But as you might expect, LY will pick Nomad. I see Lucho and Sebastian in the lobby once more. Why is Tigger joining the lobby? He's not on any of these teams. They fall off late. I don't know if they fall off late so much as they're very matchup dependent late. If you're in a situation where the enemy player has their archer players killed and their cav archers are boomed, you still, Hindustanis are good. But if it's the other place where the archer player is ahead and the cav player maybe took the damage, then it's still kind of tricky to play camels against the archers. No drop. Were we good on YouTube? Okay, good on YouTube. Looks like that was only a very minuscule drop compared to the internet issues I was having earlier. That's my dream, that one day I can stream without having internet issues. Someone's name is all stars in the lobby. Just waiting for Vivi to rejoin. I gotta get a good stretch in. So, Nomad. What Nomad civs do we have? Interesting to see Byzantines the first overall pick for LingYuan. For Nomad... Oh, Tutin's also drafted highly too. Could the Tupi be a Nomad civ? Malians, Lithuanians feel like Nomad civs, but they'll need a third civ. Maya could be a Nomad civ, but they feel more like they're going to be saved for frontline. For Wonders, we can definitely see Turks, Portuguese, Bengalis, Bohemians, Wu, maybe Armenians. I think they have a few more options. Maybe Georgians for LY? I'm not sure. Maybe Huns for the horse? I don't know how strong that is on a 9-vil start. Water Nomad versus Land Nomad. Alright, they're gonna pick the same colors too. Nice. Also, another set that's played on West US. So, high ping for everyone. And okay. These civs, remember, we do have a spec delay, but we can see the civs while we're loading in. See the civs, and the civs will be, for Wonders, Turks, Bengalis, and Bohemians. So 3 castle dropping civs against Huns, Tupi, and Lithuanians. So Huns, of course, will get the Hunnic horse. Weird start because you need to TC without the dock, but maybe the 9-vil start mitigates the disadvantages of that. Lithuanians plus 100 food so they can focus on pumping fishing ships out. Also good for booming for knights. And then Tupi, they can go Blackwood archers, which are insane. But they probably don't want to fight Hussite wagons. Maybe they can even beat Rothas and Janissaries, though. So if there is one team that has an advantage on a map, it is LY on Nomad. It's a weird thing where you think maybe Nomad is very random, and you might see different teams winning just based on randomness, but no, it is, I think, the most skill-based map there is, the most experience-based map, and LY seems to dominate it like no one else. The only team that ever really could give them a run for their money on Nomad would have been the old Finland teams. And then probably some form of the Tyrant Secret GL team back in the day. The rose, it starts from the middle and goes to the outside. That's how it works. So here we are. Is everything set up on the overlay? I don't gotta change colors. It's red versus blue. The overlay is good. Same colors as last game. Oh, I need to add the Civ icons. Wonders and LY. There we go. So everyone will TC in the east. We have a nice little triangle there. With Vivi to the east. Then we have Lucho and Lix. And then ACCM, Yo, and Sebastian. So no one's over here in the western side, just a couple of lumber camps there. It's a 9-vil start, you have 3 groups of 3 vils. And if you want a castle drop, this is probably the spot to do it. If your wonder is what you probably want, Sebastian castle drops Lix. Lucho castle drops Vivi. And then ACCM castle drops Yo. So then let's just see dock locations. We'll have a dock for ACCM close to his TC. Sebastian has a dock close to his TC. But Lucho has a dock on the opposite side of the map of his TC. So one in the northeast and then 2 docks in the south. For the other team, we'll have docks in the southwest, kind of towards the west for Yo, and more towards the northwest for Vivi. And Lix, as the Huns, is delaying the dock. Remember, since the Huns don't need houses, they start with less wood, but that makes them awkward in the current Nomad meta, ever since you could start dropping off the shorefish at the dock, because they don't have enough wood to do a TC and a dock right at the start. So they have to delay the dock, and we saw the lumber camp initially for Lix. That's to get wood fast enough to do the dock. But what he will have instead is, as he finishes the TC, he unlocks the Hunnic Horse. And can't fight anything with the Hunnic Horse, but he will scout the dock locations, and you also can pick up the herdables. So it is one of the most insane bonuses you can get. Brings back the memories of Attila the Hun 1, where you had to deliver all of those stray horses to the Green Mongol player to get them to ally with you against the Persians. This is our wonderful Hunnic Horse. And other than that, it'll be just Nomad things. Everyone luring in the boar. Ooh, Vivi failing a bit at the lore. Always awkward to fail at a lore when you're on Nomad, because you need to keep the TC running. And it's always like, oh, I was planning on having that boar in time. Or we'll munch a bit on that villager. Just a bit of munching. So, 1, 2, 3 volleys of arrows. There it goes. Nomad is just castle drop meta. Honestly, Nomad has so many different things you can do on it. I feel that castle dropping can be very strong, but I also don't know if it's meta. The one change that has been added, which I think makes it have a bit less variety, because there's less feudal water play, is the garrisoning of the fishing ships. Now you basically don't get punished for going for a fast castle. You're not going to FC and lose your fish. So from that point of view, if you want to FC and drop castles, you can go for it pretty much with no worry about your dock, at least early on. A munch or two. There's Feudal Age for Sebastian. And where are those vills going for him? Probably to that gold. There'll be another barracks up for Yo. And we'll have some walling for ACCM. So ACCM gonna wall himself in. He has this little peninsula. There's no real gold there. Also, this version of Nomad, no whales, no oysters. Nothing additional added to the water. It is just fish. So Lick's Xing up here. I think he says that's where ACCM is. We kind of have 0.5 water civs and 5 castle drop unique unit civs. Well, I mean, you don't think Tarkins are a castle drop unique unit civ? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Lithuanians could go Lechai, Tupi, Blackwood Archer, pretty sure. ACCM on stone. Oh, he and Lucho will team wall. Oh, nice, the team wall. I remember those from back in the day. Remember that when Arabia was just team wall? There were more cliffs on the map then, so I think it was a lot easier to wall.
I know.
Huns are CA. I don't know. I think Huns might actually be Tarkins against this Civ matchup. Extra Pierce Armor against the Rothas and against the Hussite Wagons have a melee unit. I guess they really would want CA against Janissaries, but... Tarkins could be pretty good against Blackwoods. I mean, they're on the same team, but I'm never going to doubt the ability of Tarkins to body block the Blackwood Archers so they run into a mangonel shot. Surf Turtle, thank you for the follow.
Hi.
Maybe converted Tarkins until the poison damage kicks in. So anyway, some water combat. Sebastian opening with a Hulk. We'll find the docks of Licks. Oh, actually opening with several Hulks. He had more Hulks that are there forward already. Finding a bunch of docks. Licks will be doing some Hulks himself. Hulk versus Hulk. What variety this water map brings us. Double backs coming in triplicate for this team. Fishing lines also for Vivi, as Vivi's up to the Castle Age and Yo's up to the Castle Age. Right now, ACCM just up to Feudal, and LY is up much faster. Sebastian walling himself in, but that means he's open to a castle drop right on his face. Outpost to try to see everything better. Lick's doing Loom. He's doing Fletching and getting ready to fight on the water. Maybe some galleys to deal with the Hulks. I do miss galleys versus galleys. I feel like that was the most fun way to micro water. It at least kind of became its own unique thing. Nowadays, we don't really have water. We just have hybrid maps. There's a mill on the berries. And a galley out for Licks. Down here, it'll be Hulks and galleys against Hulks. Demo versus demo, that's proper AoE. That's true, we do need to bring back demos. And okay, Lucho wanting to wall. He has to be careful since he did go for the team wall that scouts don't get in. But ACCM gonna trust him here. Everyone realized water maps drag on until everyone's collecting pensions.
Emret?
So, look at all those settlements. Settlements for Vivi as this castle will go up. I have a couple of Hulks down here attacking the fishing ships. Fishing ship's gonna go down for Lucho. And castle up for Vivi. Time for some Blackwood Archers. Defensive castle, too. Not even gonna go for the forward castle, but maybe they're seeing that Lucho is on scouts. So Lucho's up to the castle age. Lick's the only one really staying feudal for LY. And against Sebastian on water. Sebastian will be staying feudal too. There's a blacksmith for Sebastian. Some Hulk's going down to galley fire. We'll have a town center up for Yo. Another castle up for ACCM. And the Hulk there is down. As Blackwood archers now will destroy the palisade. And scouts and Blackwards have to come forward. Bill's all building houses in defense for Lucho. And now, well, Blackwood archers. They're gonna do Blackwood archer things, which means they're gonna kill everything. Lick's even running through with his Hunnic horse. ACCM with a Hussite wagon. And one thing Blackwood archers won't do is deal with Hussite wagons all that well, because they have 7 pierce armor against 6 attacks, so they'll only do 1 damage to a unit with 160 HP. That's a lot of hit points. As the Hussite wagons now come forward and can hit the Blackwood archers. So the wagons come forward and we'll kill the archers. There is Castle Age for Sebastian. Fires versus galleys here. There's a dock up for Sebastian. And the archers will try to break through this palisade wall. And will force re-walls from Lucho. And now Lucho has to rely on ACCM to protect him. Kind of awkward when you're team walled and relying on your teammate. And that house does not have much HP on it. And the Hussite wagons are maybe in the wrong side of the map now. But maybe the Blackwood archers also could be trapped by the Hussite wagons if they come in from behind. And I think 2 TCs. I think Lucho needs to somehow wall from between those wood lines and then wall over here. And they need to clear the Blackwood archers with the Hussite wagons. ACCM is there. Lucho's there too with some scouts. As the number is thin, the scouts become more effective and they can engage soon. The Hussite wagons, a couple of them going down, but here come the scouts. There's a monk there too. The Blackwood archers, can they actually win this fight? Blackwood archers, how are they so insane? they're still there. It's only 3 Hussite wagons, I guess. But now the archers are through. More Hussite wagons coming forward. That gate, very flimsy, but I don't think there are enough Blackwood archers to destroy the gate. And Vivi's army will go down. But that's true. Vivi just gets refunded as those units die. And in the south, Sebastian versus Licks on water is still going strong. Sebastian 3 TC booming. He's not been castle dropped yet, but he is being mangonel pushed by Yo, as Yo is 3 TC booming. He's picking up relics too, so the Lithuanian player has 3 relics already. And will be in a good spot to boom and maybe go for Lechai. And they will help against, I think, everything that this team can do. So their hope right now, I think, is that Vivi can keep pushing, and then Yo eventually just booms and destroys Sebastian on land. But that's maybe optimistic. Redemption is in. A 4th relic, and Yo wants to put it in the monastery. So that he has all 4, but could lose the monastery. Now this could be an avenue for wonders if they can push that monastery. Yeah, and there's a castle, and take the 4 relics that the Lithuanian player wants. Yo maybe not prepared for the castle drop from ACCM. He was thinking that he wanted to push Sebastian perhaps, but Sebastian defending with mangonels, being careful not to overchop, and lets him do a TC. As ACCM very aggressive with this castle. Some Blackwood archers come over. They will die. Very, very awkward situation now for Yo, as the scores are really close. Some water fights on the outside, Hulks versus Hulks, a lot of fish in the corners. More fish in the corners over here as the War Hulks push for licks. And the castle is up, and attacking the town center. Morning, Lars. This now, monks converting the Hussite wagons. They're pushed back. Castle attacking the TC. And Yo, well, he still has a decent score, but ACCM at 4K score with the Bohemians is ready to carry. He's doing devotion for the Hussite wagons, and Lucho has Lightcav to deal with the monks. So that's their composition. Lightcav to kill monks, and Hussite wagons to deal with everything else, as ACCM's getting ready for yet another castle drop. Yo will do a defensive castle, and he's desperate to get that up. ACCM comes forward again. Don't think either castle is stopped, although Hussite wagons can tank TC fire and just shoot Vils. Wait a minute, Yo could lose everything here. Yo might lose everything here on this castle. Those Hussite wagons need to kill Vils. They'll kill a few, but Yo will get the castle up. And nice job hopping in and out. ACCM, I think, was focusing Vils underneath the TCs that hopped in. But now, what do you do if you're Yo? Because Hussite wagons won't really care about all of the arrow fire. It's like being raided by Huskarls if Huskarls had more HP. There's one conversion. Monks are the best he can do. The north, some more fishing ships going down to the Warhulks. Fishing ships for ACCM going down too. And we'll have Horse Collar for Sebastian. So that TC crumbles for Yo. And Warhulk's attacking the dock up here. This game matches your ladder experience. Yeah, the Blackwood Archers from Vivi were not enough to stop the castle drops on Yo, as Wonders takes the score lead. And if Wonders can win on Nomad, all of a sudden they're in an incredible position against LY. Blackwood Archers attacking the Hussite wagons. There's another conversion, and the Hussite wagons are low enough on HP that they will go down. But Mangonels from Sebastian will hit the Blackwood Archers. Well, Vivi will get some resources back. And now we have Rathas again from Sebastian. On water, it does look like the fishing eco, though, still is alive for LY. No fishing ships for anyone but ACCM, who only has 7. It's 4, 8, and 15 fishing ships. And also transport ships now. What are those transport ships for? Chat, where are they transporting? ACCM's not done castle dropping. He sees Lix has a TC in the west. He's going to go there. Yo also rebooting his eco out here, but Lucho's scouting for it. Where are they transporting? Are those misclicks? Are they for real? Tarkins, let's go. Tarkin against the Rathas. That'll help resist some of the arrow fire, as Rathas need to be in melee mode there, but lots going on. Sebastian can try to micro. There he goes, melee mode on the hill. That's better. I think they actually beat Tarkins in melee mode. And then castle drop from Vivi. Okay, castle drop from Vivi, but there are Mangonels here from Lucho. Mangonels here. They'll kill some Vils. And some Blackwood Archers. Okay, those are some good Mangonel shots. More Vils going down. Vivi losing Vils on this castle. He's up to Imp. He's going to want Trebs. The castle does go up, and the Mangonels will go down. Both of them down. And soon it'll be Treb time, as everyone on LY is up to Imp. Literally everyone is up to Imp. And that means Yo will start being able to Treb. And somehow, some way, that monastery with 4 relics still is alive. So if he needs a couple of Lechai, maybe to fight the Hussite wagons, that's still a possibility for him. Bit more forward? You mean the initial castle? Or this castle, if it hit the TC? Well, he'll get Bracer and then it'll hit the TC. So then it'll be fine. He'll start breaking through with the Blackwood Archers, and I'm sure he'll make a Treb once he's up. And we have Marauders. Tarkins from the stable. Dave being researched here by Lix. And Lix is gonna go Tarkins. Alright, Tarkins can raid underneath the castles. And ACCM... Oh, wait. This is the Imp TC from Yo. ACCM, stop chasing the Vills. Go for the TC. Oh, if he had just attacked the TC instead of chasing the Vills, he'd have stopped Imp. There's no way he would ever know that. And Yo, I think, wisely running the Vills instead of repairing and giving away that he's up to Imp. He'll lose the Vills, but he's happy the Hussite wagons are over here and not destroying his Imp TC. Hussite wagons. I mean, if you have this many, though, if you had 16, Mangonels from Sebastian too. So Yo's clandestine economy is spotted and destroyed. Trebuchets, though, from Yo. 400 score difference. Remember, LY still has the water, but that might mean their scores are a bit inflated from having won the water. However, Imp is here. There go the relics ejected from the monastery. Block printing won't finish. But it's time to Treb castles. Imp on the way for Sebastian and for ACCM. Lucho's still under a lot of pressure. He's doing a defensive castle to hold. And Lucho is up to Imp. And he has some bombard cannon out. And he's the Turks, so instant cannon. There's a lot of repairs on the castle. A lot of Blackwood archers. Finally, they have the numbers to break through the gate. If poison damage comes in, I'm pretty sure that doesn't apply to Hussite wagons. Not 100% sure about that, though. Lucho wants to pick off Trebs. Should be able to get at least one. Vills will repair. And actually, Tarkins are there. The repair Vills clutch. That Treb down to around 10 HP, but saved. Saving the Treb is Vivi. And now he can keep pushing that castle. If he gets 3 Trebs, then you're really thinking about pushing a castle. 4 Trebs is very good. Armor coming in for the Blackwood archers. 1 castle from ACCM is taken out by Yo. Yo can go push the next castle now. But ACCM getting in... well, wait, no, those are Sebastians, okay. I'm just seeing the Hussite wagons, and I see Mangonels, I'm thinking they're going to fight, but no, they're the same team. Same team. Yeah. Wagons may be religious, but they don't suffer from poison, I guess. They can be converted, but not poisoned. But here comes some Tarkins. Tarkins that, with all the armor, will be happy to fight underneath Castle Fire. Elite Tarkins. And that will just push all of this back. Lucho is getting pushed here. ACCM's Hussite wagons trying to help, but Lucho himself doesn't have much military. 12 units, most of which are bombard cannon and monks. And the Tarkins there will raid and pillage and destroy the bombard cannon. They could even attack the castle if they wanted to. The Vills are ejected. The castle with another couple of Treb shots will go down. And meanwhile, here come the Blackwood archers. All of the cannon are destroyed. And we have elite Hussite wagon from ACCM. But in the south, Yo, he doesn't really need that much to push. All he needs are Trebs. He is so close to everything, he has his own castles to defend his Trebs, and he can actually take out not just 2 of ACCM's castles, but 2 of Sebastian's. ACCM the top scorer, but now he has to go Hussite wagon against Tarkin. I guess Tarkins could do, like, burn damage to the Hussite wagons. That could be a thing. And TC's going down for Lucho. Lucho running to the west, where he will reboom. Add the TCs and reboom. Tarkin's now raiding Sebastian, but I think that the Rathas... Well, I mean, it's Elite Tarkin. Elite Tarkin should beat the Rathas. That's a ton of HP they have. And Sebastian might be dying. Yo, desperate to repair his castle, and I think he's going to repair it. This castle from Sebastian will go down as LY retakes the score lead. The Tarkins are raiding the Vills from Sebastian. This game has been wild. ACCM with Elite Hussite wagons. And the Elite Hussite wagon, he's got 23 of them. They should beat the Blackwood archers, but there are 49 Blackwood archers. With a few volleys, I guess they destroy the Hussite wagons. It's still 230 HP, 10 pierce armor. And they will just dive the castle. So eventually this push will stall out from Vivi if Lix isn't here. But Lix is now down here. Sebastian is dying. Lucho is fairly dead. And Yo is still okay. He will be able to reclaim his 4 Lithuanian relics, or at least 3 of the 4. I'll need another relic somewhere. Where are the relics? Looks like ACCM and Lucho each have one, and Yo should grab 3 then. That makes 5 total. Are there 5 relics on the map, or are there more? There might be more relics that I'm just not seeing. Oh, there's one over there. I guess there's 6. There you are. You gotta love all the unique units you get on Nomad. And more Trebs from Yo. Trebs and monks pushing Sebastian's castle as the Tarkans raid Sebastian to death. And man, what a game that was. It felt like ACCM had almost done it with the Hussite wagons. Man, if he had actually just right-clicked and destroyed Yo's TC, I think Yo doesn't get imp, doesn't Treb, and the game changes drastically. Treb's attacking this castle. Castle should go down. Promising for the Teutons. Teutons and Celts were drafted by LY, so we still might see them. Tarkans, remember, Tarkans do have an attack bonus against buildings. They can actually help. Plus 10 against castles, plus 10 against buildings. They can actually help in taking out the castle. Oh, all buildings that they have armor against it, though. Okay, so they just have the castle bonus that matters. But won't matter anymore, as the castle is down. And now we're kind of shifting positions, where Wonders has the northwest of the map, LY has the southeast. Sebastian has to run and reboom. Sebastian is 0 TC gaming now on 43 vills, all of his vills making a mass exodus to the northwest. Where Yo at least will see him running with those outposts. Oh, this is crazy. There are some Blackwood archers here for Vivi trying to raid. I don't think the Tupi ever have anything other than Blackwood archers that they think about doing. He'll kill some vills. Wait, Sebastian had been running. He ran into the Blackwood archers. More archers gonna find vills from Lucho. Lucho has been trying to reboom since he was pushed early. Turks have a tricky reboom since they need gold. They can go straight to Hussars, but probably not what they need in this unit composition. ACCM some halbs for the Hussars, or for some halbs to deal with the Tarkans. And Tarkin's still trying to surround the Hussite wagons as the Blackwood archers destroy some cannon. And all go down. We have a ton of Hussite wagons now, but Hussite wagons are tanky. Hussite wagon halb is very tanky. The Blackwood archers doing a good job of focusing on the halbs. Tarkin's going down to the Hussite wagon. We'll have a castle from Vivi. Treb's going for the castle. And monks all want conversions. Oh, that could be a lot of converted Hussite wagons now. ACCM needs to do some heresy. He really needs some heresy now. Because his Hussite wagons now are Yo's Hussite wagons. Champion to deal with the wagons? I mean, I guess that helps against wagon halb, but it also opens hand cannoneer for ACCM. This game has been wild, but now as Vivi gets a TC on that gold, looks like the LY map control will stretch from one side to the other with just one barracks from Sebastian in behind. Everything else pretty much cleared. And I guess Wonders still have a bit more map control. But over in the west, there's still nothing out here as some idle resources. A couple of Tarkans raiding, but that's about it. Now, LY does have water control. I wonder if they ever think about getting cannon galleons out in the back soon. Or whatever ships they're able to make. Catapult galleons. For Vivi. But what do the Huns even make these days? Do the Huns have Dromans? And bombard cannon, force back. They have Dromans. Yeah, the west is still wild. Tripping the mining camp. Bill's going down as the Tarkans keep hoovering around. Heavy cav archer here for Lucho. And Bill's head to the castle. Tarkans come in. And the Tarkans will just go for the castle. Let's go, Tarkans. Look at them destroy that castle. Some cav archers for Lucho coming over to try to save the castle. Bill's inside could try to repair. The Hussite wagons take forever for the Tarkans to destroy. I mean, they take forever for anything to destroy, I guess, with all the HP they have. But the Tarkans will destroy a castle. Some halbs from the back, but not in time to save the castle. As the Tarkans destroy it, it is demolished, and the Tarkans will keep going and raiding and pillaging more villagers. And I don't think there's any part of the economy from Wonders that's actually safe. There's raids on the water, raids in the back. What are those, war hulks? Okay, hulks don't really hit much. But the castles are falling, and Wonders is being constricted to the north of the map. Yeah, Yo with several unique units, right? He's got the Hussite wagons, he's got the Rathas, he's got the Elite Lechai. He's got a bit of everything with those monks. Elite Blackwood archers keep pushing forward. Try to take down the Cav archers, and we have Hufnitze. Well, Hufnitze clicked for ACCM, but I don't know what that's going to help. Maybe a bit against the Blackwood archers. We'll have a castle race over here for Lucho, as he will be expanding to the southwest, but Yo also has more castles planned for that location. ACCM desperate to find some gold. There is the poison damage for the Blackwood archers. I guess it doesn't help against the Hussite wagons, but will help against the Cav archers and the halbs. Shouldn't help against the cannon, but there's the GG. And it felt like Wonders had opportunities that game, but man, that was a crazy game of Nomad. LY holding on. Yost, only 66 kills, but destroyed 46 buildings. The clutch imp timing with the Trebs. The hidden TC for Imp ended up working for him. ACCM did not spot it, or at least did not commit to it. And dang, that was a crazy game of Nomad. Alright. Update the scoreboard. We're tied 1-1. And LY winning Nomad. And that was Lithuanians, Huns, and Tupi against Turks, Bohemians, and Bengalis. How many actually play team games? Not as many these days. There's far more common on Voobly. And if there are team games, the vast majority are Rage Forest these days. Anyway, I will be right back, and then we'll get into Game 3. Alright, next map will be Migration. I feel like LY should be really skilled at Migration, too. Nice. How are things going on the YouTube chat, too? Hopefully the YouTube stream's holding up. Alright, lobby here. So Migration civs. Vikings, Portuguese there for Wonders right at the top. Could go Shu, Wu, Armenians, maybe Sicilians. For LY, clearly Byzantines, probably Japanese. Could be Byzantines, Japanese, and Celts. Malians could be used. Saracens even could be used. Well, lots of good options for LY. I wonder how longboats do as a pocket if you get Byzantines going fast imp. Vikings usually would be a flank on Migration. Stream is good, you're busy making dinner. Nice. Alright, and we're launching on Migration. And yep, Saracens, Byzantines, Japanese for LY. Armenians, Wu, Portuguese for Wonders. And just be aware, Yo and Vivi have swapped colors. Yo will be yellow, Vivi will be purple. We'll have 60 seconds and then hop into the game. Portuguese, Sicilians, Armenians for the architecture set. Yeah, very different regions, those civs, that all have the same Mediterranean architecture. See if I get my OBS windows rearranged so I can see it better. There we go. Alright, so loading in. And here we go for Migration. And just need to do colors and images once more. There. So we will have Wonders to the north, Armenians, Wu, and Portuguese. Not using Vikings then, saving Vikings for enemy archipelago. And to the south, we'll have LY with Saracens, Byzantines, and Japanese. It'll be Vivi versus Lucho on the eastern flank, Sebastian versus Lix on the western flank, and then Yo ACCM as the pockets. So Byzantine pocket, pretty much going to be Fishboom, Fast Imp, Fast Fires, along with probably trying to get a couple of TCs in the middle to start booming on land. The way this map is shaped, the pockets are super far apart. Lix and Sebastian are right next to each other. They could dock on the same screen, basically. And Vivi Lucho will have to sail around this out-jutting peninsula to start fighting each other. This beach terrain, I believe you can sail on it. Should be just beach terrain, you can palisade, but can't do other non-wall buildings. Also, it's a chicken spawn. Yeah, sometimes Migration gives you chickens instead of deer. It's weird. I don't know why. But you get chickens around the TC. Which means you basically have nothing to do with your scout. Makes the Dark Age very, very simple, boring. You're pushing your chickens like a tile or two to try to get them under the TC. Be super optimal. So Vil chopping a tree. Chicken coming in. Vil's gonna take the chicken. And then also in the corners on this map there are whales. So you can get gold from the water, from the corners, and from the straits between the players. So there is water gold available. Also llamas in the middle, along with jaguars. So they kept predators in the middle, along with some llamas. And are there foxes here? Yeah, and foxes. And these guanaco deer equivalents. So a full menagerie of different animals present in the middle of the map. And great fish marlin taken from Sebastian there. Wonder if chickens or deer migrate easier over water? It sounds like we have one of those then chicken, fox, deer questions where you have to put one in the transport ship and bring it across and you can never leave them alone, like with each other in certain pairs. One of those very basic graph search problems. Or like the jaguar, the llama, the fox and the deer, and the relic. How do you get them across? Monk lucky that the jaguar doesn't eat him. So, Feudal Age for Lix on the side. We'll see how quickly he goes to gold. He'll be the first one up, just a bit faster than Vivi, who is the Japanese, his 2 forward docks. Saracens have faster shooting galleys, so it's probably just going to be a galley opening from Lix, hence the emphasis on wood, and only 3 Vils to gold. If you're opening hulks, I think you need a bit more gold. So a couple of docks up for Sebastian, a few docks forward for Vivi as well. And 2 docks for Lucho. 2 docks for ACCM. So pockets are just booming. Pockets are just fish booming right now. There's nothing that they're going to do in Feudal. They are fish booming. And usually the role of the flank is to make sure the other flank doesn't disrupt the pocket's fish boom. But now with the dock garrisoning, that is extra hard. So I think it's just flank versus flank action. And everyone gonna fish boom heavily. I mean, look at that. 6 fishing ships for someone going fast up galleys. Never would have happened on the pre-rework days. It would have been super aggressive, maybe 20 pop at the latest for 2 to 3 dock galleys immediately. Now it's much slower with more fishing ships. And even potentially with the fishing lines upgrade at some point snuck in. What's that beach doing so far in the middle of the mainland? Scout is to run, galleys poking at the scout. And Hulk grappling the dock villager. As, wait, we have a transport ship at a landing. Yo did a transport ship from the pocket, and now triple scouts have landed on Lucho's island. Lucho does not have loom. He's immediately doing it, but he has the quick wall to keep the scouts out. There's nothing under the TC, so Vils have to run back to garrison. The Dockville has to garrison, doesn't actually quick wall to keep the scouts out. The scouts, blocking the wall off, not letting Lucho wall. And the scouts are in on the wood line. That's 3 scouts. At the very least, loom is in, but they will do their best to pick off Vils. Yo's scout maybe popping a bit too far back, and the scout for Lix goes down. Now, this does matter for the middle, as there will be fewer scouts for picking off monks. But that is super annoying. 2 Vil kills now, both on Lucho. And on the other side now, we have Sebastian Lix fighting on water as the galleys sail around for Vivi. And now it's Vivi versus Lucho on water, but Vivi's been undisturbed on land, whereas Lucho has been disturbed. It's all Vil fights, always has been. Any team with Lix is going to be all Vil fights. Kind of surprised we didn't see Lick's douche. Yo, an early transport ship, bring your ally over. Like 19 vills and a scout. Pick Persians on this map? Oh, yeah. Because Persians are a flank, too, just for fast up times. I don't know still in the current water meta. Now, Lucho, lots of idle TC time. Actual vill counts are the same. Where's the transport? Down here. Alright, I think all the scouts are dead now? Oh, nope, no they're not. Yo and Vivi's still here. But they're focusing on the water micro now. Yo going blacksmith market in the middle, that's why his transport's back, because he wanted to bring the vills over. Oh man, that is crazy to go for the transport ship there. But as the pocket, you're just fish booming, why not go for it? You got nothing else you're really doing. Use your scout for something. Doesn't mean you're not scouting the middle. But if you're not as concerned about the middle and more concerned about the water in this meta, then maybe it's just worth it to spend the scout and disrupt the flank as much as you can. That's also then Japanese versus Armenians on the right. You gotta be thinking maybe the Japanese have the better economy, but not as good of the warships if that second projectile does some damage from the Armenians. And now we have Vivi falling back. Falling back as the galleys dance a bit. And oh, this just brings me back. The OG galley micro dance. Love seeing that. Brings me back to the Voobly days, the galley micro. Oh, makes me feel so warm inside. This is one of my favorite things in Age of Empires. You shoot, you dodge, it's an intense micro. You gotta go back to the docks and queue your ships. I did this back in the single queue days, where you had to manually go to each dock. Oh. So many little things you had to do to optimize your gameplay. So there's Yo up to the Castle Age. And I'll have some galleys on the right side, dancing back and forth near each other. Never optimized it. Who's gonna reach first? Looks like Vivian Lick's up. Good timings. Lucho may be stuck feudal for a while. I mean, Imperial Age on the way for Yo. We could have one player in Imp while some players are still feudal. But Byzantine fast Imp from the pocket, nothing surprising there. Wu up 2. His shipwright. It's the final fire upgrade. Pillow bird. Vivi should be able to hold until you can do an upgrade. Lots of galleys on the other side, trading some shots back and forth. Galleys going down. Hulk's grappling. I have some fires moving forward. And these galleys are forced back now as the fires come forward for Yo. Xing on the left as Lix now has War Galley and he's ready to push. Those are only Castle Age fire ships, even though Imp's on the way for ACCM. I can't see the Wu being anywhere near as good of an Imp Civ as the Byzantines on water. And we also have the earlier expansion to the middle for Yo. It's LY with a score lead. Score's flipping a bit, but I think LY gonna pull ahead a bit with this earlier Byzantines Imperial Age. And feels like Sebastian gonna lose some of his navy here. I think Lix has to be careful to sail up north so that Sebastian doesn't run that way. Kind of head him off. Fire ships, but yeah, Yo's here with Byzantine fires. And the galleys for Vivi now up to War Galley. Just Still pushing forward, going to take out the dock, take out the rest of the galleys, and still fight the fires effectively for the moment until Imp comes in. And Jaguar finding the Vils in the middle. Not going to get a kill, though. They'll get up a TC. There's Imp now from ACCM. And remember also, Byzantines can go camels in the middle against cav units. Armenians probably doing infantry though, but that's cataphracts to stop that. Portuguese, maybe Arbs, so that's skirms to stop that. You're really thinking and forcing your opponents to think about how to transition units. But here comes a push with fast fire ships against feudal galleys. Oh, there's heavy warships for ACCM. Lucho will be getting demolished here on the flank anyway. And now the fast fire is also pushing on the west, pushing into Lix. Yo doesn't have as many fast fires of his own there, but he'll try to get more. Unless he has enough in the fight. Engage. And kind of a better engagement for ACCM as his team takes a score lead. I'm kind of worried about this side with Lucho. But I'm also worried that Vivi hasn't actually gotten to the mainland yet. They're just with a scout. He's just going now. Here's pushing. And Wheelbarrow for Lucho, who is in the castle age and could do medium warships, but so far avoiding it, relying just on the fires from his pocket. Outpost for Lix is down the bottom passage. There's some more fighting between the Imperial Age fires. In the middle, Lucho is just booming with more and more TCs. As big a boom as he can get. So a couple of town centers now for Vivi, but a bit late. And banking and Gilnets for ACCM. Of course, Collar and Bosaw for Sebastian, who's been lacking eco upgrades, it would seem. And, ooh, Castle drop from Lix. He doesn't see the TC yet. Ooh, if he had seen that TC, I'm sure Castle dropped it. Castle right here would be nasty. Castle, and he is the Saracens, so he can make Mamluks if he wants. Should be decent for early raids against the Portuguese. Has to wall a Ville to keep it safe. So this castle up for Lucho in the middle of the map. He and Vivi inching towards each other on land as well as on sea. Fast Fire is attacking the other fast fires, but it will be the Byzantine ones prevailing. Fires going for the dock. Fires will take on the docks very quickly, especially the fast fires. Look at how quickly that dock melts. Still at 5 of them. And the dock will crumble. Counter castle there from Sebastian in the middle. So Lix and Sebastian are working towards potentially a castle war. Yo is floating a lot of gold. Could maybe sling Lix up to the Imperial Age. And more fast fires here. ACCM still pushing. And the flanks for Wonder is higher score than the flanks for LY. And Imperial Age is up for Lucho. So Lucho, despite the fact he was losing fish, And the fact that the fast fires came to his side actually is clicking up before Vivi is. And looking at the Vil counts, they're nowhere close to those of Wonders. Wonders might be on the verge of going up 2-0 over LY. On Migration, a map that felt like maybe LY had a good chance on it to me. But Wonders clearly a very well-practiced team here. Xing in the middle as the composite bowmen come forward. Couple of mangonels rolling forward too. Castle for Vivi, castle for Lucho, everyone gonna castle the middle. But this will come down to who's up to imp first and who can win Treb Wars. We will, at least on the west, have Lix beating Sebastian a bit for LY. But on the right, Vivi looks like he's stuck castle for a while, as Lucho with double castles will start to get out trebuchets, even more bills, sending a larger village to raise the castle, and ACCM as the Wu instantly will start to make the traction trebs. Traction treb attacking the castle now, and Vivi will have to repair some walls for Sebastian, making sure he's not raided in spots where he's not prepared. Castle for Sebastian 2. Actually wanting more organ guns. There's Lucho up to the Imperial Age. Selling food, selling wood. Wonders. Feels like I wasn't liking their position when Yo got imp, but it feels like they've turned it around. The flanks couldn't hold on water. Now that's a third castle from ACCM, making sure we're gonna get 3 castles on one screen. That's insane. Yes, that's the final castle. ACCM now completes as a castle for everyone. Just looks up to imp. And galleys now, just galleys from the Armenians. Sebastian will be starting his treb production as soon as he's up, I'm sure. Feels all going down to the galleys. And Vill's going down to composite bowman in the middle as they're trying to repair a treb for Yo. And treb down, skirms to deal with composite bowman. Yo still the highest score. But now he's Byzantines and he's just making skirms. And yes, skirms are great, but are they enough to win you a migration game from this position? That's very tricky. Very tricky indeed. What are those green dots? This must be the Guanacos hiding in by the outpost. So traction treb composite bowman now. Traction treb's going for the TC. TC, that's the handcart TC. That won't be the handcart TC much longer. That'll go down. As the traction treb push commences, Vivi doesn't have the timing to stop this. He's imp, but what does he do? Will the samurai stop it? To the west, it's another treb fight. Sebastian there with a treb. Treb for Lix besieging the castle. Skirms pushing forward in the middle. Bombard cannon trying to push the composite bowman back. And Yo desperate to hold on for his team with his skirmishers. Needs to get Lix and Vivi on par with the other flanks for them to have a shot. Now there are still fishing ships. And just taking shorefish though. The only 2 fishing ships really for Vivi. Yo has a ton of fishing ships, but they're gonna start being inefficient soon. Finding shorefish there. You find maybe whales and deep fish. Everything in Lix's base is blinking. Everything is blinking. As the trebs return fire, they'll hit the yarbs at the cannon. And what is this castle researching? Conscription. Will the conscription castle go down? It'll be close. Yes, it does go down. And now those trebs are exposed. The bombard cannon can move forward and pick off that final treb. And no problem for Sebastian to push Licks. Loses his arms, he replaces them with more. And we have a samurai transport ship, or samurai push? I think they found a transport and destroyed it. It was not their ride, that was on the enemy team. Cannon wanting to run away from the composite bowman, but here come the traction trebs, this time for a Byzantine castle. These things have a lot of hit points. Ferreters and long swordsmen for Lucho, both working towards getting their upgrades to deal with these civs. Doc will go down. Treb down as the arbs push forward. That archery range will crumble. They cannon destroy a skirm. More skirms down. Xing in the middle is Licks. There's another castle going up on the side for Sebastian. That cannon has to dance back and forth. Skirms take down the arbs. That cannon fire behind the skirms. Arbs in the north for Sebastian. Skirms go down. And the castle push continues for ACCM as his traction trebs will be taking out Vivi's castle. He can repair for a while, but not for forever. And it'll be a Ram Samurai push now against composite bowman, but that's mostly skirms from Yo. Yo probably desperate for gold, and we're seeing how maybe taking the water once again on migration. So much emphasis on the water led to for LY led to Wonders maybe getting a bit more of a foothold on land early. Vivi was a bit late to go over and start booming, and the civ that focuses land usually is the civ that wins migration. That's how it was before the water rework, and maybe that's still how it is. As these castles are going down, and I don't see a way for this push to get stopped. Portuguese should be a great late game civ. Armenians and Wu, both in different ways, a bit tricky to use. Late game, Byzantine, Saracens, Japanese, the AOK civs. I would have favored them in a situation where everyone's fully boomed, but LY never really got there. They never had the eco probably wanted. This TC going down. Arbs killing Vils. Cannon attacking the castle. Castle down. And now the only castles left, no more for Lakes, all from Yo and Vivi. And Yo has one that'll go down quite soon. Samurai's trying to kill champions along some cataphracts. Cataphracts there against the champions, those will be nice, but they are expensive to upgrade. We will have Elite Samurai for Vivi. You don't see that every day. But aside from Yo, Lix and Vivi are struggling on this team. Will cataphracts be enough for Yo? I don't think Yo has a castle anymore, so I'm gonna say no. Treb down to a cannon shot. Skirms here fighting champions. Rams filled with samurai pushing out, but the champions from the Armenians should be able to deal with them. 100 HP. There's a GG from Yo, and Wonders goes up 2-0. And honestly, the way that Nomad game went, things are looking amazing for Wonders. I was thinking LY should come in and win this set pretty easily, but Wonder is putting up a fight. ACCM, Sebastian, and Lucho, what a weird combination of three players, but it's working. ACCM consistently, I'd put him as a top team game player. There we are, 226 kills for Lucho as the Armenians. And Vivi only 66 kills himself, didn't really have the timing to fight on land. And dang, that was a good game of migration. So let's get the civs right. The map. that was Portuguese, Armenians, and Wu against top picks, Byzantines, Japanese, and Saracens. But both teams have mostly used their top row as civs, but Wonder still has Vikings left for presumably enemy archipelago. ACCM is in the top 4 1v1 conversation these days too. That he is. He is. Alright, what are we gonna have next? Gonna have next 2 maps. Enemy archipelago or frontline, and it will be a frontline. So frontline's where you can use some crazy civs. Teutons, Celts, Maya, options for the LingYuan, Romans even. I imagine Celts are probably saved for enemy archipelago for the wood bonus. Probably the same with Malians. This could be Teutons, Maya, Jurchens, or Romans, Jurchens, or Chimeras, the super pocket against Inca or Goths, Ethiopians, and Slavs, I think. Civ combinations kind of crazy here. Teutons, Maya, Jurchens for largest distance between the civs. That actually would, I mean, that works for Teutons in the front, Maya for the archers, and Jurchens in the back. I don't know. Celts could also be good for siege. Anyway, my eyes are dry now. I need to go put some eye drops in. I'm feeling like the Viper now. Gotta take care of my eyes. Alright, so Frontline still there in the lobby. Same set of players. No Nikov sighting. Is that too many waters? Gotta figure out which one I'm drinking from. I think ACCM really started to improve after he called Dave bald in the last Hidden Cup. He's been getting better ever since. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe it is. So, we got 3 more sets after this today. 5 team game best of 5s in one day is absolutely wild. We're on front line, so Teuton's Maya Khmer against Muisca Ethiopians and Slavs. So Teutons, I was right about that. Oh, well, I just picked Khmer as the pocket. Makes a lot of sense there. They will use the Teutons. Wish you were on the earliest sleeping schedule. That would be Jordan, I believe. That would be Jordan with the early sleep schedule. Also, if I didn't say this earlier, thank you, Durf Turtle, for the follow on Twitch. I hope you guys are enjoying this, because I haven't had team games in a while. Oh, look at that. Ugly's editing a thumbnail on a map that I made for T90. Just looking at the Twitch streams. See what she's doing. Still waiting to get started here. And there we are, front line, finally, launching. In on capture age. Boom. Alright. So, no initial Vil fighting here. Let me get, again, the logos. I gotta do this every single time. Every single time. Boom, boom. Alright. So, the flanks. ACCM as the Muisca, Licks as the Teutons. And I always gotta remind myself, what are the Muisca settlements? Minus 33% in heal nearby units. They can also make the champions in the Dark Age. Advancing to the next stage costs less gold. Won't matter for the Vil fight that. Teutons, they will trush. They will do a trush. Bring forth the Teutonic Knights. Red Teutons. Time to spam the Teutonic Knight emote. Maybe we'll get to spam this right here. We get to see that emote. That'll be crazy. So, where are we going? We're going to lame the Guanacos. ACCM 3 Vils forward with this lame. Now, ACCM, no stranger to Vil fights with all the Rage Forest he's played. They've swapped the roles of ACCM and Lucho from the Menindee game, saying Lucho's not going to be Vil fight and ACCM is. Lucho is just going to be booming as the Slavs. As we talked about in the Arabia game, Slavs have a crazy good team bonus that the military buildings give you 5 pop space, so you're saving wood. If you're the Ethiopians going barracks and 2 ranges, all of a sudden you're saving 75 wood, which for early feudal is a great bonus. It's like, it takes your plus 100 food, plus 100 gold, and then also gives you plus 75 wood. So where is ACCM going? He's just bringing Licks after him. Licks has 5 villagers chasing ACCM. chasing down the Champy too. And looks like LY should find that Champy and kill. I guess the Champy just straight up loses to the Eagle. But Sebastian has his scout forward too. And the way this map usually is played is you have a Vil Fight Civ, an Archer Civ, and a Scout Civ. But there is potential for the Super Pocket, instead of playing Scouts, to go FC and then play into Knights or maybe even Elephants as the Khmer. The Huiguang Cav are a particularly popular one, or even just a Boom. So Outpost with the Champy. That'll be crazy. Vils could go help there. Sebastian's helping with the Scout. Makes his own Scout there. Champy, ooh, gets taken down. But there's the Outpost. How many Vils does ACCM need to douche the pocket? I mean, maybe it's a bit late because Yo's already up. Yeah, but ACCM, he's the chef. He's cooking right now. Yo trying to find that llama and bring it back. Very fast uptimes from Vivi and Yo, though. They want their scouts to get extra HP. Lix is just chasing those Vils with 4 of his own. So more idle time for him than for ACCM. Oh my gosh, look at all those dead Granacos decaying. Lix just taking the food under his TC, mining stone. Lix might just try to go feudal without really Vil fighting just by taking all this. He needs another building, though. Oh wait, he has a lumber camp. So okay, he's good then. Doesn't need berries. Lumber camp, mining camp, 1 Vil on each, and he's fine. That's his food situation. Not quite ready to click up, but 15 Vils on food, so it shouldn't be too much longer. And then he could maybe just go towers. But the forward stone does make it a bit awkward. ACC, I'm not sending any more Vils to Vil fight, but we'll have forward Vils from Sebastian. Should he want ranges, he may wish them to be forward. In front of ACCM's TC. And there's, yep, double ranges immediately from Sebastian. Nice extra bonus res as from being the Ethiopians. And we'll get the pop space there with the Slavs ally. And actually, ACCM and Lix both clicking up. That is, despite all the Dark Age Vil fighting and chasing, they both actually get up fairly decent, at fairly decent times for the Vil fight. Yo here with Scouts now, and he should be able to clear ACCM's Vils with the Scouts. X needs to pull that Vil back. Yo can pull that Scout back. And Yo doesn't want to pull the Scout too far back because he doesn't want a quick wall, and he'll survive on 1 HP as he kills the villager. That outpost there just to watch all the rotting corpses of the Guanacos. And Lix could have done the mill on this side and then been able to take Guanacos too and had a decent quick wall with the L-shaped berries, but opted for being in the back. He'll do a wall to the TC. And here's Lucho's Scout as the archers from Sebastian start to make their way forward, and they'll hit that forward stone from Lix. Xing there from Lucho. Vil goes down. Some more walls going up here for Lix. As Town Watch will be on the way also for Lix. There is a house. And more archers for Vivi come forward. So Vivi and Yo collecting Scouts archers from both sides. Scouts attacking the house. Archers from Sebastian will pull back. Scout versus Scout now. Some of those Vivi archers going down. And defensive tower for Lix, so you can put as many Vils as you want, pretty much. Extra garrison space for the Teuton's towers inside of there. It'll shoot extra arrows if you do, and then also free murder holes up to the when you up to the castle age. And we have the walls from. Why does Lix have Vils all the way out here? Walls from Wonders. Lucho has Scouts here. Sebastian has archers. And Lix has 5 Vils. I feel like in these games, Wonders have been doing a good job of punishing Lix for his Vil shenanigans. And all the Vils go down. Oh, that is so painful for Lix. He's now down by 5 Vils compared to ACCM. And ACCM, at this point, he's just kind of trying to hope to hold on. He's just going to try to hold on and be ahead of Lix then, doing another settlement on his stone. Eagle attacking a palisade, because why not? At this point, they could wall to the edge. Yeah, Lix getting cooked. Oh my gosh, what is Lix doing with 14 Vils? Where is he going? Lix doing Lix things. Well, with all that stone, he's going to have to do a ton of towers to make it worthwhile. He's collecting stone, he's not getting to the castle age. And he has 1 food, he's nowhere close to the castle age. If you bring his archers back, and Sebastian does have a few more archers. And X is over here. There we go. Yo getting some revenge, though. Yo getting some revenge. We'll have Vils out of position for ACCM. A couple of them go down. Now, ACCM only up by 2 now. Look at the Vil KD. Lix has lost 6. ACCM has lost 5. And there's a tower from Lix. So Lix just wants to go heavy on stone and creep forward with Teuton towers and give Vivi a spot to use his archers. But a couple of Vils going down. Sebastian manages to pick them off. And Lix is going to want more towers. He's lost 8 Vils so far. Sebastian's killed all 8 of them. But he's not done towering. He wants another forward tower. Just one tower after another. No fletching yet. Already a defensive tower for ACCM on his gold. The Teutons could try to do a tower and force a fight, but probably still you want to avoid being by the gold. Or by the enemy tower. Here's attacking that palisade wall as the tower goes up. More Vils go forward to build the tower right outside of these ranges from Sebastian.
Ow.
More scouts just looping around for Yo. There is a watchtower from Lix. Tower looks like it will go up. And that puts some pressure on ACCM's farming eco. If all the farms then have to be behind the TC and he's got to do extra mills. Maybe make them a bit more exposed. But I don't think the numbers are there for LY. They can't really jump this army. Ooh, this is a tricky situation for LY. I mean, Lix feels like he's pretty far behind. He's trying to do another tower. If he gets that tower up, he can push this tower as the Teutons. He is just sending more Vils forward. And he's trying to do Teuton things. And, I mean, Vivi could even put archers in the towers. Lucho's running forward. Lucho can get in. And if Lucho gets in, he will kill a lot. He has forging, doing wheelbarrow. The scouts have bloodlines. They're fully upgraded. This is very immediately walled by Vivi. Nice reaction. At the same time, the tower is up. Urson with 10 Vils for the Teutons. And should shoot down this watchtower and take ACM off of gold. But we have Castle Age from both pockets. Vivi now could go forward for a workshop. We'll have a lot of crossbowmen as the Maya. Oh, some towers from ACCM in the back on Yo. Interesting, interesting. Trying to give his pocket Lucho the biggest advantage he can. But tower by the gate, that blended in so well with the settlement, I didn't even notice it. There's another tower for Lix. As, yeah, immediately we'll have the workshop forward for Vivi. And Lucho gonna pull his scouts back, not finding damage with them, wants to keep them alive, think about clicking up himself maybe. Old mining from Lucho. And the tower is forward for Lix. Scout's gonna take down the gate. Don't think they'll be able to surround the tower, but they want to get a crossbow advantage. And start picking off some of ACCM's Vils maybe. They don't want to lose crossbowmen to the tower unnecessarily though. I mean, it's crossbows plus a Teuton's tower plus scouts all attacking a tower. It should go down pretty quickly. That'll take the front of the defenses away from ACCM and maybe open things up now more for some Mangonel play. That could hit the TC. Even maybe for Rams. But towers in the back for ACCM, as he just has a few outposts on the side while he's been going forward to tower. It's a lot of crossbowmen, though. From Sebastian, Ethiopian crossbowmen. Straight up fight against the Maya, they win. The Maya have to rely on their numbers, but it's 28 to 30. Not really a big... big number difference. I mean, big difference in the crossbow numbers there, which is what the Maya want. So ballistics there for Sebastian. And Licks, gotta be careful here. Gets the walls up just in time. And we'll have to be very careful of those crossbows. He needs to run the Vills. Ballistics is not in yet. Were it in, the Vills would be dead. The scouts, thinking of getting through the gate, they'll hold it open and then run out. It'll be at most one Vill targeted. Some scouts going down to crossbows. Ballistics is in for Vivi. Upgrades all went around for Lucho. More towers for Lix. Lix is now constructed 8 towers. 8 towers on basically one screen. But that workshop from Vivi not producing anything. He's so worried about defending his base that he hasn't really gotten much. Brought the Mangonel back. And now it'll be light cav for Lucho against the bigger crossbow numbers for Vivi, but Sebastian here and ready to micro. Here's Castle Age for ACCM. At least, at the very least, he'll be ahead of Lix. Yo just getting up now. I don't think the towers can destroy a TC fast enough to prevent this next age. These scouts going down from Lucho. It's actually kind of even on Vills between ACCM and Lix, but Lix nowhere close to the next stage, where Guard Tower will be crucial for him. So all of the scouts on the side going down, but Sebastian's military still is in the back, still in a position where it can annoy Yo. An outpost there from ACCM. Vills will come down on this wood line. They will swoop in and actually let us go through the palisade. Crossbows getting in through there. Knights at the front for Lucho pushing forward. John Slow, thank you for the raid. We have a game where wonders. ACCM, Lucho, and Sebastian are, to my surprise, leading over LY 2-1. And looking in a pretty good spot so far on front line. Lix doing Lix things with a bunch of towers. Looks like an arena game with all these towers. I wonder if Lix will try to tower hop through and then do something fancy. There's ACCM to Castle, gold shaft mining from Lucho, who is still 1 TC just pumping military. Everyone's 1 TC so far. Xing in the back. Xing everywhere. There's another tower. And crossbows there to stop the tower. Workshop for ACCM. And if these aren't guard towers and they're just feudal towers, Knights and Mangonel should be able to take them down. So Yo trying to clean up a house. The tower is being cleaned. When is DarkSidE playing? They're one of the 3 remaining sets. I haven't seen the order of the remaining sets or the schedule. I think they're either next or 4th. I will cast, hopefully, 1 more set. And then that'll probably be all the time I have today, because these sets take a while. Team games take a while. They're amazing, but they're exhausting. See some Xing over here for Lucho. This game is so good. So Ram coming forward, hit the watchtower. Crossbows forward 2. They will hit the tower as more crossbows come forward for Vivi. Difficult to schedule? Yeah, they're trying to cram everything into one day. Mangonel, it's the Ram. Ram goes down, but the Mangonel will die. Military counts 20 more units for Wonders. And ACCM in a spot where he can start contributing. Imp on the way, though, for Vivi. And Maya getting Imp early is always scary, because it is so cheap for them to get a huge number of Arbalests in such a mass that Castle Age forces can't fight them. And this forward position still is here for Yo. Lick's also on a lot of stone still. Remember, he can't sling the stone to his teammates. He can just do more towers, but a Mangonel is there. Doesn't really hit anything. Tower foundation deleted for the moment. Let's try to run in. There's a monastery foundation from ACCM. I don't even know if those Mangonels are hitting. Knights are back. And it's a lot of crossbowmen. It's a 35 crossbowmen, but 55 crossbowmen from Sebastian. Who also has 2 TCs, but kind of far from Imp in the food count. Once Vivi gets there, his crossbowman into Arbalest will be even more discounted. That's a 30% discount. He's Bracer Chemistry Arb, and then rely on the discount. Be nice even through the Teuton's resistance? Maybe. And that Ram down. Mangonel not cleared. But 2-1, and Imp is there for Vivi. Imp is for Vivi. Yo's still booming. Has the Khmer. Probably wants to boom eventually into Elephants, but that'll take a lot of TCs and still a lot of time. No one on the team, on either team really has many Vills. Lick's the least of all. And I am worried about these crossbows. It's attacking the range. Tower going up for ACCM. Full walls as Imp is clicked for Sebastian. And Sebastian needs to hold and avoid fighting until he gets Imp. There's chemistry. I think Vivi might still afford to click Bracer. But he's in a good spot to kill some Vills. And if he ever gets in, these crossbows cause mayhem. Castle Age Knights only have 4 armor. You get Arbs with 10 attack. Castle Age Knights can't really fight them. Lucio's doing the second attack upgrade for his Knights. And still thinking of getting us around. There are some TCs out here. Tower is guard tower, usually the way to stop an Arb raid, since they can't destroy the towers themselves. But there are some backup Knights for Yo that'll go for the tower, and then also find one of Lucho's outlying TCs that they'll be able to destroy. On the other side, full walls from ACCM as the Muisca. Some Knights still there from Vivi. And a couple of houses here still from ACCM early. That's the blue dot on the minimap. Nothing really threatening, though, other than maybe a few crossbows and a forward Vill, but nothing huge. So forward Vills from Lakes, as he's up to the Castle Age. What will he do? Defensive Castle there from ACCM. When Lix is up, you can always do Guard Tower and Bodkin. But I don't think either of that would help in denying the castle. Yeah, it's too far away from the towers. That's a lot of Knights coming over, and Vivi and Lix, they need to wall this. Some very quick walls, making sure that the Vills are safe and that the castle will go up. Vivi cannot lose that. Meanwhile, these Arbalests in the back, nothing really to stop them. They're going to go for the houses. Joe not walled behind the houses. Knights and Arbalests can break in. There's Sebastian up. If I make a Swomi's chances? At this point, probably not too good. But, I don't know. Not having Ruben probably doesn't change much. I think the other Finland players are pretty good. It's still mostly Max and Valessa. But I don't think they're in the shape they were years ago. And Lucho trying to run in. And some quick walls. This has to be a team quick wall. Vivi can't path off of the house. It's a good thing that wall didn't actually need to be quick. There's still an opening, I think. Over by the wood line. And now Treb's on the way for Vivi. The longer they hold, the more that Lix can reboom, but Lix isn't really rebooming, he's still just on 1 TC. ACCM's on 75 vills compared to the 35 of Lix. Yeah, he has guard towers, but he's still been raided. He had vills out in the middle of nowhere. I think they were killed. And Lucho can go up to Imp. Oh, Lucho also getting a nice raid. There's nothing to save this TC from Yo. There are 10 vills inside. Here comes some knights on their way to try to save it. He'll be down. And he'll try to wall in the knights. He won't get there. Oh, he will get a workshop. Now, I'll try to wall in Lucho's army and destroy it. Well, if he doesn't lose vills and he just loses the TC, maybe that's not all that bad. All his knights should go down. A few arbs behind him, too. I'll just dance a bit. This castle will go down. Imp on the way for Lucho. Iron casting for Yo. I mean, Yo has 101 vills. Significantly more than Lucho, who is a Cav player up to Imp on 65 vills and 1 TC. I don't think that's where he really wants to be. And if ACCM is still dealing with a tower rush, LY might just be okay. Oh, that's where ACCM is. He has a forward castle. All that stuff he had forward sent more vills and got a castle. Settlement on a stone, too. He can go for the unique unit. What's it, the Guetra warrior for the skirmisher one. For the Muisca. Xing over there. Vivi with Arbs. Some running water on the university. Always gets me when I see it. Plate guarding armor, Cavalier. Lucho wants to go Cavalier. If he gets those upgrades in, Arbs will be much less effective. Some knights raiding here. Will there be a quick wall to keep them out? No, there won't. They didn't notice. Knights will get in, do a bit of damage. I'll have a defensive castle here from Yo. Since he's up to Imp, we'll be able to treb that soon. He's still on 108 vills. I mean, LY actually has more vills total as a team. They still have Maya Arbs. They have to fall back to guard towers where they'll maybe make Sebastian's Arbs less effective. A couple of trebs will go down for Vivi. As they're continuing to push, they need to clear this castle from ACCM somehow. ACCM gonna add in rams and go for a ram push here in the south. Just try to annoy Yo. Attacking the outpost. And we have a push in the middle. So we got two things going on. ACCM trying to be annoying to disrupt Yo, so Yo can't just spam Cav or Elephants when he gets Imp. Yo has to make a decision. Does he go Cavalier or does he go Elephant? And considering he's against a Civ that doesn't have Cavaliers, he can that doesn't have Paladins, maybe he can get away with just Cavaliers and try to have a numbers advantage as the Khmer. Another castle from ACCM. The temple guards he has are killing a knight. And he'll be castle dropping Vivi's TC from the side, or from behind even. Nothing there from Yo to stop it. Yo, I think, struggling a bit in his economy to get upgrades. There is Cavalier in armor. He's got 28 knights scattered about, compared to the 33 Cavaliers with more in the queue of Lucho. The knights are finding a nice raid, though. And Yo himself might just be able to carry from this position, since he and Vivi are so far ahead. ACCM dropping a castle, but it will be a doubt castle. Vivi notices in time. ACCM down to 56 villagers. He's picking up relics over here. He's maybe going to go for another ram push. Treb for Yo. He can pick up a relic here. Maybe he needs to repair his castle. But ACCM's kind of out of the game. And, well, what are these Slav Ethiopian versus Maya Khmer combos? Which combo do we like more? Ethiopians do have the advantage of Bombard Cannon. They'll have the better units in the fights. But then Khmer can go Elephants. Khmer have the better farms. Boyar is probably not as likely as Elephants, although it could be a possibility. There's a castle for Sebastian. There are 5 cannon there. How do those Trebs destroy 2 cannon at once? What are those Treb shots? What are those Treb shots from Vivi? He just destroyed 3 bombard cannon with his Trebs. He just saved the castle with his Treb shots on the cannon. That was amazing. That's exactly what he needed. Yo somehow has walled this. A couple of relics Yo could try to pick up. Temple guards here. ACCM just has monasteries here and there. Yo just has to be careful his vills don't get converted, but he's cleaning up a castle here. ACCM still 60 vills. Now it's 100 vills plus for Vivi. I think LY should be able to hold on and force a game number 5. On of all maps, enemy archipelago. Farm goes down. What is this game? Without Paladin, it's really hard to push with the Cavaliers into the Arbs. We're gonna have a Hussar added in from Yo, and that's interesting. He can go Hussars and kind of spam Hussars against the Arbs while amassing gold for Elephants. But I guess he doesn't really have gold access on the map. And if you're gonna be spamming Hussars, Khmer versus Slavs, I mean, they both have good farms. I'm not sure whose farms are actually better. What you're seeing skirms from Sebastian is I think players are going to start struggling for gold. And if that's the case, then the Maya will have the Holsha Javelineers. And Vivi just needs to make sure he doesn't have that single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms. And now skirm's going down. These guard towers still being useful in the fights. His 4 cannon. So powerful. Torsion engines now for Sebastian. That's what makes Ethiopians so scary also. They're a great late game saver in terms of their siege. Not just the archers like the Maya have, but also the siege. Yo really needs some army now. It feels like Yo has been spending so much time dealing with ACCM. Will ACCM delete the castle foundation? Yes, he does. Alright, that he hasn't really been forward the way he wants to. He's got a couple of trebs, but he needs to clear more castles. ACCM can always get monks and convert vills. ACCM still going rams and temple guards, trying to be annoying to Yo in the back still somehow. As this army moves forward, and it feels like Vivi's basically had to fight this himself as Lucho hasn't wanted to engage. Part of me thinks if Lucho ever just decides, let's go, he'll be fine, but Sebastian wants to play it more safe with the siege engineers and the torsion engines with bombard cannon, I think. Farm taking some Treb shots. Skirm's going down to Arb and Tower Fire. Guard Tower could go down, and it goes. This tower goes not down yet. To the next volley, it'll go down. Wonder's still ahead. ACCM, he's still beasting with the vills that are forward. Yo needs some murder holes, but Yo is out of gold. ACCM stopping Yo from taking gold. Yo's just gonna castle over here. Hope to clean this up. Some more barracks for ACCM. 68 vills, but Yo, he's down to 98 vills in large part due to ACCM's raid. ACCM playing amazing this game, and Lix is still on 48 vills. How is Lix not getting into the game more? He needs to reboom faster than that. He only has 2 TCs. But his teammates now, that's a lot of Hussars also being added from Lucho. Lucho maybe picking the right moment to go and fight with Hussars rather than Cavaliers. The numbers feel like they're falling off for Lix. And just climbing. 82 military for Sebastian. Yeah, there's skirms, but they're doing well with skirms. And ACCM finding, I think, more contribution than Lix at this point. Lix doing a tower as he's going to try to do rams and try to clean up these forward monasteries. If he can clean up this side, that's part of the annoyance done. But now we're going to see markets on both sides for Sebastian and Lucho, and they can start trading. They can start getting their gold count up. Maybe desperate to take this gold in the middle. She'll have to fall back. And that's still a really good number of Cavaliers. 40 Cavaliers, and that's more than you want to deal with if you have to go Maya Skirms. Hussar raids, some walls from the other team. Another gold pillaged. Maybe he can't take that gold. And now the Ethiopian bombard cannon are so scary. And ACCM, he's still running Vils. There are Trebs there from Yo. They're still trying to clean this up. More pikemen from ACCM, stonewalling his Vils in the south. The pikemen make it hard to clear this with Cav. There's a tower, some Hussars chasing the fleeing Vils. Guard tower here going down. ACCM maybe finally cleaned over here. But that's given his team the ability to push in the front. That castle's still there for Vivi. As the Treb will try to defend against Cannon again. Sebastian will dodge this time properly. Vivi needs to repair. Cannon get a huge shot with torsion engines on the Arbs. All of the Arbs die. And now they can push the castle. They can dive if they want to. Torsion engines is insane. And the bombard cannon turning the siege onagers for that shot. The bombard cannon, they're going down to the Trebs, but they save the day with that shot. The castle will crumble now, and that might just be the push that Wonders needs to defeat LY in this first qualifier. Lix, he had 60 Vils, he's being raided now. The most painful thing in the game is when you're rebooming and you get raided. And I think that shot leads Wonders to victory. Lucho can come forward. He can find towers that are built by Lix. I mean, these Trebs not even able to clean everything that was here for ACCM. And ACCM has played like a beast this game. All that Rage Forest, I think, paying off for him, knowing how to use the sneaks. Cannon taking down the guard tower. There's Caravan for Lix. In the Castle Age, doing Caravan. He has a market. Doesn't boost his teammates' trade speed. Now LY needs to fall back. And were the Teutons alive in the late game, they'd be a great late game civ. Probably better than the Muisca, but that's not the case. It's a 2v2, and the Ethiopians here are probably the strongest of the late game civs. And we're seeing that there's no way to deal with the cannon. Yo with so much cav, it feels so weird that Yo has had 85 military this whole game. As yeah, he's raiding here and there, he's fighting ACCM in the back, but it feels like he's never actually been grouped up to take a big fight. But here's one big fight now, the cannon's still in the back going for the Arbs, and this might be all or nothing for LY. But Yo maybe has numbers, Yo maybe has the numbers. The mangonel in the back from ACCM gets a shot, and all of a sudden, who's winning this fight? That's a lot of cheap Arbalests from Vivi. The Maya can keep producing them non-stop. And honestly, even after Yo loses the Cav, the Maya still are pushing with Arbs. Killing the Maya army is useless as they just replace it. Not quite the same as the Tupi, but they're just so cheap they don't need resources back. Dang. They're still fighting. They are still fighting. And there's a castle from Vivi defending his gold more. 53 Vils for Lix, but 92 for ACCM. Maybe there's eventually a way ACCM gets to the next stage. He has 2k food. He just needs gold somehow. And maybe he needs to trade boom on his way up? I don't know.
Wood, please.
So forward workshop found there. ACCM asking for wood. As he keeps raiding with pikemen, wants to go for more towers to be annoying. Vivi will counter tower. And ACCM just doing more TCs, trying to take some gold. Those are dangerous TCs. That's a TC that won't go up. Oh man, Vivi clutching the game with those arbalests. Mark it up for Licks. They'll need to take this wall down. And LY, somehow, someway, hasn't died yet. They're down by 100 Vils as a team. But the Maya don't need Vils. Maybe Lucho slightly overboomed in terms of Vils. So, big Hussar fight. But Fort Castle from ACCM, that could be hit. Yo trebbing that. Somehow I think LY might be able to pull this off, but they need Licks back in the game quickly. Imp for ACCM, and those raids that have hit Licks while he's been rebooming have been so crucial in slowing him down. He's going to try to wall off the map. And there are still pikemen in the trade line. This needs to be walled on the right. And this is open, looks for the ram, but there's another layer behind it of fortified wall. From the Ethiopian player. Yo could do some eco upgrades. That he could. He only has the feudal age eco upgrades and handcart. No bow saw. Oh, that is so painful. No bow saw. And no heavy plow, too. You're farming so quickly as the Khmer, and you're rebuilding them all the time, spending your wood. And despite all odds, LY still is pushing. There are X's somewhere. Hussars in the back are getting cleaned. What does ACCM still have? A monastery? Some houses, some walls. Walls are being rammed. I mean, ACCM could somehow convert Vils if he goes monks from that monastery. But the Hussar raids are in, and all of a sudden, 61 Vils for Licks still feels like he's gonna see Imp and be like, oh no, I need to get Imp. And Wonders has more trade. That means they'll be able to get more gold units fielded. Especially important for getting the Muisca on the field. Arbs now killing skirms, killing Hussars. ACCM up to the Imperial Age. There is fortified wall for Vivi. Trying to hold with fortified walls. Some X's here, as I think finally all of ACCM's raids have been cleared. There are a couple of Hussars. That's it. And now in the back with the walls up. Trade might just be safe. Safe enough to get Licks back into the game? Yo might need to sling Licks into the game here. With some, I guess Licks is a lot of food. But even with the stone. 3 more TCs for Licks. I know Licks is used to having no Vils and rebooming. I don't know if he's used to doing it this late in the game. It's an hour plus. Onager and Siege Engineers now from ACCM. He's the Muisca. They do have Siege Onager, if I recall. Siege. Yes, they do. They can do the Siege Onager Civ. There's a hole in the wall that Yo will use to retreat through. Arbs forward. And there's a hole in the house, and that'll open up a raid for the trade. Some pikemen for ACCM. He's forward. Licks on 75 Vils. There is a chance. Oh, these can be trapped. These can be trapped. There is still a chance, as more stone walls come up, that Licks eventually gets back into the game as the Teutons and can contribute. But ACCM, they are much faster. And now Yo and Vivi essentially have to hold 2v3 and hope that Licks can contribute. Sebastian also slinging ACCM. And trade is here. Trade there. I feel like the trade is much healthier though. Get a feel for the traffic jams. Much healthier trade for Wonders. And Sebastian floating resources. Everyone on Wonders floating resources. How well can the Maya Arbs keep this fight up? Against the Onagers, they dodge. And then they get hit. Oh, Onager almost hitting his own halbs there. It's a lot of Hussars. Some stone walls are breached. Oh, nice Onager hits. It's a lot of Hussars for Yo. What's the trade look like, though? 37 trade, 41 trade. I guess the Maya don't need farms. They just need trade and lumberjacks. And they can get to more arbs than they have now. ACCM with more food than LY has res. Yeah, he's the chef. He needs to cook that food. And he's gonna cook up Siege Onager and Heavy Scorpion. But what is this? Imperial Age on the way for Licks. At the same time, feels like the floodgates have opened, and in come the Arbalests and the Hussars and the Pikemen and the Siege Onagers. Wonders. Some raids coming forward. Licks again getting raided when he's trying to reboom. An hour 10 into the game. 90 Vils, I don't think we'll cut it. The Treb's going down to Hussar raid still. The Pikemen will push the Hussars. The Siege Onagers will go for the range. And I think ACCM now, with this push, has enough. There isn't really a way to fight the Siege Onagers. I don't think the Muisca have halbs. They have the Temple Guard, so he'll need trade for them. But he has Onager shots on the Hussars. And he has something to contribute. Xing from Licks, showing where the raids are. He was at 90 Vils, almost at 100, but the raids have brought him down to the 80s. The rebooming player, always the one most vulnerable to raids. And we also do have elite Boyars coming forward once more. And there's Licks up to Imp. This can't be fought. What does Licks do? Squire's chemistry. Nice shot on the Hussars. Another decent hit. Hussars running straight into Pikemen. I want to go for the cannon. Onager is going for Arbs. Get a nice hit. And get another nice hit on the Arbs. And they're clearing Arbs. Pikemen are there for the light cap. Everything here dying for LY. And now the populations are 150 ahead for Wonders. They're near the limit at 600. LY down by 425. They're getting pushed. The Arbs come forward. And I think Wonders is going to do it. I thought they had it earlier with that cannon shot, but now I think they really have it as the Hussars are getting into the trade. What the heck is going on? There's a ram from Licks. That won't do much. Licks, his teammates held for so long, he just never was able to reboom. And ACCM that entire time was raiding with rams and castles and temple guards and monks. And being as annoying as he could have ever been. And we will have also here those elite Boyars. If you want to look at them, go behind the stable. A few of them here. What a game this was. What a set this was. Battle Elephant forward for Yo. I'm very impressed by Wonders. And also their teamwork. Oh, I didn't know how well ACCM, Sebastian, and Lucho would fit together, but they have fit together perfectly. Trade is rated. LY doesn't want to tap out just yet. They're making one last attempt for elephants. Even Boyar should be able to fight elephants decently enough. Licks trying to get halbs out as the Teutons. He has 32 military now. It's more than he's had most of the game, but he's housed and he's running out of space. He's running out of room. His towers are getting hit. Oh, this is such a nice fight. The Eagles now, the Eagles are coming. They should get massacred by boyars, though. Boyars should even be decent against elephants. And the eagles turn things around against arbs, perhaps? They're bunching up through the stables and can't pathfind. Maybe against the onagers. Oh, those boyars are mopping up everything for Lucho. Forward tower is still for ACCF. He's doing murder holes for his keeps. Murder holes for his keeps. There are the GGs, and 3-1 Wonders will do it. Dang, that was impressive. ACCM, Sebastian, Lucho, and Nikov on the team will qualify. Dang, 724 kills for Sebastian, 625 for Vivi. Yo and Lucho pretty even, but then the difference, Licks versus ACCM. ACCM beast mode, 387 to 387. And everything he did, just slowing down Yo here and there. Rebooming. Better than Licks. Oh man. I don't know what happened there. At some point I feel that Licks needed just to be slung for more TCs. More boom. That's what I've learned when you're rebooming. Your teammates gotta sling you TCs. They gotta sling you food, but they also have to do that without damaging themselves. But what even were those saves? Muisca, Slavs, Ethiopians, the end of the draft against Teutons, Maya, and Khmer. So end of the draft paying off for Wonders. Amazing game. Oof. Would it be worth it to go Onager to make a better trade route? At some point. At some point, yeah, you can cut to the corners for trade there. Oof, alright. So what's our next set? Do we have drafts? We don't have drafts yet. Next set. Looks like it'll be DarkSidE versus Onimaru. I don't know if they've drafted yet. Alright. I'll take a quick break myself. I'm out of breath after that game. I'll be back, and we'll get DarkSidE versus Onimaru next. That'll probably be the last set I have time to cast today, but at least we'll get 3 sets casted out of the 5, so stay tuned. This will be the closest. I do think Onimaru Sols will be the closest at the end. What do I know? I thought LY was gonna win against Wonders. Alright, they're gonna share Rex for this. I haven't shared them yet. Go clean up my Rex folder. My Discord status. Folder. Those comments are fine in the map script, just not in the titles. Should support Unicode. But should is usually the keyword with DE. I cleared my rec folder. We're ready. Ready for downloads. Alright. Grab the Rex, then the save folder. Are good to go, I think. And let's do get that out of the way so we don't have them during the games. And we'll start in just a moment. And it should be, what is game number 1? It's too small, I can't see it. It'll be migration. So we're gonna start on migration. Since they're Rex, I can actually put the titles and everything in the game first. Alright. Keyboard is bugging out. This is the Vanguard. Onimaru. DarkSidE. I think that's good. And all right, so we will have some migration action here. Let me just double check. Weird still on YouTube. Yep. Will there be more matches? There will be. There are 2 more after this. This will probably be the last cast today. Moving on to recorded games. Here we have Siscon as the Blue Romans, Dragonstar as the Green Burgundians, Stone Please as the Cyan Inca. So Romans, Burgundians, and Inca against Jordan as the Red Italians, Doubt as the Yellow Malians, and Andy as the Purple Koreans. And okay, so different than we've been seeing so far on migration, where usually it's been Byzantines, Chinese going for the fires from the pocket. Here it's going to be more middle-focused civs. Malian's a good camel civ that I think should probably counter the Burgundians fairly well. On the sides, of course, Koreans, Italians, water civs, Koreans with the ship discount, and Italians with the faster age up, cheaper dock techs, cheaper university techs. Both very well suited to the water, and Italians even cheaper fishing ships. We'll have a back dock from Jordan and a front dock from Andy. Don't know if they go for Hulkfire or galley here. I imagine a galley opening is still what you want. AOC migration. AOC migration could. Sometimes the mainland wouldn't appear because the other lands blocked it, and it would just like ping off to the side. You'd have one tiny island filled with all the sheep that were supposed to be on the real mainland. So Romans, a water civ in the fact that their galley lines have extra armor. Still don't think they're as good as the other civs. And yeah, 5% faster is nice. Gathering can help you get to a good timing in the Dark Age. But I don't think it's as impactful as the discount that the Koreans have. Meanwhile, Dragonstar is the Burgundians. You're thinking probably Castilla or Cavalier for the middle. I mean, you do have a really good economy with the early upgrades if you want a fast imp. And let's check what their water tech tree looks like. They do have fast fire ship. They do have incendiaries and Carvel hull. But they're missing dry dock and they're missing shipwright. And shipwright's a pretty crucial tech to miss in the long run. Probably too expensive to afford in a fast imp build, so it might not be that important for the 3v3 migration pocket. But it still is pretty darn important. And if you are going imp, the hand cannoneers in the middle can be nice. But Malian's a civ that has a smooth, fast imp and a gunpowder too. Champy probably won't matter too much for the Inca. Loom on the way for a stone, please. And this is honestly, I would think, a weird combination of players. Stone, please, Dragonstar, Siscon. Not a team I would have imagined playing together. Usually Dragonstar plays with Doomster and Black Sails and Dr. Cosmonaut. That's kind of the team you see. This time, changing it up a bit. And Feudal Age from all the flanks, while the pockets will go for a big fish boom. And looks like we'll have a front dock from Stone, please, and a back dock from Siscon. So as the flank, the one thing you don't want is enemy ships getting in towards your pocket. And you also have to be aware there are whales on the map, but very far from the mainland. So I've never really seen them. I thought they'd be a bit more impactful than I've seen, but so far, nothing really mattering too much from them. Mining camp there from Andy. And a pig here for him as well. I hope his map didn't bug. I hope he had all his pigs. Probably he did. Maybe he just forgot about that. But everyone up to feudal. Andy's slightly behind, but he will open 3 docks. And I'll check the idle time. Andy had a good bit of idle time there. I think that might have been from forgetting his pig. And instead of taking that, he had to take fish. But usually you have some pigs left over. I don't know, maybe the map was bugged, because he doesn't have any pigs left. He only has 1. That might have been a loose grouping thing. I'll need to go back. Remind me at the end of the game. We'll go back and we'll check that. Did Andy have all of his pigs? That might be a map bug. Those good old... If they use DE's migration, then I think that definitely still has loose grouping bugs for the pigs. Or the sheep, or the herdables, or whatever they're using. Here's Feudal Age, and we have fishing lines from freaking Andy. So he's going to be fishing. Always tricky to know when to add that in, if you're being aggressive on the water. But the rush distance is pretty good on this map, or pretty large for both sides. So we got those inverted triangle sails for the Inca against the normal triangle sails for the Italians, for the Mediterranean sails. Yep, it does, exactly. So oftentimes you end up with only the center of the group spawns, and you get 1 object, and there's not room for any other objects. And I know that's happened in the past, and I made bug reports about it, but to no avail, I believe. We'll check, though. We'll check if this is bugged. I'll message Zetnus if it is. So, Blacksmith for freaking Andy. And he will move forward with a couple of fires and with the galleys to start pressuring Siscon on the water. Dragonstar up to the Feudal Age. And there is Fletching for freaking Andy. Yeah, it kills loose grouping. You have to use an invisible placeholder object with an actor area, and then place the group within that area. I think loose grouping is fine if you only use min and max distance to players, so you can still place starting sheep with it. Other than that, I've abandoned using it for other methods. So there is double bit axe for doubt. And some fire galleys on the way for Jordan, as he's going to defend with fire galleys. All right, going pure fire galley, not with galley, and he is horribly outnumbered. 4 to 9 ships. Yeah, you can't use it in actor areas either. You have to place the objects without grouping. So ship forces the galley away. More fire galleys are being pumped out of the docks for Jordan. As we'll have Castle Age on the way for Jordan at just about the same time as Doubt. Honestly, same thing for Siscon. Pretty impressive Castle Age times from the flanks. Well, that's due to the back docks and lower investment into water, while the other flanks are being more aggressive. Had Andy more fires, he could pressure the dock. We have transport from Siscon. Transport also from Dragonstar. Dragonstar is giving some sheep to Siscon. Alright. I've never seen that before. Grabbing sheep from the mainland and giving them to your flank. Okay, okay. I like that. I like that. Belief middle. Canada middle. And Jordan's trying to sneak around and find fishing ships, but Stone Please is there at the galleys. He's aware of what's going on. He's not going to let Jordan get up to any mischief. Chasing with the Hulk, too. That very speedy Hulk. I doubt is taking whales, is he? Yep, he is taking a whale. If he were to dock the mainland, he could take the whale from there. And town center there for doubt between the force and the gold. With the monastery to start grabbing relics. And he's opening double stable knights. So knight opening, he'll go forward and try to find anyone doing TCs. If the knights find Siscon, and he can hit the Vils on the TC, that would be great. These Vils do not have loom. Stone Please will be scouting with his sheep. Doubt is not moving with the knights yet. He's going forward and scouting, but maybe not as actively as he needs to. The Vil could kill... Oh, the wolf could kill a villager here. Nope, Loom's in. Okay. Loom coming in just in time. I was scared for a moment. Looks like the TC will go up. Should go up for both players. A barracks also for doubt. Double barracks, as he's up to imp. Italians are in his team, so he could go for the legendary Mali and Condottieri, which have all of the extra pierce armor of the Malians. And are basically unstoppable by archer units. Fire is attacking the War Hulk. War Hulk looks like it'll probably go down, but that's a lot of fires now for Jordan. He's going to pull back. Some fires from Dragonstar as the pocket, as he's up to imp too. So both pockets up to imp. Doubt a minute later, but we'll have much more middle control. And he's going to find a town center. Will Siscon wall this in time? Will he wall it? No, he will not. Will Doubt deny it? There's 73%, and he will deny it. Siscon not going to finish it. Doubt going to bring the wolf with him. And Siscon will go for the monastery, desperate for some monks to reclaim some map control and get the TC up. And what's Doubt's stone count looking like? That's looking like he's going to castle drop. He's going to go for a castle. Good luck with that, Doubt. But a castle right here would be crazy. Wolf wants to help deny the TC. Wolf wants to chase the knights around. There is heavy warships for Dragonstar. Oh, lots of wolves. Yeah, when I've done migration recently, I realized I should remove the wolves. They weren't there in AOC. They were added in DE. It just makes it awkward because you're transporting your vills and there are wolves. And it looks like Jordan will probably take a loss here. There are now fast fires from Dragonstar, or maybe not. Maybe Jordan has the numbers. Thought there were a couple more Hulks in. The sails of the Hulks in the War Galleys always confuse me. There is the Hulk. Alright, well, Jordan, he survives. He survives. Andy, same thing on the water. He is surviving. Just need to increase their spacing. Maybe we just need more wolves. That way it's fair. If everyone knows there are wolves. I enjoyed all of the Jaguars and Black Panthers on Monte Pasquale. They killed quite a few vills. So everyone now from DarkSidE heading to the middle, but Doubt now heading with Condottieri. And look at that, 5 Pierce Armor without even an upgrade. He's doing the Pierce Armor now. He's doing Plate Mail Armor. Oh wait, he does have upgrades. Never mind. He'll get to 5 Pierce Armor, then I'll give him to 7. We have Demo Ship from Jordan. What is the madman cooking up? Okay, I gotta keep an eye out for demos. For the Condottieri are raiding the TCs. Molly and Condottieri. 7 Pierce Armor. The TC will be doing 1 damage. The unit has 80 hit points. And it should have an attack bonus, yeah, +4 against buildings. So great at raiding the TCs. They're speedy enough to chase down monks. Nah, 1.32 speed, not enough. Think about it. A knight without husbandry is 1.35. So these guys with squires are extra speedy. They'll go for some vills. Vills will do the repair, pop in and out dance. And that's 1 TC down for Siscon. Monk down to the Condottieri. TC down. Vill down. A couple of knights forward for Doubt. Town center's up for Stone Please and for Dragonstar. Monk wants a conversion on a condo. Conversion there. And a second TC down. The Vill's gotta make a run for a transport ship. They gotta flee. I was saying these Condottieri, they're way too scary. And man, the Mali and Kondo. This was insanely scary back in the Afghan kingdoms. And perhaps it has lost none of its potency today. Oh, demo? Why are there demos from both of these players? What are they doing? What? How is that useful? Well, there's an attempt at a castle. The Condottieri will be attacking all of the houses while other ones attack the TC and go for the repair vills. If they group up on a house, maybe they can all destroy it at once. Or they can just go for the TC. And with that, the Romans can make centurions. The house goes down, the vills can die. Well, I think the castle will go up, or the house is down. And we'll have more walls from vills. Nope, the castle does go up, though. And all the vills try to garrison. Maybe there needs to be some murder holes as the TC goes down. And Doubt continues dominating the middle. On the side, still kind of equal. Doubt with fast fires on the water, too. Malian's not really a good late-game water save. They lack Galleon, they lack Bracer. But they can make decent fast fires. If we look at the tech tree, they will have Carvel Hull. Right, no fireship upgrades even. No shipwright. So they're really not a good navy at all. They can at least make fast fires and contribute to fights. And Doubt thinking, let's destroy the castle with Condottieri. And it's kind of working. He'll kill a few more vills. Needs to get maybe a different surround on it. Here comes some cavaliers from Dragonstar. But Doubt still forward with the Condottieri. Yeah, this actually feels like a super strong civ composition. And Malians can add camels too if they see too much cav.
Chica. Belmaru.
Jordan, I'm waiting to see some good demos from Jordan. They've just... Demos have lost their potency. Feels like Jordan's being doubled and Doubt isn't helping him, but honestly, Doubt doesn't need to because he's destroying everything in the middle. And there is a castle from Stone, please. Doubt will destroy an outpost like he's playing William Wallace. Won't quite see the castle, though. Now he does. Will Stone please get this walled? He needs to get this walled. He should be walled both sides behind it, but no, he's not walled in time. Condottieri there. They can kill Vills, spread out in the eco, raid the foundation, kill more Vills. There isn't room for them to garrison. Cavaliers are here from Dragonstar, but they are not going to be numerous enough to deal with all of these Condottieri. The Condo itself is a fairly decent unit, all things considered. Doubt can just leave him there. Oh, look, Andy's here. It looks like they had a pause there for however long that was. Condottieri attacking the TC. Cavaliers attacking the Condottieri. And the castle still denied. I think that the condos, are they in? They are in. There's a hole, there's an opening still. Oh, and Stone, please, can't get the castle. Maybe it's his TC that needs to be attacked. But that will run away, doesn't want to fight the Cavaliers under the TC. But still, 7 Pierce Armor for a unit the Civ doesn't even have is insane. There is Imp from Andy. Jordan's still not up, but he's fighting on the water. Andy's up. That should give him a good advantage over Siscon on the water now. Oh, he's also doing keeps. He's got some Korean keeps up and down the coastline. He'll add gill nets. What's this? Oh my gosh, Doubt. Doubt the fishing ships. We need to find more fish. Doubt's fished everything in the sea. He doesn't have a single fish left. There's just a flamingo flying by. He needs some fish traps now. Well, maybe that'll stall Doubt's push out a bit if he's literally out of food because he's fished every fish in the sea. Well, Doubt has certainly dominated enough on land that it's gotten Andy in a good position against Siscon. And Jordan still has a much higher score than Stone Please, and some craziness happening in this water fight as Doubt still is there with his fast fires. And Stone Please has tried to dock the middle. Oh, there's a demo, and it did nothing. There's another demo. Okay, that did something. It took 2 demos to do the work of 1, basically. Oh, war wagons and keeps from Andy. That's fun to deal with, I'm sure. So you'll need Bracer. He's doing gold shaft mining. He has chemistry. And Siscon trying to do a castle in desperation. Long swordsman, paladin from Dragonstar, but there'll be the Bloodlines less Burgundian paladins. And he's trying to raid Doubt. Doubt could maybe get a couple of camels out. With Burgundians, they must be making cavaliers, so camels. Well, I guess Jordan has Genoese crossbowmen. It'll be effective enough. Oh, Doubt has cavaliers. Sure, those work too. Now Doubt adding stables, going for cavaliers. Wanted to open with the Condottieri, then swap over to the Cavaliers. Andy needs to notice this. Andy needs to notice he's being raided by Dragonstar. Maybe wall off the peninsula, but Andy will lose a good number of vills here. He has maybe some vills to spare, though. That is a good raid. And the middle of the map and the momentum is here. Andy looks like he had to pull vills back from a castle, but that'll be there with some of his own cav. Treb still besieging the castle. And now on the mainland, Onimaru is just kind of controlling everything with the Burgundian player Dragonstar on the other team desperate to make paladins. And finally Andy noticing these raids but still not really reacting to them properly. Doesn't have much army there. I still think a few camels for Doubt to help their cavaliers would be prudent. Just patrolling his base. On the other side, Jordan's still Castle Age, so awkward for him. He's just clicking up to Imp now. Has fallen down behind Stone Please on the water. And there are some Kamukes coming out now, and they should be good against the Condottieri too. A Dragonstar with a castle that might be denied. We'll try to garrison the vills. Those 3 vills should be trapped. I think running this way and trying to quick wall would have been the play. Yeah, Cavaliers versus Paladins. And they are kind of, I think, under some pressure to push Siscon. Dragonstar here with Paladins. Yeah, they're under Keeps. And honestly, the Keeps are doing a lot, along with Fire Lancers, to keep the Paladins away from the Trebs. Trebs are there. This castle should fall. There's another castle still that's pretty weak. Trebs could also deploy underneath the Keeps to hit that. I think you go Castle, TC, TC, and destroy the base and open it for raiding. Gebeto Warriors could always be an option against the Longswords. And Spatska, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. An alert should pop up sometime. Thank you very much. There we go.
Bonjour, Jaune. My colleague and I will escort you to the Chateau of the Dauphin, or else we will die trying.
Thank you very much for the sub. We'll have, looks like Vanguard on Onimaru is giving up on water. Keep goes down. And the stable will go down and open up some raids. Here's some legionaries for Siscon. And Jordan up to Imp. What's Jordan going to be able to do now? Genoese crossbowmen are always nice. Cheap bombard cannon are nice too, as he's doing chemistry. Elite turtle ship from freaking Andy. Wait, he does have a turtle ship. Let's go. Elite turtle ships are going to look freaking awesome. I don't think they're realistic at all, but they look awesome. So Trebs here go down for Siscon from the Cavalier raids after his castle is destroyed. Trebs will go for another TC soon. And Kamukes here fighting Fire Lancers. Somehow the Fire Lancers are okay in that fight. They don't get destroyed by the Kamukes like they probably should. I just want to see what the elite turtle ship will be, especially with shipwright. Is it necessary? No. Is it cool? Yes. And there we are. Look at that thing. Look at it. It's alternating gold hexagons on its back. Now that is an awesome ship. Like if I needed my own ship, I'd be like, yeah, that's a good ship to have. The oars move. They move in the right direction now. They try. They try. So good number now of elite Genoese crossbowmen. They got some little gold bits on their shields too. They're raiding. So we have the Farimba Cavaliers from Doubt. He's pushing in. Do Farimba Cavaliers beat Burgundian Paladins? Right, it's 14 plus 4 is 18. 12 plus 7 is 19. So it's one more attack, but 20 less HP. I guess it's close, but the Paladins should probably still win. If the Paladins had bloodlines, then they'd still win. Genoese crossbowmen should do well here. They attack slower, but that's pretty negligible, right? It's like 0.9 or 1.9 versus 1.8. And these keeps are very good. So Ram Train loaded up for a Siscon. Not really going to work against Doubt's Cavaliers though. And still all the middle belong to Onimaru. Is it always worth it? I mean, I'm sure Siscon would love to have a castle to reduce them. And that's going to pull back, doesn't want to overinvest into the fight. And slowly but surely, he's also pushing the other side, raiding with Cavaliers. Going to dive the castle to kill the Repairvilles, destroy a Treb, and come forward with Gebettos once the castle is down. Finish off any remaining Vills. Speedy Gebettos, 1.38 speed. They are insanely fast. They're faster than that Knight Without Husbandry, 1.35 speed. And there's the GG from Siscon. As Vanguard will win. Plus GG for Jordan. Can't type his star, typed his plus. And what do we have there? 295 kills for Doubt. Best eco by far for Doubt. And well played for Doubt. Yep, I wanted to check Andy's pigs. Let me do that. Let me see if the pigs were bugged. Let's go back right to the start. How many are you supposed to have? Okay, it looks like they were fine because they're just groups of 1. Maybe that's how they fixed it. They spawned them in groups of 1 instead of groups of... Yeah. Because Migration is supposed to have a group of 4 and a group of 2, I believe. So, okay, yeah, never mind. Not bugged. Yeah, they're fine. Looks like the map spawns them differently than it used to. And that should avoid the loose grouping issue. But I'm getting out of the way, then get the next game running. And what was that? That was Vanguard winning. Game 2 will be on Fortress. One migration, and that was Malians, Italians, and Koreans. And so the first pick Burgundians, Romans, and what was Stone Please that game? Stone Please, the Inca. I picked Inca for the water map too. Interesting. Alright, let me just go check the other streams and make sure we're not getting ahead of everyone. They are in games. That's fine. Let's go. Alright, so we'll have Onimaru to the north and DarkSidE to the south. Or no, never mind. I got my colors mixed up. It'll be Onimaru to the west and DarkSidE to the east. I thought blue was with red before. Anyway, it will be Regicide Fortress by the looks of it. We'll have Bohemians, Slavs, and Bengalis against Ethiopians, Hindustanis, and Turks. Now, this is Regicide Fortress. You start with a castle. You can make your unique unit when you get to the castle age. You start with a king. The king has to be alive. If you lose the king, then you are defeated. You cannot lose your king. You can scout with the king, but you can't run your king into enemy castle fire. You also start with the barracks, so if you want to do a stable and make some light cav, you don't need to do the barracks first. You also start with, usually it's 10 vills. I think the tournament itself is a 9-vill start. And you can also lower your boars with your scout and heal your scout in your castle while scouting with the king. If you really want to be extra efficient, as Doubt is here. Jeep, hello Jeep, how you doing? In the original Fortress map, your boars were super far away, outside of your gates, so you had to use your scout then. Now it's just kind of optional if you want to be extra efficient in the Dark Age. I feel like Doubt's map, shouldn't he have another boar somewhere? Maybe I'm just silly and missing it. Oh, there it is, behind that wall. You also have 4 towers, which now if you're the 2P, you get plus 10 garrison space, or plus 10 housing space per tower. So each tower is 2 houses. So if you had the 2P as a team bonus, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 towers for 40 extra pop space. And then that bonus also applies to the castle. So you actually get 50 pop space for the 2P at the start of the game, in addition to the houses in the TC. So you start with 95 pop space, I believe. Or, yeah, because in the castle you get 75, and the castle gives another 20, so that's crazy. How the game's been so far? The final game in the Wonders LY was absolutely wild.
Evet.
Feudal Age there for Siscon. He'll be the first one up. Ethiopia is a very good late game civ as we've seen. They don't strike me as being particularly well suited to Regicide Fortress though. Turks, of course, you can make Janissaries. Hindustani is another good late game civ. Caravanserais help boost your trade. Don't think you're gonna make Gulams as the pocket. Doubt as the Slavs, Siege Oninger, Halb, and Boyars will probably be the plan for him. Jordan as the Bohemians can be aggressive. Monks, Hussite wagons, boom, whatever he wants. Do Halbs. Bengalis for Andy. And another great Regicide Fortress civ. Good economy with the free vills they get. Great unique unit in the Ratha. And then they can make elephants late game too, to supplement anything else the team's doing. He's King garrisoning the Watchtower. King from Stone, please. We'll go garrison the castle. Is he a castle garrisoner or a tower garrisoner? Castle, it looks like. Yeah, so everyone always does their own thing with the kings. Doubt puts the king inside the castle. Why? Because it has more hit points than a tower. Why do other players place their king inside of the tower? Because if you set the gather point for your castle and you try to ungarrison your army, it'll ungarrison the king along with the army. And then you're sending your king to his death on the front lines. And you won't accidentally do it if the king's in a tower, but you also have to be a bit more wary that the king is a bit more fragile. Everyone on DarkSidE seems to be doing the doubt strategy of putting the king inside the castle. And they're all done scouting. In a team game, you can't really scout for as long with the king as you can in a 1v1. As Doubt, after luring the boar with a scout, has healed it up inside the castle. Because there are multiple enemy scouts, the scouts are faster than the king once you hit feudal, and you don't want to be trapped outside. Yeah, everyone in the castle, and then we have the towers here for both players in the back for their kings, and a safe spot in the back. Yeah, the towers are kind of spread out around your base. I'm not sure what controls them. I guess they have a pretty big temp min distance group spacing. But sometimes they do defend the back of the map more than the front of your base. But then sometimes your base is away from the back, and it kind of makes sense. Also, this gate from Doubt, that's blocked. Good job, DE. As Dragonstar up to feudal, market blacksmith for him. Castle Age on the way for Siscon and Stone, please. Castle Age here, everyone for Vanguard. Also remember, you can't sling until you're imp, so probably not going to do any type of sling strat on the map because you get disqualified. Or you'd lose the game, get an admin loss. Fix it. I have fixed it before. That's not for this version. That I did not make. So a couple of town centers now up for Siscon. And 1, 2, 3 TCs for Andy. They're using Rage Forest. The 3v3 version. With the docks that don't shoot arrows, thankfully. So, scout there from Siscon. We'll get around the back, see Jordan's TC. Jordan probably needs to wall somewhere. Doubt and Andy could actually make a fairly simple team wall, but I guess they are pretty far apart. For the 3v3 maps, it's kind of deceptive to look at the mini-map and judge distance based on your 1v1 experience. Some Xing in the back. Don't know what that's about. I like seeing the X's on the minimap and trying to figure out what they're talking about. Sometimes it just makes no sense. Sometimes you see the X and it's like, why would they ever X there? Like hiding my king inside of a tower in the shadow of the castle. That's one thing you can do too. You can put the tower right behind the castle, and then you right-click the gather point of the tower on the castle, and you just make it impossible for the enemy to right-click the tower. You hide it using the tall bit of the castle. Like all the castles, usually they have like a tall bit in the middle keep. Taller than the tower graphics, so you can kind of hide it in the back. Oh, what is this from Dragonstar? He's going fast imp. Fast imp from the Turks with the castle? Don't see any Janissaries yet, but it'll be for some gunpowder. That's a tricky thing to do on Fortress. I believe they're using DE's version of Fortress where the map is larger than usual, so the rush distance is larger than usual. If this were a proper size 3v3 map, then yes, probably could pull this off. With how much space there is between the players, doing your workshops at home then going forward, that is a risk. Also, Hussite Wagon for Jordan. That's just gonna hoover around. Look for anything you can interact with, anything you can shoot at, anything you can scout. A bit of HP off of that light cap from Dragonstar. Xing over here from Siscon. Have the Imperial Age for Dragonstar. Janissaries here fighting the Scout Cav. Selling some wood. Gold.
Ow.
Now the Hussite Wagon can hit over the walls. Big difference between Fortress and Arena is you're not protected by the forest in the back like you are from Arena. Your walls surround you on all sides and anyone can shoot over them. Another big difference, since you start with 0 gold, it's natural not to do loom at the start. So you have to realize you're missing loom by the time you're rated. Which, yeah, you skipped loom on Arena, but you have gold in your stockpile, so you always can click it. Here, starting with 0 gold means that you just you don't get it, and it gets hard to click. Sometimes you have to make a transition to gold and realize, oh, I need loom.
Ow.
So while Jordan's being annoying, we have the Janissaries coming forward for Dragonstar, but he will run into Rathas. How do Rathas do against Janissaries? They have so much HP, they probably do decently. I think Andy could literally just go Ratha, do the upgrades on them, and probably fight this. Especially if he sees hand cannoneers. What he feels behind, that's what happens when you fast imp. Particularly on Fortress, where other players go for really fast booms. Stone Please is king ungarrisoned voluntarily. Where is it? Oh, what? Stone Please, what are you doing? Are you trying to debate the scout into your castle fire? I think he is. Oh, he's gonna try to block the scout so the monk can convert it? Oh, he's trying to kill Jordan's scout by using the king to debate it into the tower fire so you can get the relic. But that didn't work, and it just showed the scout where the monk was. That's some... I think that he just brought 5D chess to a game of checkers. And it didn't work out. Why is he an imp at 30 pop? Because he went fast imp with the Turks. Turks fast imp. It's a build that I don't think really works. Up and now his stuff's gonna get converted. Why did he do it? I think Dragonstar is of the opinion they probably can't beat this team if they play conventionally, so they gotta do something creative. And gotta explore the realm of other possible strategies, so they tried to do something like this, the Turks fast imp. And hope that maybe they just had a good civ matchup. But I think so far Andy's done a good job defending it. This is a monk civ. I think it's more that the Ratha is a good unique unit. And that having a mini boom into knights usually is a way to counter it. Having a mini boom into a unit that's better than knights is even worse.
Emret. Evet.
There's the gate down.
Hazır ol.
Now, if only he had a whole bunch of Hindustani camels running through the gate right now. But it's just the timing isn't there. 20 minutes into the game, and Stone Please has boomed for camels, but it's not like he's there at the moment Dragonstar needs him. And good number of monks now for Andy, so Monk plus Ratha seems to be clearing this easily. He'll even delete some walls for better pathing.
Emret.
And then he'll catch the Janissaries.
Hazır ol.
If the monks ever catch them, then it's okay. But here comes some Hussite wagons now from Jordan. More gunpowder units, why not? Nice kit on the monks. Here have Sanctity, 0.7 move speed. Here are Vills forward for a castle. Oh, he gets a cannon, and he'll see the Vills too. Oh, that is sickening for the cannon. Here's a siege workshop from Dragonstar. And it'll be more castles from Doubt, as looks like he will... Did he do detonates? Did he do the unique tech? Yep, the unique tech, so the castles cost a bit of wood instead of stone. They're much cheaper, and you can spam out boyars. I mean, maybe that's not the best against the Hindustani imp camels, but he can just go halb against that. Yeah, I've never seen fast imp really work on Fortress. But I think it also comes down to the fact that you are so far apart. I think if they properly sized Fortress and didn't give it extra size like they did back, like originally it was because it was a water map, then it'd be fine. And, well, the push continues, but I don't think there's much that can happen once the boyars get around.
Evet. Hazır ol.
The hand cannoneers won't be as effective against them as Janissaries, and that's a lot of boyars.
Evet.
Remember when Fortress was a water map, hello to Boost.
Emret.
And Dow can even try to pick off reinforcements. Sec Andy is dropping a bit. They had a bit of a lag pause.
Evet. Hazır ol. Emret.
Well, the elite boyars, maybe not strong enough against the Janissaries there. Doubt maybe went a bit preemptively without the numbers. He's getting more castles, though. I'll have a gate up for Andy, repairing his walls. Maybe he needs to get another gate from that segment he deleted earlier. But he'll stay open, as Dragonstar still comes forward. And the hope now is that the imp camels from the Hindustanis will beat the boyars from Doubt. And that Doubt can't make an easy halb transition because of the gunpowder. But I think that's discounting the fact that Andy has a huge boom. He's up to imp, and he can now make army of his own, including elephant archers. And elephant archers should kind of beat everything, even the camels, I think. Hindustanis really can struggle against elephants. Yeah, and here come the elephant archers. He has the eco to do it, and since they're all imp now, everyone can sling each other, in case they need to sling Andy for some more resources, which maybe the Slavs do, with how good their farms are. Up until the point Mahayana comes in, and Andy can get more vills. So Dad will start adding markets in the middle so they can trade both sides. And Dragonstar still 1 TC. On the other side, a few cannon for Siscon. Ethiopians, if you get torsion engines, might just be able to fight the Bohemians fairly well. Arb cannon, and I think you would need siege onager though to deal with the Hussite wagons. And it's tricky then when monks come out. Maybe not, as I think about that more. They just have options with those cannon. You go for Siege Onager. Well, the Yellies are on his team. I don't think Doubt needs Siege Onagers to counter Andy. Although, I wouldn't put it past them.
Evet.
More camels, more monks. Boyos could maybe even fight that, their attack's so high. Here he is thinking of just taking the fight. Doesn't seem to plan to head any TCs. It feels like this is their plan to win the game. And Jordan's trying to get full walls up so they can trade properly. There's a lot of elite Hussite wagons. We've seen how scary they can be. And thank you, Ganji Jigan, for the follow. And the Boyar is trying to get a fight on the hand cannoneers, not quite getting there. The imp camels are annoying because no unit really wants to face them up close. Boyars will take the assignment though, but the imp camels will win that fight. I think the downside for this team is though just the 50 vills of Dragonstar. If he ever loses that army, he's not going to be able to replace it all that easily. But lots of Boyars for Doubt, to the point where he's still thinking of fighting the imp camels. It is plus 18 against cavalry. And the imp camels are kind of winning the fight, but not hard enough. Got us to pull back, but a lot of imp camels were killed. Now the elephant archers can finish them off. So full walls up and down for stone, please. And Arbalest going forward to pick off bombard cannon, but that'll put them in range of Hussite wagons. Imp Camel's coming to try and deal with Hussite wagons. Let's see if Stone Please can be of assistance on the other side. Doubt here with his trade carts. That's the army Doubt sends to help you, trade carts. And that is a good number of cannon, 9 bombard cannon. Jordan with his own cannon doing Hufnitze. And otherwise just holding with the Hussite wagons. Getting an X here in the middle for Stone Please. The wagon looks so much better than basic. So much sturdier, right? It's got actual metal on it instead of being all wood. How many cannon is that? 10 cannon. And there is torsion engines, I believe. Cap trade shows that correctly. Yep, split on the cannon. As the wagons spread and try to avoid all the cannon shots. Hufnitze just about in. Does he have Wagenburg tactics? Yes, he does. Alright, so the unique tech for the faster cannon is in. The other side, the elephant archer is holding here. Cannon trying to get good shots on them. Elephant archer is taking down some of the imp camels. And he still doesn't have like quite enough elephant archers. He's only at around 14. And this push is actually doing fairly well with the camel support. Thing is, Doubt's playing both sides though, so that's going to force Stone Please to play both sides. And if Stone Please is split up, the camels for Andy will do better against Dragonstar. I think Stone Please really wants to be full on one side. And probably full on the side with Dragonstar so they actually can push. But slower push will hinder the team with less eco, which at this point is Dragonstar with 1 TC. Now 21 elephants, better than 14, still not quite enough.
Emret. Evet.
Janice will only do 17 attack. Elephants have 4 armor and then 300 HP, so hard even for Janice series to do much. Feels like the push is real on the other side, though. The cannon not enough to stop the Hussite wagons. I mean, the only thing that really does it, I think, for Ethiopians would be siege challengers. I don't know if Shotels are sturdy enough to take a fight. Cannon push the Hufnitze back. Workshop will go down. And don't think there's much more of a defense here, as the camel numbers are thinning for Stone Please, and the boyars can now run in. And as there's a good group of arbs over there, it looks like there's still a bit of a pushback here, as Andy now full elephant archers. The more of them he gets, the more he can handle this side by himself. This is Age of Empires 3, basically, the amount of gunpowder. A few conversions on the imp camels there from the monks. And he gets more elephant archers, and the camels just don't pack the attack bonus they need to kill the elephant archers quickly enough. And Andy still hasn't really gotten them amassed properly. But he'll win the fight regardless, and Lovey Stone Please losing a lot of military. While at the same time, Doubt has managed to come over here, and he's in the back. He is raiding Siskon's base. Siscon doing what he can with the arbs and the cannon, but I think that's only temporary as the push continues.
Evet.
Dragonstar has a good army, but just can't fight Elephant Archer with it.
Hazır ol.
And there they're going to call the GG. Unlucky positions for DS. They would have had very good matchups if sides were switched, but Turks versus Bengalis and Ethiopians versus Bohemians feel sad. Yeah, I agree with that. If, like, Ethiopians have torsion engines against elephant archers, that's much better than
Emret.
Turks. And then Turks with the extra range, if you get artillery against Bohemians. That I think that would be a lot better. And still, I mean, Hindustanis, if they are against Boyars, the camel should be okay. But once you get to elephants, Hindustanis can't really do much. I think the Hindustanis really need to be on the other side, but then you're like, you're Imp Camel against Hussite Wagon and Bohemian Halb, so that feels kind of meh. So that's 138 kills for Jordan. Best eco for Doubt. And that'll be a 2-0 lead for Vanguard. Alright. Let me get this all updated. Be right back for the next game. There's an update there for the overlays. That was a win for them on Fortress. Interesting DS pick to play Regicide Fortress instead of one of their home maps. That was Bengalis, Bohemians, and Slavs against Turks, Hindustanis, and Ethiopians. And then the next map looks like it'll be Trezleches or Treleches. Trelech. I don't know how to say it. Sato could help me say that. How do I say Trelech? Treleches? I don't know. Anyway, let me play a quick ad. And then... yeah, huge draft difference too. Let me do a quick ad, and then we'll be right into the next game. This is Spanish, not French, okay? And where is Kingstone? I need him to help me. Or Tato. Or Nikav, or Lucha, or anyone. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Means 3 milks, a dessert, and a sweet one. Okay. Let me set colors and icons in Capture Age. And here we go. Pronounce it as it's written. Well, this map is an inverted pocket flank situation where the middle player is forward and the side players are back. There is, you can tell more easily over here, a multi-layered hill up to a wood line at the top. And you'll put your lumber camps back there. We have these lovely autumn forest trees at the bottom left, and these, I guess, Mediterranean trees? The olive Italian pine trees to the northeast. So some different seasons on both sides. And then we have this desert with palm forests in the middle. You start with huts rather than houses, which means you don't want to play Inca on the map because you won't get the extra pop space. Up on the bottom it says fortress. I need to change that, thank you. Right, some Spanish there. And Elephant Lame attempted by Stone Please, but Jordan is there with the scout to try to stop it. Stone Please will de-aggro the elephant. Can I see the 3 milks? Is it supposed to be each of the, like, terrains, a different type of, like, milk in it? I don't see it. Do we have to really look at the map and determine this? Will it be obvious once someone points it out? It feels like there are, like, maybe, like, from the trees to the grass to the desert to the middle terrain, there are 4 different terrains. Wouldn't drink green milk. It doesn't look like the dessert, it's just 3 terrains. Okay. Do I have to look up what this dessert? Do I have to do like an image search now? Let's just look this up. Alright, we'll show some photos of what the dessert looks like. Alright, yeah, it doesn't really look like it. I mean, this doesn't look like 3 different things either. It looks like bread and then an icing. This is just like a cake. Is there supposed to be, like, layers to it? Like, maybe the very top layer is something, then there is, like, some, like, 2 different icings that are different milks, and then there's, like, bread? I don't know. This doesn't look like 3 milks. It says milk cake. That actually feels more accurate than 3 milks. I'm gonna say milk cake, and then it feels right. For torta, what does that mean? That's like the same thing, though. That's the same thing. Oh, wait, there we go. We got one. It's like a layer cake, right? There are different layers. Maybe each of the 3 layers means something different. There's a couple of them with 3 layers. This map clearly has 2 layers, though. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3. This is more like dos leches. 1, 2. Anyway, we will have players up to the feudal age. This was one of those Danger Duck maps from the delicious show matches, where all the maps were based on food items, like the pizza map you saw, the one that Dave liked in Wandering Warriors. So stable there for Jordan at the front. I have no idea how to play this map. We have Stone Please as the Maya in the middle, going for a militia and a dock. There are some deep fish. The dolphins have a lot of food on them, so you can dock them for a while. Stone Please is still in the Dark Age. He's still bringing in more elephants. You like the pizza map? It's so stupid. I liked the one we used for cartographers a while ago. I forget the name of it. But there's a pool of water in the middle, and then between each pair of players there's another pool of water, and they're like downhill, and players would go with Chimera to mill and garrison in houses. And then you can go Japanese for the middle, but you could also just play it like Arabia and skip the water. I forget what that was called, but we used it a couple of times. So the militia are forward for Stone Please. They're about to become men-at-arms. Scouts are out, though, for Jordan. And Jordan is trying to wall himself. We'll see if they get up in time, or if he actually sees the men-at-arms. Oh my gosh, the huts have a huge line of sight compared to houses. Look at the house, how puny that line of sight is. Then see the hut. Okay, well, Jordan will be well aware that the men-at-arms are coming into his base here. I'll get the walls up. The scout will attack the dock now. Double bit axe in for Stone Please and for Dragon Star. And everyone just walling themselves, it seems. Doubt doing a small wall in the back. So Saracens, Vietnamese, Tatars. Saracens archer bonus will be good for breaking through the palisades. A couple of fishing ships in the dock, so Jordan just patrolling with his scout. Looks like we have players using the docks to wall, so you can do a dock block on the sides. Doubt forward with the fire galleys, trying to destroy the Hulk and then push the dock with them. Fishing ships on the inside. You can garrison on this map. And the fishing ships don't have room, so they'll go down. One galley just outside the range of the dock. And Jordan with the scouts will see if he can run through. Siscon needs a house and he'll get it up in time. Huts are weaker, less HP than the houses, and also less Pierce armor. So Saracens actually should be pretty good at breaking through the houses. And Jordan will think about running through, but with a weak scout won't be able to accomplish much if he does, so he will try to get back. There is a weak Vil, though. He's thinking about it. He's tempted. He's tempted. Siscon will be like, nope, I'll bring that Vil back. On the other side, looks like freaking Andy has gone fires and dominated the water. Siscon forward with some scouts. Doubt buying food. And hold on, let me clear out my Google search for the cake. The important part is the rum on the cake. It does sound like the important part. So, fletching for Stone Please. As so far, he at the very least has water. But his team fished early and then feels like they've just lost the momentum on the water. Andy completely winning his side. One fishing ship left for Dragon Star. Doubt mostly winning his side. Now has to contend with Hulks, but he did have a couple of galleys. Some Xing for freaking Andy saying, yep, that's where Stone Please's army is. And on the other side, a few scouts getting in. Ooh, Doubt overforaged the orange bushes, the fruit bushes, and the scouts are in. Scouts are in. He's actually being tripled by everyone now. Men-at-arms, scouts, and scouts, but there are no archers here, so he's not really at that much of a risk of taking damage. He'll do a tower on his wood line for good measure. But he can do a mining camp over here should he want gold. And without archers, Doubt simply can wall and enjoy watching the scouts outside. Poke them with the spear. Poke them with the spear. Poke them. There you go, now they've noticed. Men-at-arms will kill the spear. Yeah, Rainbow, but he doesn't need the team. Andy in the middle will destroy the remaining dock from Stone Please. We'll try to get a Hulk out. That Hulk will run and try to find fish. That will secure his fish too. He's being attacked on the water too. But he's up to the castle age. So all things considered, he's fine. Hasn't had to make any land military himself. But we'll add a stable. And make some Saracen camels and clear the scouts easily enough. Or knights should he want to fight the spears and archers head on. Now the archers are here. Doubt bragging about how well things are going. So the archers will force another tower, but he's Saracens. He can just buy it. No big deal for the Saracens to use their market. Spear can poke an archer. Vils will garrison the tower. Shoot at the archers. A scout comes over. The scout will get some hits. There goes... The archers will survive, just barely. On the other side, for Andy, the fires are pushing in. They'll get to the fishing ships. And push the Hulks too. Is down up to the Castle Age. Vil repairing the dock. Xing over here as we have a Vil forward to do the workshop. Stable in the back for Jordan. The scouts will kill the villager. We'll have bloodlines for Jordan, as he does 2 stables. And the scouts will keep running around. We'll have a few scouts from Dragon Star 2. Let's see if they can hit the gold. A few Cav archers also chasing the scouts. This wood line needs to be walled, and nice walling from Andy. Got the house up in time. Didn't go for a palisade, that probably wouldn't have made it, but he did a nice house. Scouts won't quite break in. Jurchen scouts, yeah, they attack faster, but not quite enough to break through, and Andy gets the TC up. So forward workshop, Stone Please being aggressive. Scores are still pretty close, even though Onimaru has won the water. Dragon Star will attempt to redock. And the pressure continues as now the scout rainbow has shifted more towards Andy, but without the archer support, again, hard to get too many Vil kills as long as there are quick walls. Looks like Andy really wanted to wall that, but he'll get some Fire Lancers now. And Fire Lancer plus Cav Archer should be enough to defend him. Vietnamese Cav Archers. I'll have a TC in the south for Siscon. Low HP scouts, Vil's turn to fight them. Spear fights the scouts. Vil goes down, and the scouts will turn. They will fight the Vils, and Jordan taking quite some damage here, despite that tower he has. The scouts with bloodlines and armor, and forging. Fully upgraded feudal scouts. Or forging not in yet. Forging just coming in. Just attacking faster as the Jurchens. Now he'll get some knights out. Knights from Doubt, too. And Rams in that workshop probably won't be able to push in the presence of knights. Xing over here as some camels, or as a camel and knight are there. Just looking for the scouts again. Making sure they don't have any unexpected scout attacks. Doubt needs to wall that. Looks like he will. Good for him. There'll be a TC up for Doubt now. As in the back, the Vils will keep working on the wood line. And the Knights and Scout will attack the workshop. 2 Rams inside. And we'll now have Bodkin Arrow for Andy on the other side. A Hulk going down to Andy's war galleys. Yes, it does. And now, actually, we have a score lead for DarkSidE as they're retaking the water. And all of a sudden, Doubt, he's under pressure now. He's not inside of his walls. He's doing a TC, losing some Vils. And he should be pretty well defended, all things considered, with his TC and tower spots. But now losing water. I guess there are no fish left, so it's not as important to have the water. But it does control the crossing in the long run. Hulk's attacking that dock. 4 Hulks on the way out, too, for freaking Andy. Assault and leather archer armor for Siscon. Doubt, where is my team, indeed? And 1 Hulk attacking a fishing ship as a few more war Hulks come forward. And then Iron Pagodas. Alright, this is the melee Shravamp It dodges 1 melee attack. It'll magically absorb it. And okay, Mangonel now for Jordan. Jordan in a spot of trouble as the Rams go for a push on the TC. Iron Pagodas clear some Knights. Jordan has to fight the Knights with Vils. Iron Pagoda's slightly out of position, but the Rams will still survive. Maybe they gotta hide behind the Rams. Yeah, use the Rams for cover from the TC fire. Jordan now in a spot of trouble. Andy's here with Cav Archers, but the TC will crumble to the power of the Rams. Stone Please not content with the 3 milks, deciding he'd rather eat the TC. And even the Komodo dragon get involved in the fight, trying to eat some cav archers. Down here with some knights, but Jordan has notably no military. He has 5 military units, just some knights. And where are they? They are mostly raiding. Drew them forward. You see, will hit the knights. They will run away. And still towers for Jordan. Jordan does have a TC in the back, so he's not 0 TC gaming. At least he has some presence on the map. But this is definitely the best that DarkSidE has played so far this set. Houses are crumbling. There goes all that vision Jordan had earlier. He'll be able to see enough with the workshops and the towers. Here a monk going for a conversion sound. Mangonel hits the ram. The Iron Pagoda is quickly walled out by that gate. Interesting to see how often rams are used these days. Seems like a couple of years ago it was all Mangonel all day. I feel like it's a combination of people microing better against Mangonels and rams getting a couple of buffs to them. The more garrison space for the infantry being a big one too, if you go pikeman plus ram or lancer ram or unique unit ram. But even then, you usually saw ram as the opening on arena if you're monk rushing. You do 1 ram, then 1 Mangonel. But they're kind of useful, I think. Kind of the similar reason to why we're seeing cav archers. We see more castle age situations where people go up on low economies, and in low eco situations, it's hard to get enough units to kill the rams. Particularly because monks with redemption struggle to convert them since they need to be adjacent. Yeah, the buffs help, but I think it's kind of more a change in the way players manage ecos and make units and time their attacks. So here are now some camels from Doubt, as Andy still has a good score along with Siscon, but Jordan is struggling. 4 TCs for Stone Please, whereas Jordan has 1. So Stone Please should be pulling ahead in vills. He actually has 40 more vills than Jordan, 84 to 46. As some upgrades come in at the TCs for Dragonstar Stone Please, working on their economies. And the Vanguard, Onimaru is falling behind. Maybe they got a sub Nacho in for future games, so they lose this one. As much as the team has pushed, they didn't really establish a foothold on the other side. Part of me worries this map just turns into Highland, where it's both teams on one side and stalemate-y for forever. So some fire galleys pushing forward. Fire ships will be attacked by the Iron Pagoda. Everyone pushing through now, and we'll have Imperial Age for Siscon. Alright, Imperial Age also for Stone Please. No one on Onimaru up to Imp yet. As the camels and cav archers and everything have to fall back. Another castle up for Siscon. And X in the middle as Andy has to run his boats away. Feels like Andy coming back on the water, maybe. That can always change things if you control the water and control the crossing. And there's Andy up to Imp. Andy's still the highest score, and Vietnamese are still a very scary civ. But then so are Magyars for Siscon. And recurve bow cav archers, I think they should beat the Vietnamese ones. And Imp Vietnamese will also miss an upgrade called Parthian Tactics. So more HP but less armor compared to the fully upgraded recurve bow ones. I think Magyar CA would win. But then there's Imp Skirm as a team bonus, which is very scary. Because that Saracens also can do Imp Skirms, and so can Tatars. That makes the cav archers maybe less potent. As we have Iron Pagodas also for And Doubt has the potential for Mamluks in the late game. Which is a weird matchup against Cav Archers. When they have the extra range, the Cav Archers can out-micro them. But if the Mamluks ever get the jump, they'll massacre Cav Archers. Warhulk, imagine if that were a good old demo. Good old-fashioned demo.
Igen.
A monk will want a conversion on the camels. They have to run, and we'll have some walls here for Siscon to protect his TC vills. Should get the walls up in time. Looks like he does successfully. He's good there. There's not a town center for Andy. And a battering ram for Stone, please.
Tabish.
Nail hitting the Cav Archers, but taken down. And this is now a full Archer push. Imperial Age, Magyar, Cav Archers, and Maya Arbalests. Ready to push. And Jordan has no defense to offer. Doubt can jump Cav Archers with the camels, though. Wait a minute, Siscon, what is this? Siscon decided to run through. He ran straight into the camels. Lost maybe 8 or so Cav Archers, and will lose more as Doubt is giving chase. Those Saracen camels are no joke. And Siscon going to try to loop around the forest. We'll see if Doubt tries to head him off. He does. Trying to go for another surround. Let's see what type of crossover move Siscon can have. Can't thread the needle between the camels, so he's going to end up running underneath the TC. Try to kill some of Jordan's vills. Jordan will do what he can to wall them. Oh, but there are Arbs on the other side. The Arbs are killing some of Andy's vills. Andy with a huge score lead, though. Andy also doing a TC in the middle. There's a lot of stone in the middle, so maybe taking the middle can give you some stone access. The demo, that was kind of useless. I wonder if the Iron Pagoda's shield actually absorbs the demo. There's Imp for Doubt, so Doubt will join Andy and Imp. Jordan is struggling. There's a tower for Andy. Trying to protect his farmland. Camels there can go and attack the Cav Archers. That's not an easy fight for Doubt to take. There's so many Arbalests there. A Mangonel can get a hit on some Cav Archers, but this is now a double team from Onimaru. And I mean, triple team if you count Jordan. Include the Mangonel, and this is the full rainbow of all 6 players. But the Arbs are going down. Andy has a ton of Cav Archers. Feels like he's outnumbering Dragonstar, and Dragonstar going to run into a dead end as freaking Andy walls him in. Andy can do more walls, maybe try to trap him again. Doing another gate, another wall. He's coming from behind with another Vil. Gonna do whatever he can to wall them in. Dragonstar will have his forces basically depleted. We'll have another castle from Jordan. As you get some X's in the middle saying, hey, maybe we want to fight this. There's some Cav Archers there. Let's group our Cav Archers up. Heavy Cav Archer. Recurve Bow. 80 HP versus 92, but no final armor upgrades, though. Some upgrades missing there from the Cav Archers. Parthian and the armor missing for a Siscon. So freaking Andy still can fight that. That's a lot of camels from Doubt. These Saracen camels have so much HP. Pretty darn tanky even against Arb and Cav Archer. More Iron Pagodas forward. Crop rotation for Siscon. And 2v3 basically. It feels like Doubt and Andy are holding this. Giving Jordan time to get back into the game. Jordan's 136 fills. Heavy demo from freaking Andy. Is that going to matter at all? Arb should be able to snipe off the demo before it hits anything. There's a castle for stone, please. There's Jordan. Jordan up to Imp. Almost coming forward. But Camel's not going to get massacred by the ships in the arrow fire. Camel's not enough ship in the middle. Just camels. They're no longer ships. Dodging ballistics is Dragon Star. Andy forward now, so both teams kind of have half the middle. Astro Jordan can go flaming camels. Better than demo ships.
Tabish?
The Elite Iron Pagoda is going to turn and fight the Cav Archers, but so many Cav Archers, Andy should be able to micro that fight. This gun feels he needs to come back to clean that army. And also to clean the keeps, but the catapult galleons are there. This ship, the Maya get that now. Didn't used to have cannon galleons, but now they have a catapult galleon. Just shoot the catapult. Shedmul Crane, Parthian tactics versus gun. Andy can repair that. Andy has so many demos. Why is he doing demos? But what are those demos for? I think there's no way demos work, right? They don't do anything. Do arbs forward. Dow could even maybe jump that with camels if he gets the right opportunity. Everything here is a ranged unit. Looking for some type of cannon galleon or treb or bombard cannon maybe from a Vanguard. It's the time when ships were camels. I do too. I have pointage for Siscon. He's thinking I got my camels, I'll sling. Cav Archer's back. That's a lot of ships from Stone Please. Maya War Galleys. Or Maya Galleons. What's their tech tree? They missed some of the upgrades at the university, but they do have shipwright. And now there are the cannon galleons from Andy. So cannon galleons change things around because he can push the castle with them, but he needs to get them close enough. As long as there's mass on the middle for Stone Please, Andy shouldn't be able to get the cannon galleons there. What is this? Elite Keshik for Jordan. Also, teams are going to start trading. We'll have markets on both sides for the teams, flush against the edge of the map. And no question that they're going to add their trade carts in. Heated shot, please. Well, attempted Keshik raid, but they'll run into the Iron Pagodas and under a castle. I don't know which unit wins this fight. I would think the Iron Pagodas, but the Keshiks also generate gold. So banking, bodkin, and chemistry for Jordan. And I think the team probably needs to treb this castle. There's no urgency, though, since they have trade safe on opposite sides of the map. So they can just take these fights forever and ever. I don't know how long this game is, but it might be a long one. The way it's set up. That's true. Ships could raid the trade in the back. This army pushing forward. The camels want to be fighting against the Iron Pagodas. The Keshiks want to fight something else, but right now they're just finding their way into galleon fire. Here come the demos. Heavy demos. Will they do anything? No. Well, they did nothing. Oh, that makes me so sad. Heavy demo and it did nothing. At least, like, make the heavy demos do something. So that was Saracens. Still could think about Mamluks, maybe. Let's have a forward castle. Scott here and Doubt's team is stacked. Doubt Andy Jordan. Could Doubt Andy Jordan win the whole thing? Maybe. You like them more than Viper Tato Vince Lewis? Cav archers getting pushed still by the galleons. But this is just all stalematy now. I haven't really advanced off of that screen in a while. And maybe this is it. I said that castle was a bit forward, and now we got the Trebs out. And now maybe Trebs could destroy this castle in the middle and open this back part up to raiding. Oh, doubt. But I feel like the Treb maybe shouldn't be on the Mangrove Shallows. But he's in a position, maybe he can destroy the castle. The Keshiks are here for Jordan, and they are making a difference with the numbers he has. And he's just going full demo. You'd ever sneak a demo in, that'd be sick. Architecture for stone, please. It's saying, I need stone to repair the castle. Let's get some architecture. That's true, Doubt has the Saracen faster firing galleons. He might even have the best ships of anyone here. That's true. That also 151 bills, 29 military. Now the arb's pushing back a bit. His silk armor for Jordan was missing that. That should apply to the Keshiks, right? No it doesn't. Scout line, step lanes for cav archers. Alright. Well, if it doesn't apply to that, maybe it's a waste, but he does want to go cav archers, okay. They had one player going cav archers, might as well do another. Keeps medium warships and chainmail armor for stone, please. Yes, I guess I was right when I said we'd be here for a while. Remember, no time limit. This is a proper Age of Empires 2 tournament. No limit. This game can go on forever. It's coinage and careening for Andy. Some cav archers come from the other side. Cannon galleons look to sink the galleons. And here come some more demos. Will they hit anything? Almost. Almost. There's maybe one good demo hit. Almost. Hoardings for Doubt makes the castles have more HP. There we go. 420 elephants. I don't think he can... Oh, I thought you meant population. Yeah, you should do the HP for the elephants. That could help, maybe. And a super strong melee unit. But there are halbs that are out already for stone, please. The stone, please do whatever he can to maintain this foothold on this side of the map. Buildings, castles, whatever he can. You have to kind of trickle trap into that castle. Out with his own castle. That's a lot of catapult galleons, though. It's a lot of catapult galleons. Doubt will need to engage them with the camels if he wants the castle to stand. And let's push now. But still wary of the cav archers. Meanwhile, Andy's castle's still strong. These cannon galleons he has in the back. He's still going demos. I feel like the demos have been a complete waste. I guess they kind of scare the units for a bit. Just looking for one demo hit. Okay, can we go for Trebs? It's a bit of a waste. Ooh, the cav archers. Precision hit on that demo. Gets a few cav archers. Nothing too impressive. There's a bit of an Iron Pagoda raid, but they're raiding underneath Castle Fire. Every demo doesn't kill a Treb? Did it ever? Might not have. I forget the stats. I have to go check that. Possible to break the trade with Navy? You could. Maybe that's Dragonstar's game plan now. Go for the trade, destroy markets with the Navy. fish traps there, but everything happening in the middle. Everything happening in the middle. Galleon's just kind of stalematey. Dragonstar has only 2 castles? That's true, he does have only 2 castles. Maybe curtailing some of the Iron Pagoda production a bit. It's kind of the only thing he's doing. Some elite steppies now being queued, maybe realizing he needs more than that. Trade number is 60 trade for Siscon. I think better trade numbers overall, though, for Onimaru. And now Andy with the Galleons is maybe trying to break this a bit. Galleons move faster. Stone Please probably needs... upgrade to then. Maybe he doesn't get it. It's the Maya. He doesn't get what Carvel Hull. I do see some dots in the trade. Those are some Iron Pagodas, but there's a tower and a couple of TCs there. And also camels from Dow, so he will clean that up. And the scores are very close and flipping back and forth now. Does it feel like Onimaru maybe is getting some momentum now in the middle? DarkSidE has more military. I find it hard to tell how effective the ships actually are. They have a ton of HP, so much tankier than the land units. And the full walls on both sides mean that there won't be any surprise raids. Everything will have to go through a layer of walls. And the Cav Archer's going down. The castle in the middle is down. Another castle is trebbed. Now Jordan at least has 2 trebs, one of which is on a hill. More docks from Stone, please. The score is still flipping back and forth. This is crazy. We've been in the same stalemate for the past 20 minutes. And the Galleons from Stone, please, will push back against freaking Andy. Still think LECA and ships would be better combo. I mean, elephants are always out there if he ever gets resources. And Andy is floating a ton of resources. You know, maybe you're right about that. Throw down some clandestine stables, go battle elephants. And maybe go from there with the elephants. Might help more. Constantly they're trying to raid. That's one thing DarkSidE has done better than Onimaru, is getting the full entirety of their base layered with walls. Sometimes even double layers. Trib's going for the dock. The Cav Archers here, those Magyar Cav Archers are so crazy. You kill them before anything touches them. But I guess maybe Galleons could actually be a decent counter to them because they have enough Pierce armor. Camels do damage to them. I don't even know what the overall KD is going to be. He has a good KD, not as good as Siscon's though. This is a slog. This is all the Cav Archers and Camels finding ways to engage. It feels like slowly but surely Andy's navy is now moving down the middle, especially with the castles gone. The Cav Archers don't have the firepower to destroy war galleys, or to destroy galleons. And that's meaning they have to be pulled into the ship fights, whereas the Camels, oddly enough, do. Melee units will probably be better against ships than ranged units. Sneaky transport 20 stay at the trade route. Maybe players are saving that strategy for the later rounds. I'll just zoom out and admire this battlefield for a moment. Oh, that's true, right? Saracen transports, if you're in the YouTube chat, would have more garrison capacity. They have doubled the garrison capacity, which used to be +5, and now is +20. So they can fit 40 units in. 40 flaming camels. Just to hit the markets. Trade. And if it feels like once Onimaru takes this beachhead, they'll probably have won the game. But there's also the setup that they're relying on trade now. More trade carts for Andy, trying to get more. Cannon Galleons even trying to hit the Cav Archers. Not much damage there. Yeah, improvised explosive transport. Oh, some demos here from Stone, please. Not even heavy demos, though. Just normal demos. They die instantly. A couple of monasteries for Doubt. Oh, there's a bit of a raid. There are some Iron Pagodas in the back, but Doubt immediately there with heavy camels. That's the good thing about the camels. You can trade up. You can clean up trade raids. Now, this is now looking like it's tilting into Vanguard's favor. This is the best played game from DarkSidE this set. They had some early aggression that crippled Jordan. Just had more than the time to boom back. And we know as a Rage Forest player, he is very well in tune with booming back if he dies. Ooh, demos hitting the Cav Archers. Cannon Galleons start attacking the ranges. And now the Cannon Galleons have to try to find spots where they can do damage, but they don't really do much damage to units. Part of me thinks it'd be better for Andy to be focusing on clearing the ranges, and then you get spots for Jordan to deploy the troops. Now, right now, though, they're just finishing up taking the land. We'll have heavy demos from Stone, please. He might have finally gotten a decent demo hit on some camels. As on the other side, we now have a few raids around the outside. Remember, you can dock block, but you can't fortified wall all the way to the edge. You have some fortified walls there for Cav Archers trying to get to the trade. But now, oh, chat's been asking for it. The ships, Andy will sail ships into the trade. He can use the Cannon Galleons to destroy both of the markets. He's got 3 Cannon Galleons here. What'll he do? He's going for the market. He is going for the market. Oh, there are 4 markets there he can destroy. He's going first for Stone Please's market. Another couple of shots should take it down. There are some defensive fire ships from Dragonstar. But not enough to save Green's market. Dragonstar will add more markets in the back. They want their trade to survive, but as that's happening, the Cav Archers and the Camels are pushing through for Jordan and Andy. The heavy demos. Were there heavy demos that did something? Oh, oh, there we go. We killed 2 things. Wait, Cannon Galleons? They should be more susceptible to heavy demos than that. Stone Please trying to go heavy demos. Andy now up and down the coastline. The trade carts have to go to another market because the trade was destroyed. Heavy warships. Heavy warship from Dragonstar. Well, I don't think that's going to help him retake the water when there are this many ships here already. He's going to lose a TC. There's an X in the middle. There are some scouts from Doubt that are occasionally taking a swipe at trade carts. And those trade carts grouped up. As the push continues, the teamwork here. Red, yellow, purple. Doubt, Jordan, and Andy all working together, pushing back the Cav Archers of Siscon. And now the score lead is only increasing for Vanguard. Did Jordan get the Treb tech? He did get Timurrid Siegecraft, yes. Trebs with all that range is insane. Cav-Archers with 19 range Trebs can hit you from super far away. But Andy wishes his Cannon Galleons had that range. Use some artillery. But Dragonstar repairing that market. After still fighting against the galleons. But Stone, please, desperate to hold the water. This is where if he somehow has enough galleons and can cut off the reinforcements, then maybe they can push this back if they clear the army. But that's a lot of forward. Oh, there we go. Never mind. There is the GGs. There are the GGs. And Vanguard at long last will do it. That, I think, is going to be a lot of stalematy games on that map. 892 kills for Andy. 535 for Doubt. 651 for Jordan. 842 for Siscon. And Stone Please and Dragon Star. I don't even know what to say about that. Jordan took such a beating in early Castle Age, but rebooned from it. Hitting the trade. It felt like they did a lot, but the Civ matchup probably too much late game, and then you can't really force an early victory on that map, I think, despite how close they are. Oof, so, let me update the overlay one last time. I think that's, unfortunately, the last set I have time for today, even though there are two more. I can tell I'm fatigued, though, too. Oh, it's a loss there. So that was, what? Saracens, Tatars, and Vietnamese against Maya. And what even were the final two saves? Magyars and the Iron Pagoda, the Jurchens. It's okay, Jeep. We'll be back tomorrow with Rage Forest. Oof. Alright. Thank you all for watching. Especially appreciate all the YouTube viewership. Having that be even higher than Twitch at points has been crazy. Earthsea Maya catapult ship when the team has Jurchen Lu Xuans. Ooh, that's true, that's true. Thank you all very much for watching. We'll be back. Gonna go drink some water and stay hydrated. And thank you, River Flower, for the follow. Everyone spam some flowers in the chat for River Flower. And we'll find someone to raid. So thank you all very much for watching. I'll try to get timestamps added to the YouTube video later tonight. And I'll raid someone on Twitch. Probably raid Danny. So 7.5 hours, that's not enough casting, but